Chapter 1 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 1 The Boy with the Pale Eyes. One day early this last summer I was feeling rather puzzled and surprised. I am a black Shetland pony, brought up mostly in cities and lovely open country places, and here I was shut up in a wild hilly spot, miles from any human being except a few settlers. I wasn't worried. I am a middle-aged pony and have seen enough of life to know that it does not pay to get stirred up about mysteries, for invariably time straightens them all out. I was just curious and amused, and a little bored. No one was going to hurt me, I was sure of that. I am worth a great deal of money, but why I had been toted from down south to New York, and from New York to a Canadian stock farm, and from the stock farm away up here to this out-of-the-way place in the woods, was a problem to me. I didn't like being shut up this fine day, and I didn't understand the reason for it. In the distance were children, a whole flock of them giggling and carrying on and probably crazy to get on my back, but they were being kept away from me. Well, I thought, I'd better take a little nap while I'm waiting for this tangle to straighten itself out. And I was just turning my head to the wall of my log house stable and drooping my head, when there was a slight noise from the direction of the doorway. At first I was not going to look round. I thought, oh, it's only one of the calves from the barnyard. They've been gaping at me ever since I came. What's the use of looking at them? Not one of them understands a Shetland pony. However, I did at last turn my head. Anything to pass away the time in this dull place. To my surprise, it was not a calf, but a boy that stood in the doorway, evidently a city boy, for he was smartly dressed and not clad in overalls like the children in the distance, or poor clothes like the children in the few log cabins we had passed on the way to this lonely place. He was a white-faced lad, with light brown hair and pale eyes. I never saw such eyes before, except in the head of a cat. They were greenish in hue, and they grew bigger and darker as he stared at me. He seemed to be looking right through me at something in the background, and if I hadn't known there wasn't a thing in the cabin except a couple of deer mice that he couldn't possibly see, I would have looked behind me to find out what he was staring at. His expression was all right. I divide boys into two classes, kind and cruel. This lad was good-hearted, whatever else he might be, and he wouldn't hurt a pony. If he was from the city, he spoke my language, and I advanced a bit toward him and stretched out my neck agreeably. To my amazement, he gave a leap backward. "Oh, excuse me," he stammered. "I'm a bit cut up. I've had a long trip. I didn't know but what you were going to bite." I curled my lip in a pony smile. Who was he and where did he come from, not to know that a Shetland pony is the soul of good nature? How different he was from those brown-faced young ones outside who looked as if they feared neither man nor beast. Well, I could do nothing more. It was for him to make the advances, and I examined him more carefully. He was very much excited. His hands were clenched, his young breast was heaving, and he had red spots over his cheekbones. I believed that he had run up here because he thought he was going to cry. I have had many young masters, and my role is to keep quiet at first and see how they treat me. So I just took a nip of hay, and gave him time to get his nerves together, for they seemed to be at pretty loose ends. He was shuddering now. What was the trouble? I looked over my shoulder and saw that someone had been killing a sheep, and had hung up its streaked skin on the logs. Well, men have to eat sheep, and if they kill them mercifully I suppose there is no harm in it. But what a sensitive lad this must be. I rather liked this tenderness in him. It's hard to die, even if you're only a sheep. I whinnied sympathetically, and he said quite nicely, and as if I were a person, "You have a very good place here." I tried not to curl my lip again. If he could have seen the handsomely appointed quarters I had been used to, the paved floors and fine stalls. Poor lad! Where had he been brought up to think this rough log cabin of some early backwoodsman a suitable place for a Shetland pony? However, I was not complaining. I was comfortable enough in the mild July weather. I have been used to roughing it in a nice way with some of my rich masters, but I certainly wouldn't like to put in a winter here with those daylight chinks between the big logs. I wished the boy would let me out. What a stupid he was not to take me for a good gallop. Advancing very cautiously lest I should frighten him again, I pressed a shoulder against the half door of the cabin. He understood. Very cautiously he lifted the bar, and creeping like a house mouse, not leaping like my dear mice, I placed myself beside him. Now he could see that I wasn't a lion or a tiger to eat him up. "Pony boy," he said in a trembling voice, "what do you want?" "I want exercise, you young snail," I tried to tell him, by starting slowly up the gentle slope of the barnyard and then turning to look round at him. The sheep were pasturing away up on the hill. I would lead him toward them, for I guessed that he would not be afraid of them. Those lively children in the distance would probably jolly the life out of him. His green eyes glistened. He understood me once more, and a most beautiful smile broke over his face. That smile was like the opening of a window in his boy's soul. He was a queer acting lad, but he had. Oh, I'm only a pony, and I can't describe it. Anyway, it was something that makes us animals worship certain people. If he chose, he could be my master. I would certainly be his slave. I tossed my head and acted quite frisky. "Come on, boy," I tried to say to him. "Be a sport, have a little run. 'Twill bring some colour to your pale cheeks." "Stop a minute," he called suddenly. "I want to get my bearings." I stared at him as he stood, delicate, eager, his pale eyes glistening with some new emotion. "We are on the borders of a long, beautiful lake," he said, "which is shaped like an hourglass." I didn't know what an hourglass was, but I guessed that it was like the egg glasses I have seen cooks use when I've been looking in kitchen windows to watch them time the boiling of eggs. "We are at the waist of the glass," he said, "and all round us are vast hills clad with forests. Here a clearing has been made, and someone has built a beautiful long, low house with ivy-clad verandas." How nicely the boy talked, and how prettily he waved his slender arm, and I kept on gazing at him in admiration. "Also," he went on, "there is a smooth lawn about the house with flower beds and shrubbery, a driveway leading to the road along the lake, and another driveway leading to a big barn painted red with a queer high round thing at the end." That was a silo to store green food for the cattle, but I could not tell him. "Beside the big red barn," he said, "is a little brown barn and a number of outbuildings. I don't know what they are. It is a fine place anyway, and must, I think, belong to my father's friend who invited me here. Now let us go up to this wide pasture where you were leading me." I gladly went ahead of him, and he was following me quite nicely when suddenly he stopped. "Pony boy," he said, "I hate these forests with their sour-faced trees." This was a new thought to me, and I turned it over in my mind. "They've got brains in their tossing heads," he said. "They used to be wicked giants, and some great power turned them into these wooden things with waving arms that beg us to come in and be choked to death." What kind of a boy was this, I wondered? He talked something like a girl and something like a lad who always had his nose in a storybook. Well, he wasn't dull anyway. I love to have boys talk to me. Some of them treat me as if I were an animated rocking horse with no brains at all. So I stepped along quite happily while he went on talking to himself. "I wonder why my father let me come here. This bird of mystery has certainly flown to one queer place. The whole trip was owlish. After I left the cities there were forests like these, then lakes and rivers, and more lakes and rivers. Then that awful drive in a Democrat over rocks and rills and corduroy roads. My bones are most racked apart." So that was why he didn't want to ride me, I thought. Poor lad, he was tired. "Pony boy," he said, laying a timid finger on the tip of one of my ears. "I'm not afraid exactly, but I don't like spooky woods and queer, silent, waiting people. That old settler who drove me in wouldn't open his mouth, and his name is Talker. What do you think of that?" I was amused. This queer man had brought me in the evening before, tied to the tail of his cart. He had taken me from a steamer that came to a big lake, and all the way in he had said nothing but "get up" to his old grey mare, who had not deigned to pass the time of day with me. They were a pair, but I must listen to the boy who was speaking quite earnestly now. "Why in the name of old King Log did my father send me to spend the summer in this eerie place? Is there no country air south of these wads of Canadian forest?" I shook my head. How could I tell anything about his father? I had never seen him. He must be a peculiar man, though, if his son did not dare to ask him the reason for things. The lad was venturing now to lay his hand on my head. "Pony boy, I've never had a pet as big as you. I live in a city, and my friends are small creatures like dogs and cats and mice and rats." As if he thought I was wondering whether he had no boyfriends, he went on slowly. "My father says that human beings may go back on you, but an animal never does." I pawed the grass thoughtfully. This boy had been brought up in a queer way. I'm sorry for boys and girls when they're puzzled and unhappy. Boys especially, because I've been more with them. What this lad wanted to do now was to get his mind off himself. He was travelling about right inside of his little home cage. I cautiously touched my muzzle to his shoulder, then glanced at the sheep. He was pretty quick to respond, and broke into a nice boyish laugh, but a rather subdued one, as if he had been hushed up a good bit. "Isn't he a caution?" he said, pointing to the old ram who, after one terrified look at us two strangers, was leading the ewes in and out among the magnificent old trees scattered about the hillside. "He's going to hide them in the forest back there," said the boy. "He doesn't trust us. Poor animals, they run no risks." I was delighted. This boy was a brother to us of the lower creation, but why had he been afraid of me? Possibly it was because he was not used to being with animals, though in his soul he loved them. "I'm so tired," he said suddenly, and he flopped down on a big flat rock which was very pleasant and warm in the sunshine. "Squattez-vous, pony," he said, and to be agreeable I lay down, for I have not the objection to doubling my legs under me that some members of the horse family have. "I'm sure out of the world," he was murmuring, as he gazed at the blue waters of the long lake spread out before us. "Of course I've seen mountains and hills in the distance before, but I never got right up among them. Pony boy, I'm the queerest kid you ever saw." "You sure are," I thought, but of course I could say nothing. His attention wandered from the lake to me. "I've often seen ponies like you in parks and on the streets, but I've never been so near one. Oh, I wish I had a pony of my own, but I suppose he cost a good deal of money." I certainly did, but there was no reason why he should know just how much. I don't like to hear a lad counting up the cost of everything. "I shouldn't think a settler away up here could afford you," he said. "You look like number 1 stock." I twitched my ears backward and forward as I have a way of doing when I'm puzzled. Old Talker couldn't own this place. I had my suspicions that the whole thing was the fad of some rich man. My log cabin was the only rough thing on the place. The barns, hen houses, ice house, root house, carriage house, and the flower garden in front, and the vegetable garden at the back were as up to date as if they were right down in my original home, in the state of New York. These sheep running away from us were of standard stock, and the evening before I had seen a fine herd of Holstein cows, and some of the best bred pigs I had ever come across. Someone was trying an experiment up on these highlands. Perhaps it was the tall man I had just seen coming out of the house and joining the children. The boy did not see him. He was lying on the rock, his face propped on his hands. "You're talking with your ears, pony," he said. "I'll bet you want to know all about me, who I am, where I come from, and why in the mischief I came up here. Well, as I told you, I'm in a class by myself, for my father won't allow me to associate with anyone but himself and our 2 old servants, John and Margie. Ever since I was a little boy, someone has been trying to kidnap me. Now what do you think of that?" End of Chapter 1. Recording by Julian Pratley.
Chapter 2 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar. The story of a pony and his friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simona Perego. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 2. The Man and the Boy. I examined the boy carefully. Now I thought of it. Though he was stylish, he was not handsomely dressed. His clothes were of good, but not fine material. His shoes were well worn. His blue-belted coat had odd buttons on it. He did not look to me like a rich man's child. He seems more like the son of some professional man, only moderately well off. What did he mean by the kidnapping story? His green eyes were flashing. I don't know the reason for it, pony boy, for my father never talks much to me, but he never lets me go out alone, and I'm not allowed to speak to strangers. He's a criminal lawyer, you know, and perhaps some bad man he has sent to prison thinks he owes him a grudge. I was a bit uneasy about this boy. Before this, I had had young creatures tell me the story of their lives, and it was always because they had no sympathetic human ear turned toward them. So now I took on a thoughtful air as this lad went on. Lend me your pony ears. I was born in the great big wonderful country of the United States of America, and I'd lay down my life for all the glory. He scrambled to his feet as he spoke, saluted an imaginary flag, and recited the pledge to it. I, too, got up pretty quick, for I am an American pony and have played many national games with children in which I always bow and scrape whenever the flag is mentioned. As I step again round and round, doing a march step and winning with feeling, the boy fell into an ecstasy. Do you mean to say you are a fellow countryman? He cried, an American pony citizen in this strange forest land? And in his emotion he forgot his fear of me, and throwing his arms round my neck, gave me a good hug. I was thunderstruck. In all my life before, and with all my experience with boys, I had never felt the wet tears of any of them against my smooth neck. Poor lad! What could be the matter with him? He was crying in a queer way, quietly, and as if he were afraid someone might hear him. Then, in a flash, he flung up his head and dashed the tears from his eyes. Excuse me, pony boy, you'll find me an utter coward. Let's think of our country. Hurrah for the stars and stripes. Let's sing a verse. Then he opened his young mouth. My country 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. In amazement, I stopped my processing round the clock. I never in my life had heard such a sweet, even flow of song from the mouth of any living being, and I had once belonged to the son of a famous concert singer, and had in her home heard many beautiful voices. Why, it was like the lovely upward gush of a fountain, clear, pure, and exquisite. Even a catbird sitting near by in a maple put his head on one side to listen, and then turned to a young goldfinch who was about to fly in terror from him and motioned him to remain. Katy recognizes the beauty of the boy's voice, and having no bird of his own kind near, wanted to gossip with the goldfish about it. As I stood entranced, I noticed that the boy, as he sang the wool of this one of our national songs, kept looking over his shoulder as if he were afraid someone might interrupt him. When he dropped on the rock again, I went and stood over him. Pony boy, he said, I'm not allowed to do that at home. I can only whistle. Not allowed to sing with a voice like that. And I was just turning this over in my pony mind when my new friend sprang to his feet like a shot, his eyes wild and terrified. Pony boy, what is that awful sound? I rubbed my head against his shoulder. Poor lad, what nerves! I know it must be some kind of a bird, he went on, for the sound came from the lake. But what a yell! You'd think a child was being murdered. I knew loons, for had I seen and heard them on lakes in our own country. Probably the boy had never been in a very lonely places. How I wish I could tell him that those were merely two old gossipy daddy loons accompanying their mates to their respective home base on the lake. They were shrieking the news of the day to each other. Some fish ducks had been trying to settle near them, and they had been biting at them and trying to drive them away. Then one Mrs. Loon had lost one of her downy young loonies. She blamed Mr. Red Fox from Meriton River, and what a blessing it was that there were so few campers about. Their beloved lake was really quite quiet with the settlers only. They liked solitude, they did, and they yelled till the boy was nearly crazy and whipped his finger in his ear. How queer! The average boy likes noise, and he had better get his ear unstopped, for the big man was coming up the hill. I tried to warn the boy, but he did not understand me, and had to fly into another spasm of fright when the big man touched him on the shoulder. He was a strapping middle-aged man in quarters and cowboys with holes punched in it. His face was brown and kind, and his eyes were black and piercing. His eyes were fixed on the boy in an extraordinary manner. That boy meant something to him in a hurt way. His eyes did not falter, but his mouth trembled slightly. Suddenly he held out both hands. "Welcome to Devering Farm, my lad." My pale-eyed boy put both his slim white hands into the man's big brown ones. "You are Mr. Devering, of course, my father's friend." "And you are Dallas Duff, my boy. I have longed for this day." "That's very kind in you, sir," said young Dallas, but the man had turned suddenly to me. His eyes were quite misty now, and I'm sure he could not see me very well, though he said thinly, "And you, Pony, welcome too. I haven't seen you since the day of the Coburn races." Now I knew who he was, the kind man who had felt me all over and stroked me so kindly. So he had remembered me and had me sent to this lovely cool summer place. I nuzzled his coat buttons, and then I followed his gaze, which was riveted on the boy. "Sir," our young lad was saying excitedly, "my father told me I could tell you anything. That's the first time he ever said that to me about any living person." "I appreciated his confidence," said the big man, wrinkling his eyebrow in an amused way. "First of all, sir, please tell me why my father sent me here. I've never been allowed to leave home before unless George or Margie went with me. Suppose you ask him when he comes up here later." The boy almost shouted, "Is my father coming here?" "I hope so. He needs a rest. He sticks too closely to work." "That's so, sir. He often falls asleep when I'm sitting in the library with him evenings. He is a wonderful man." "Indeed he is. I knew him before you did." "Did you, sir? Where?" "In Toronto, when he went there as a young man to study Canadian law." "So he's coming here," said the boy, musing. "Will John and Margie come, too?" "I dare say. I don't think he could get on without them. He likes Margie's cooking and John looks after his clothes." "Well, I hope you'll see them all before autumn. Now tell me how you used to amuse yourself in that big dreary townhouse of yours." "Of course I had my studies, sir." "Did you find them interesting?" "Some of them. I had a fine young tutor all these years, a girl tutor." "Did you never go to school?" "No, sir." "Then you don't know much about boys." "Not much. I know some on our street to nod to. Then John sometimes takes me to ball games, only when it is warm. When it's cold, he takes me to the movies." The big man frowned. Then he asked, "Had you any pets?" "I always had a dog." "Why didn't you bring him?" "My old Toby died last week." The boy's voice broke, and the man changed the subject quickly. "You find it cooler here than in Boston?" "Oh, very much. I'm almost shivering in this suite." Margie thought it would be warm enough. "She's been like my mother, sir, since my own died." The man smiled. I thought it a strange thing when the boy spoke of such a sad thing as losing his mother, but later on I had an explanation. "Margie watches me as a cat would a mouse," said the boy. "She doesn't want that kidnapper to get me." The boy spoke proudly, and Mr. Devering said almost irritably, "Oh, forget that, my boy. There is nothing in it now." The boy looked surprised. "And may I go out alone now and speak to strangers?" "Certainly, certainly," said Mr. Devering hurriedly. "Then why—" began Dallas, but Mr. Devering interrupted him. All that is over. Nobody wants to carry you off. Please put it out of your mind. You are no consequence to anyone except your family. The boy's face fell, and I saw that he was a bit disappointed. He had been making a little hero of himself. Now he had found out that he wasn't worth carrying away. I was sorry for him, and I saw that there was some mystery here to be explained in the future. I have lived in many interesting families, and I love mysteries and histories. I had something now to turn over in my pony mind. This place would be no longer dull to me, but I must listen to Mr. Devering, who was speaking again. You have had a peculiar life up to this, but I think it will be more normal in future, and may I say that I have for a long time wished you to come here. Do you live here all the time? Asked the boy. Yes, this is our home, though we travel a good deal. How do you like it? The boy seems to find it hard to answer. At last he said, Do you wish me to speak politely or truthfully? Truthfully, by all means. Well, sir, I find it ghostly and lonely. Mr. Devering repeated the words, ghostly and lonely. Then he broke into a hearty laugh. And I'm lonely only when I'm in cities pushing my way among crowds of weary people who don't care a rap whether I'm dead or alive. Do you love trees, sir? Asked Dallas. These startling green monsters? I worship them, boy. They come next the animals with me. This one here is little sister, and he threw his arm around a slender silver birch. And that maple, said Mr. Devering, pointing to the one where the catbird was still sitting. Doesn't it look like a slender young living with swarming there in the wind? See how it bends its pretty head and waves its green arms toward us. Can't you throw it a pleasant glaze? Boy. I was amused with the play of the boy's brown eyes brown. I might love a maple, he said, but those big pines are stiff spruces, and he shivered. My soldier brothers, said Mr. Devering, so straying and starving, guarding my property and reaching up their heads to heaven. Do you know what they are begging for, boy? No, sir. Rain, rain, and always more rain. Have you been told what happens in countries like China where foolish people have been allowed to cut down the trees? Oh, yes, yes, said the boy. I remember now. My teacher used to tell me trees keep the soil moist and attract rainfalls. Oh, I don't mind a few, sir, but these endless forests appall me. You'll get over that. I'll soon have you a regular backwoodsman. Come up, dear trail, with me now and help me look for a missing lamb. I had heard the boy say that he was lame from his long drive, but he did not tell this to the man, and prepared to follow him quite bravely. May this little beast go too, sir? He asked, pointing to me. Certainly, the more beasts to married for me. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Arsenault. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends, by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 3, 3 Friends on Deer Trail. I trotted after them, and the boy, looking over his shoulder at me, said, "Is he yours, sir?" "Yes, I got him as a present for a boy." "One of your boys, sir? That is, if those children over there belong to you." Mr. Devering fell behind Dallas and made a forbidding gesture with his hand toward the children. I guessed that he was keeping them back so that he might for some reason or other have this lad to himself for a while. "Yes," he said, catching up to Dallas, "those are my children." How many, sir? 6. And they have a mother? Oh, yes. The boy's head was drooping thoughtfully. There is a big brick house next door to us in the city, he said. Every night I look across the lane and see the children going to bed. The maid undresses them, and then the mother comes in and takes them in her arms and rocks and sings to them. So whenever I think of my mother, there is a lovely sound of singing in my ears. Was she a fine singer, sir? She was, said the man softly. Then he asked, Does your father never speak of her, nor those faithful servants, John and Margie? Never, sir. I used to ask questions about her, but they looked so sad that I gave it up. I fear her death had something painful about it. Mr. Devering turned his eyes away from the boy toward me. They looked very troubled. Then he spoke quietly. Some day I will take it upon myself to tell you all about your dear mother. You knew her? Cried the boy. Very well. Dallas stopped short. His wonderful pale eyes were blazing. You knew my mother? He said in a low, trembling voice. I have said so, remarked Mr. Devering quietly. I am glad I came, he said slowly. Some boys have mothers, some have not. Some boys miss their mothers, some do not. I tell you, sir, it is a sore in my soul, a dreadful, painful sore that I have no mother. If she had lived, I would be like other boys. The man put his hand on the boy's shoulder. My lad, he said, a great deal lies between you and me, but this is not the time to thrash things out. A day will come, later on. It went to my heart to see the young lip tremble. Boys do not like to wait. I hope, he muttered to himself, that the day will soon come. If a boy has had a mother, he should know about her. I have not even a little picture of my dear mother, who of course was beautiful and good and loved her boy as no one else does. Mr. Devering looked at him anxiously. Then he said, To come back to the pony. He is not for one of my boys. He is for a guest. Oh, indeed, said Dallas absently. So you expect another boy? Not this summer. The pony is for your use. For me? He exclaimed. Is this a joke? Decidedly not. My children all have ponies. I wished you to have one. For my very own, he gasped, this wonderful creature. And he suddenly threw his arm over my back as I pulled up closer to him, feeling, oh, so glad that this gentle lad was to be my master. For your own, if you treat him properly. I never give an animal outright till I see how it is used. If you neglect Pony, I shall take him back. If you are good to him, he belongs to you. The boy was so excited that he could scarcely breathe. One trembling hand remained on my back, the other clutched his crumpled shirt front. You are a prince among men, he said at last in a choked voice. I wish I were, said Mr. Devering humbly. I am only a commoner. The boy flung up his handsome head and looked at the blue sky. Margie is most religious. She said Providence was guiding my steps here. Let us hope so, said Mr. Devering reverently. I, too, believe in Providence, which is another name for God. Margie goes much to church and sings many hymns, said the boy. I heard you singing just now, observed Mr. Devering. My master looked frightened. Did you mind? Not a bit. Why should I? My father never allows me to sing at home. Again a dark look came over the man's face. He might like my young master's father, but he evidently did not approve of all he did. You may sing just as much as you wish here, he said. Singing is the cry of the soul, and I hope you will teach my youngsters to warble half as well as you do. See, they are running up a flag for you," and he pointed to a flagpole on the lawn in front of the house. "Oh, glory!" cried the boy, and taking off his cap he waved it in the air. "But what is that flag they are putting above it?" "The Union Jack. You are in the British Empire now." "So I am. I forgot it, for you Canadians are so much like us Americans. We're great friends, sir, in our two countries now, aren't we?" "Rather, especially since the war, though there are bad men who are trying to drive a wedge between English-speaking nations." "Why a wedge, sir?" "To split us apart." "Oh, I see. United we stand, divided we fall." "And if Great Britain and America fall apart, lad, with us go the weaker peoples of the earth." "I shall always be against the wedge, sir," said the boy earnestly. "I like the good old Union Jack. Also I like the Lion of Old England. He's a noble beast." "Isn't he? And can't he roar when anyone touches any of his cubs? You must not forget to pay tribute to him, boy." "Now in what way have I offended the lion?" asked the boy, and for the first time I heard his whimsical laugh, which was the one finishing touch needed to brighten his thoughtful, almost sad young personality. "You sang one of your own national songs, boy," he exclaimed, "and never piped a note for the country offering you hospitality." "A thousand pardons, Sir Lion," cried the boy. "Here goes for the Empire," and from his beautiful lips came the strains of God Save the King. "A sweet apology," exclaimed the man. "Boy, that goes to my heart. Once years ago I knew a young singer. Oh, you take me back." "The young singer being my mother," said the boy quickly. The man bit his lip. Then he nodded his head and walked on. Presently he said in a quiet, matter-of-fact voice, "This pasture back of the house is for the sheep. They nibble closer than cows." "And the grass is slippery," said the boy, "and I am sliding about on it." "I will get you some proper country boots with nails," said Mr. Devering. "Thank you, sir," said Dallas gratefully. "You call me sir," said Mr. Devering quite wistfully. "Do you then find me so old?" "Oh, no, no, I feel as if you were a big brother, very much older and wiser than I am." I had never heard a boy talk like this before, but it seemed to please the man, for he grew quite red and happy. "It would gratify me very much," he said, "if you and I could be chums as your dad and I were." "Let's be pals," said the boy. "You seem quite young in your ways." "Do I seem younger than your dad?" "My father is magnificent," said the boy seriously, "quite magnificent, but he says he can't call back his youth. It's slipped away from him. I remember when he said it. We were in his library. He sank way down in his big chair. His face was pale. His eyes were closed. I thought he had gone to sleep. Then he rose up and called out, 'Son, I'd give all my books if I could remember what I was thinking about when I was your age. It's all gone.'" Mr. Devering looked serious. "You boys don't know how much we men sympathize with you and long to get down to your level, but the big world catches us and life is strenuous and—" His voice trailed off into silence, and young Dallas said eagerly, "Let's have this wonderful pony for a pal too, and let's have some fancy names. Do you like baseball, sir, and football?" "Immensely." Dallas was enchanted. I saw he was one of those pale-faced boys that light up suddenly. "Let's have some nicknames just for ourselves," he cried, "like boys in books." "All right. You'll be captain, 'cause you know so much more about things than I do. I'll be sub, and what will Pony be?" "Babe," suggested Mr. Devering. after Babe King, the great home run hitter. Fine, cried Dallas. Captain, Sub, and Babe. Then he flourished his arm. 3 cheers for Captain, Sub, and Babe. Hip, hip, hooray. We're the pals of... What's the name of this lake? And he stopped his shouting, which was quiet and unboyish, and turned inquiringly to Mr. Devering. Fawn Lake. We're the pals of Fawn Lake. 3 good pals and true. I loved my nickname, which was flattering to my middle age, and I stepped more quickly after the man and the boy. Hurry up, Sub, Mr. Devering was saying. I thought we'd be halfway up the trail by this time. The boy's heart was so full of happiness, and he had so thoroughly forgotten his fatigue that he suddenly broke out into song. Sing out, said Mr. Devering. No one will chide you here. So my young master kept on singing. Gamara is a dainty steed, strong, black, and of a noble breed, full of fire and full of bone, with all his line of fathers known. Until he sang himself right into a snake fence. Gee, he exclaimed, what am I to do now? Mr. Devering smiled, put out his 2 powerful hands, and swung him over. Splendiferous, cried Dallas. But how will Babe get over? How Mr. Devering laughed at him. Boy, he said, allow me to introduce you to bonny Prince Fetlar of Coburg Park. Now what do you mean by that, Captain? Wait and see. Of course I took the fence like a bird. Then I stood still and waited for the boy to hear my story. Sometimes, said Mr. Devering, it is the jockey that wins the race, and sometimes the horse wins the race without the jockey. 2 ponies were entered in the pony race at a fair I attended a few weeks ago. Both riders rode bareback. Halfway round the track, the lad who was riding this demure beast went over his head. Pony went calmly on minus his rider. He stayed with the race like a little man, overhauled all the other ponies, and passed the judges' stand, a 2 lengths winner. The grandstand went mad. First money for the riderless pony, they roared, but the judges judged otherwise, and the race had to be run over again. Once more it began, and once more the boy jockey was unhorsed and went flying over the animal's head. Again Pony galloped ahead of his leading rival and took first place. The other jockey was determined to win, and neck the 2 ponies drew near the line. Then didn't our riderless friend here sprint and win the race by a length? Young Dallas was almost beside himself with admiration and interest. Of course, he cried, our brave little lad got first money. The grandstand was with you, pal, but the judges awarded the money to the pony that came second with its rider. Foul play, cried my young master. My beauty, my pride, and throwing his arms round my neck, he hugged me for the 2nd time that afternoon. I'm proud of you, my handsome young prince. Why has he such an odd name as Fetlar, Captain? Because Fetlar is the island in the Shetlands where Arabian ponies have been crossed with the native breed. Look at this little fellow. He is a wonderful combination of his gentle Scottish forebears and the fine Arabian stock. Note his brilliant, prominent eyes, his wise air, refined bearing, and short, strong neck. Arabian blood, repeated the boy, and he began to repeat in a dreamy voice the lines of the Arab to his favorite steed. My beautiful, that standest meekly by, with thy proudly arched and glossy neck and dark and fiery eye. Mr. Devering, with a deeply gratified air, listened to the boy as he repeated the whole of the touching poem. Then he turned on his heel and led us to the smooth, wide road running along the edge of the lake. Dallas was staring at his retreating back in a strange way. and suddenly he ran after him. "I have a queer feeling about you, sir. You don't seem a stranger to me. You call up something that happened when I was a little boy." "What was it?" asked Mr. Devering over his shoulder. "I was walking with Margie on the common in Boston. A big man came up to us. He sat down on a park bench and took me on his knee. He had toys in his pocket for me. Were you the man, sir?" "I was," said Mr. Devering. "And that was only one of many visits. But come on, lad, we are losing time." Dallas shook his young head with a puzzled air and followed him. I trotted gaily after, my heart as gay as a lark's. After 2 long months with a horse dealer, I was once more in a family with boys and girls that I loved so dearly. What fun I should have watching them and wondering why they do the queer things they do. "Oh, you hurry upper," my boy was saying now. "You beat this, sub." He was addressing Mr. Devering, whose broad back was just visible in the dim green distance, and suddenly picking up his young heels, he ran after him. Of course I ran after the boy, and as I ran, I looked about me. This was a peculiar trail we were on. We had left the nice wide road and had branched off toward the western hills and the afternoon sun. At first there had been grand old maples and beeches standing in groups about pastures each side of us, where the black and white Holstein cows were feeding. Now, however, the pastures had given place to dense evergreens, which made my young master shudder. There were masses of them standing very close to each other and holding stiff arms across our trail. Precious little of the sun did we see, and it was necessary to keep one's eyes on the path, which wound up and down into dark green hollows, where beds of maidenhair fern flourished, or up to hilly spots where rock ferns grew in patches on enormous boulders. Little brownish streamlets ran across our track, and the boy was always jumping over or going on stepping stones to keep his feet from getting wet. Suddenly Mr. Devering paused. "Sub," he called back. "This used to be an old road leading up to a farm on Lonesome Hill. Mr. Talker, who brought you in, lived here. It was a mile from our main road, and it was a great haul to get supplies in." "Wasn't the lake savage enough for him?" asked the boy ruefully, rubbing his knee that he had just bruised against an outstanding rock. "No," said Mr. Devering. "He adores the forest primeval. His wife was like you, and she struck at last, and he had to move out to a house near mine. I bought this place from him and let it run into extra pasturing ground, but now the bears are bothering me, and I won't keep any stock here till they get out." End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 4 The Wolf and the Lamb. "Are there bears here?" asked Dallas in an awed voice. "Real, live bears?" "Not many usually this time of year, but there have been bad bushfires over the mountain, and bears, wolves, and foxes have been driven down earlier than usual. We always hear wolves howling about us in October, but you see, this is only July." "What did the bears do to you?" asked Dallas eagerly. "Took 6 of my sheep." "Killed them, do you mean?" "Yes, and I drove the rest of the flock down to a pasture back of my house. Mr. Talker just told me there's a lamb missing, and I thought I'd come up to look for him. His mother was one mangled by the bears, and Lammy was found standing by her carcass. He was taken down to the house, but his young nerves must have got a shock, for he acted queer, then disappeared. "Oh, I hope we'll find him," said Dallas. "I hope so too, but I doubt it. His mother was a great pet with my children, and he too has been much pampered." My young master's face fell. What a tender heart he had, and what was he thinking about as he went nimbly along, his eyes glued to Mr. Devering's back in a way that soon caused him to fall flat on his face. In the city, a boy does not need to watch his feet. In the country, it is wise to look to your steps. His young mind was going hop, skip, jump like his feet, and presently he called out, "Captain, I've been wondering a lot lately what I'll do when I'm a man." "What does your fancy run to?" Mr. Devering called back. "Sometimes I think I'd like to be the greatest home-run king in the world. And then when I see those high jumpers galloping over the roofs of houses in the movies, I think I'd like to be an actor." "You like motion pictures." "Yes, Captain. John's a regular fan, and when we go home from seeing them, he tells me how he used to lay out boys when he was my age. Of course, he never touched a small kid, always fellows as big as himself." Mr. Devering looked thoughtful, but said nothing. Young Dallas went on, "But now I think I'd like a farm, someplace where there weren't so many trees, and I'd go after bad bears who kill sheep." His tone was bold, but his eyes were timid. This was a boy who fought battles in his mind and kept his fists in his pockets. "My boy," Mr. Devering called out, "time will settle your doubts. I had a young cousin who wasn't sure whether he'd run a candy store or drive a locomotive when he grew up." "And what did he do?" asked Dallas eagerly. "Went into a bank and is vice president. You see, Sub, when we're young, we don't know everything. We just have to wait. Get a good education, and when you're fit for your life work, it will bob up serenely in front of you." "When you were a boy, did you want to be a settler?" asked Dallas. "Never. I wanted to practice medicine." "And did you?" "No. I took my course in my home, University of Toronto, and got my degree, but I never practiced." Young Dallas, who had a great thirst for information, said coaxingly, "I suppose you got ill and came here for your health." "No, my lad, I wasn't ill, but I knew I would be if I didn't stop breathing dust." "Street dust, Captain?" "Different kinds of dust. I was one of a struggling ant heap. There was system and order, but no beauty, and I love beauty." "In my city," said the boy thoughtfully, "there was some dust and much loneliness, but it is a very fine place." "Your life was abnormal. The boys in my city were rushing from one place to another. They could not keep their minds on their books, and here was this beautiful calm north country with air like wine and crying out for settlers." "Oh," exclaimed my young master, "you are here to open up the country, but you are not poor. If you were, it would not be so agreeable." "Why not? Of course money talks in the wilds as in cities, but our government helps men who wish to clear land. Boy, it's a great life." Dallas enveloped the big glowing figure of the man with a glance of warm admiration. "You are splendid, Captain." Mr. Devering went on as if he did not hear him. "Some day I will tell you of our great clay belt further north. I am buying farms there for my boys. Then there is Hudson Bay with its iron ore, coal, silver, and pulpwood almost untouched by man. I tell you, lad, this is a great country of ours." Young Dallas grew solemn. "If I felt like that about the country, I should be happy." You will," said the man eagerly. "I hope with my lads you will push on and—" He checked himself suddenly, as if he were about to say too much. "Captain," cried Dallas, "you sound like one of my adventure books. I believe you are younger than I am." How Mr. Devering laughed! He even shouted, he was so much amused. Then he took off his hat and swung it in the air. Oh, he was a very jolly man. Then something caught his eye on the ground, and he bent over. "Hello, Sub, look here." Dallas went stepping over damp and mossy stones to stare at a layer of black mud in a hollow. "Tracks," said Mr. Devering. "See if you can tell what they are." "Sheep?" said Dallas doubtfully. "Right you are. And what else?" "Deer?" "Yes, there are lots of them about lately. I saw 3 of them this morning out back of the barn at my deer lick." "What's that, Captain?" "A natural deer lick is a salty spot of ground where deer go to nibble or lick the earth. I made mine, for I have a great fancy for giving pleasure to our elegant and graceful Virginian deer who come down here from our provincial Algonquin Park, which is close by." "Are there many wild animals there, Captain?" "Heaps of them. They're protected, except wolves. There's a bounty on their heads of $25. "I'd love to visit that park," said the boy. "You shall. We'll take canoes and go up the Fawn River. There are 3 portages that will interest you. Come on, boy, I see a fresh track that I think is Lammy's." Dallas tore after him, very much excited about the danger threatening the lamb. He was talking to me quite boastfully. "I'd like to see a bear lay a paw on any lamb when I was near." I was uneasy. All the horse family hate bears. Even a big cart horse will turn round when he meets one. I knew that some had lately passed by, and I felt that there might be wolves about too. As if the boy understood me, he said gallantly, "Don't fret, babe. If we find any wild beasts about here, we'll make them chase themselves back to their dens." But as he spoke, he gave me a queer look. Being unused to these solitudes and this wild life, he was frightened to death, and like a little dog out alone in the cold and darkness, he was barking to keep his courage up. Afraid of something I knew not what, I went on in this game of follow my leader down into a somber little valley where scarcely a ray of light penetrated. The branches not only met overhead, but absolutely languished together. There was not a sound from our footsteps, for the trail was overgrown with a delicate ferny moss into which our feet sank noiselessly. Not a bird peeped in this thicket. The most of my bird friends are like the boy and hate deep, dark woods. They love fields with a few trees scattered here and there, or nice open groves, or best of all, the neighborhood of houses if cats and boys are not allowed to prey on them. Suddenly, I heard the boy draw a long breath. He saw the sunlight at the end of this long, leafy tunnel. We were coming to the base of the abandoned farm on the hill. Oh, how thankful I was! We were out of the wood and climbing a faint little footpath leading up over the grassy top of the hill. What a curious place! I shuddered, for it was so sad. If we had come upon a sturdy backwoodsman and his wife with a nice family of children, I should have tossed my head and kicked up my heels a bit. As it was, I plodded slowly on, head down, tail drooping. On our right as we went up the hill was an old gray barn and a desolate pasture. Here were many sheep tracks, and Mr. Devering went into the lean-to, hoping that the lamb might be there. "If Lammy New is here," he said, "this is where he would pass his nights." "Is that the lamb's name?" asked Dallas. "Yes, my children named him that from a song I sing. Ba, ba, Lammy New, cuddle doon te mammy." "Wouldn't bears come after him in this place with no door?" asked the boy with a shudder. "Yes, they would if they were hungry, but Lammy New has probably not been here more than a couple of nights, and if the bears had been roaming in some other direction they would not get wind of the fact that there was a nice plump lamb on the old Lonesome Hill farm. Come up higher and we'll spy the landscape o'er." We walked beyond the discolored barn, which was shedding its shingles as a pony sheds his hair, and came to a dull old orchard where some quite nice crabapple trees stood knee-deep in selfish weeds that were taking the goodness out of the soil. "Poor patient trees," said Mr. Devering. Every year they give us some fruit for preserving. I've a great mind to build up this place again for some young settler." "Oh, please do so, Captain," said young Dallas, whose sensitive soul was quivering with the loneliness of his surroundings. "Would you like it?" asked the man keenly. I don't know," stammered Dallas. "Let old Mother Nature put her hand on your head, my boy, and listen to what she says. Then you'll learn to love all her children, even the trees. I'll renew this offer later. When we passed the orchard and came to the dreary house, I thought, there's no chance of this young lad ever coming to live here. The building was like some old drunkard trying to stagger downhill. Its roof was gone, its window eyes were broken, its doors were flapping, and the well beside it had half the curbstone broken down. Mr. Devering looked into it. I suppose he thought Lammy New might have tumbled in. Then he swung back the partly open front door, which at his touch groaned and fell down flat. Dallas started back, then went bravely forward, only to fall back again and lay a trembling hand on my neck. "Oh, what is that dead thing?" he asked. I looked over his shoulder and saw a porcupine shedding his quills for the last time. The corner of the open door had been gnawed by him or some other creature. I knew what that meant. Many wild animals will dig and tear at anything the salty hand of man has passed over, and in the back part of the room I noticed an old table worried up and down its seams by the teeth probably of this little creature who had found food crumbs in the cracks. Mr. Devering passed through the mournful little house. The bedrooms were deserted, the kitchen stove was lopping over, and the pots and pans were strewn about the floor. Chairs were broken and blinds tumbling from the windows. "Mischievous boys or campers have been here," said Mr. Devering. "The talkers left the house in good shape. Before I'm a month older, I'll have it cleared up. It gives me the blues to see a former neat place in this condition. Come outside, my lad." "Ah, there is a view," he said a few minutes later when we stood under the blue sky and surveyed the ranges and ranges of green hills surrounding us on every side, with here and there a glimpse of a distant lake. The everlasting hills, the everlasting hills. Young Dallas stood with the fresh wind blowing some color in his pale cheeks. He was smiling now as he asked, "What is that highest peak of all, Captain?" "Old Mount Terror." "Why Terror?" "So many persons have been lost there. The Indians have a legend about its being bewitched, and about a prehistoric monster much larger than a moose who haunts its forests. I'll tell you about it some day. In the meantime, I'm watching Lammy New." "You don't mean to say you found him?" "Yes, down there against the cattails of Lonesome Lake. Can't you pick out that patch of dull white?" "Oh, yes, among the rushes. Has he gone there for a drink?" "Possibly, though he doesn't drink much when he gets plenty of green feed. I dare say he's sick and feverish. Would you like to be lost up here away from your friends?" "Good gracious, no, sir. To tell the truth, this place is 1,000 times worse than your farm." Mr. Devering was not offended. With a glance of unspeakable love and sympathy, he laid a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Watch Lammy. He's probably coming up to the barn thinking he has to sleep all night with his lonely little head in a corner." Poor Lammy New was turning round, and quite unaware of his good master so near at hand, was wearily plodding up the hill. He went over everything. He was too tired to go round, and he breasted weed patches and climbed over the heaps of rocks left by men in clearing the fields. He had the waning courage of a little creature whose heart has all gone out of him. "Won't my young ones feast him tonight?" said Mr. Devering. "Won't he get a brimming pail of milk from our good cook?" Dallas's face beamed. He and Mr. Devering were both intent on the lamb, but I, with my lower animal instinct, was terribly uneasy. The cool north wind brought us a wild, gamey smell. Something lurked and crouched in that dreadful little hollow where the spruces grew so thickly. I could not see it, but I felt it. It was not a bear. It was something long and slinking. I was nearly crazy. Ponies and horses rarely cry out. They die without a sound. But we Shetlands are more like dogs than ponies, and I am more dog-like than most Shetlands. For from the time I was a baby foal, I have been like a brother to various human beings. So now, just because I knew it would pain my nice lad to see the lamb injured, I resolved to warn poor Lammy New. To get to the barn, he had to pass the orchard, and to reach the orchard, he had to skirt the spruce thicket where the wild creature waited for him. I gave the loud, shrill alarm snort of a wild pony, just as the dark streak took the form of a long, lean wolf, who sprang with a sideways leap from the shelter of the spruces and caught one of the hind legs of the unsuspecting lamb. Mr. Devering was a pretty clever man. He flashed one swift glance at my trembling form, then he gave the biggest yell I ever heard from human lips, and started leaping down the hill so violently that if the wolf had been as slow as some animals, Mr. Devering would have landed on his back. However, I have heard hunters say that the wolf is the cutest animal that roams the woods, cuter even than the fox. This fellow just had time for one crunching bite, then he was away like a shot. Now that the lamb was all right, I turned my attention to my young master. Wasn't I sorry for him? I guessed that he had known nothing very much wilder than the peaceful stretches of Boston Common, and to come to this. He was in a pitiable state of fright, and unable to plan for himself, he started to do as his captain had done, namely, run down the hill. However, he didn't go very far. The ugly old house leering at him with its open doorway tempted him, and he whipped in. Of course I whipped in after him, for my place was with my master. I wasn't afraid of the wolf, for I knew there was no wolf there. He was legging it for home, the most surprised animal in the Highlands of Ontario. My boy skipped past the dead porcupine and the broken chairs and dishes, and threw himself flat against the mildewed wall that he would have shrunk from had not his eyes been blinded by fear. I nuzzled his neck with my soft lips. It was dreadful to see a boy suffer so much, and reaching out a hand, he laid it gropingly on my head. After he had gasped for a few seconds like a dying fish, he dragged himself to one of the broken windows. Down there on the grass, Mr. Devering was bending over the lamb. No wolf was in sight, and my young lad pulled himself together and cried in a relieved voice, "Come on, babe." Then he tore out of the house and down the hill. When we got to Mr. Devering, we saw that he had an open first aid kit on the grass beside him, and he was unwinding a roll of bandage. "Is Lammy much hurt?" asked Dallas miserably. "One nip, hind leg. It isn't bad. It'll take a few stitches. Hold his head and shoulders, will you?" End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ritu, Canada. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 5, A Coward Stands Alone. Lammy's leg was soon bound up, and Mr. Devering said to Dallas, "Do you know that verse in the Bible? The sheep follow him, for they know his voice, and a stranger will they not follow, but will flee from him, for they know not the voice of strangers?" "Yes, Captain. Margie has read it to me." "Well, we're going to start now, so you please stand back a bit. Lammy is eyeing you as if he thought you were another wolf. But why are you hanging your young head?" "I am a coward," said the boy brokenly. "In what way?" "I ran into the house when I saw the wolf." "Were you afraid?" "I was, sir." "That the wolf would attack you?" "Yes." "Suppose he had attacked me, would you have come out to help me?" "I don't know, sir, but I hope so." "You're not sure?" "No, sir." "And we're pals," said Mr. Devering. "I could have staked my worldly all on your standing by me. One can never tell." He looked thoughtfully down at the grass
and the poor lamb, standing on 3 legs, stared patiently up at him. Mr. Devering had forgotten him for the minute. The boy's wound was of more importance than the lamb's. "What kind of wolves have you read about?" he asked presently. "Fierce, wild wolves like the Russian ones who pursued the sledge, and the servant threw himself out to save his master." Mr. Devering said nothing. He just stared, and Dallas began to howl just like a human wolf. "Oh, I feel yellow. I should have stood by you." Then he flung himself on the grass and began to kick and bite. This was temper, poor lad. He had been so proud of himself with his boasting about what he would do if a wild animal appeared, and when it did come, he had scuttled to the nearest shelter. Mr. Devering came and stood over him. The boy was just raging now and snapping out words. "I didn't think I'd run. I thought I'd make a stand. I didn't know I was a quitter. Did you ever see a wild animal before outside a zoo?" Mr. Devering bawled at him, for the boy was making so much noise that an ordinary voice would not have pierced his ears. "No, I never did. I wasn't on to him. I am not acquainted with wolves and bears. I hate this place. I want to go back to my father and Margie and John." Mr. Devering spoke to me in a low voice as I stood gazing regretfully at my undignified young master. "A good time for a sermon, Prince Fetlar, but it will keep. Come on, Lammy." And turning to the suffering animal, he walked slowly toward the trail, the lamb limping after him. Of course I stayed by our angry young lad, and presently getting over his temper, he lifted his swollen face. He was alone with me, and the wolf might still be lurking in the spruces. So he thought, and didn't he jump up and go stumbling over the grass, slipping, falling, getting up again, dashing the tears from his eyes, and muttering to himself. But soon a very cheerful sound from far ahead floated back to him. Ah, that was one of the songs we used to hear in our own dear country when our boys went marching away to war. "Put all your troubles in your old kit bag and smile, smile, smile." Certain tones in the man's hearty voice reminded me of the boy's sweet notes, and wasn't there a queer suggestion of each other when I stood near them? We Shetland ponies, as I have said before, are very close to human beings, for our ancestors were literally brought up with the children in the crofters' huts, and my mother has often told me that her mother had many a lick at the family platter, and many a time her soft muzzle was buried in the children's necks. I had it. The man was some relation to the boy. That explained the man's patient interest in him, and the fascination that the man had for the boy. Blood is thicker than water every time. I was very pleased with myself. Now I would have to find out the exact relationship. That would be something to amuse me in these solitudes, and I pressed closer to my young master so that he might steady himself by laying a hand on my neck. "Gee whiz," he exclaimed with a sob, "if Captain isn't carrying that beast." Sure enough, the good shepherd, singing so easily in front of us and stepping so firmly over the trail in his big leather hunting boots, had both hands up to his shoulders. Lammy Nu lay across his back like a pillow, his head wig-wagging, his manner content. He wasn't afraid. I suspected that he had been carried that way before. "Captain," cried Dallas anxiously as he ran after him, "I'm here." Mr. Devering stopped singing. "All right," he called. "I'm glad to hear you." "You can't see me," said the boy, very anxious to make conversation, "but I'm here all the same." "Good for you, sub. We'll have a fine appetite for our supper." "You don't dine in the evening then," said Dallas agreeably. "No, sir. Country hours. Dine at 12 p.m. No afternoon tea except on occasions. Supper at 6. "I like those hours for the country," said Dallas. As he spoke, a last sob broke his voice. "Captain," he called out, "will you tell your kids that I ran from the wolf?" "Certainly not," said Mr. Devering in tones of surprise. "Aren't we pals?" Dallas winced terribly at this. "I'm going to tell them myself," he said. "I've got to rub it in, or maybe I'll do it again. My father hates cowards. He'd kill me if he thought I'd grow up to be a white hart." "I'd scarcely go as far as that," said Mr. Devering with his jolly laugh. "You take things hard, boy." "Was that wolf a dangerous beast?" asked Dallas sharply. Not at all. He'd have run like a deer if he'd scented us. The wind was off the lake. But I didn't know that, cried the boy. Mr. Devering said nothing. He just stalked on with the lamb. Young Dallas's shoulders drooped sadly. If he had been a wild wolf, he said at last, he might have attacked you, and there was I safe in the house. Mr. Devering stopped in his tracks, slid the lamb to a bed of moss, and said, "Let's rest a bit." I knew he had paused to have a chat with the boy and ease his aching young heart. He was certainly a man who remembered that he had been a boy himself, and that the sorrows of youth are as painful as they are brief. When they were seated quietly side by side on a log, while Lammy Noo reached out for some stray sickly blades of grass that were just begging him to eat them and put them out of their misery, Mr. Devering said quite decidedly, "My lad, I know your ancestry. If any real danger should threaten me, you would rush to my rescue." Such a wave of relief swept over Dallas's face. "How do you know? Oh, how do you know?" he cried sharply. "Because the Duffs and the Deverings have never bred a coward." "The Duffs and the Deverings?" repeated the boy slowly. "My father is a Duff, but was my mother a Devering?" The big man bit his lip. "There, I've let that family cat out of the bag. That splendid man your dad did not wish you to know till later, but I who hate mysteries about family affairs am glad Pussy jumped out." "But my mother's name was not Devering," said Dallas. "Yes, it was, my boy. She was adopted in early life by our aunt Mrs. Beverly Ronald, who gave her her own name." "And what relation are you to me?" asked Dallas, springing to his feet. "I'm your uncle." "My mother's brother?" "Her only brother." "And I thought I had no relatives." The boy was in an ecstasy. He stood with eyes fixed on his new relative, his face going from red to white like a girl's. Then in a trice he had his arms round the neck of his good uncle and was hugging him warmly. "I love you, I love you," he cried. "And I love you, my boy," said the man simply. "I feel weak like that lamb," said Dallas, and his arms slipped down from the man's shoulders and he reseated himself on the log close to his side. "I want something strong to hold on to." Mr. Devering threw an impatient glance in the direction of Boston, and I knew that he was blessing the splendid but peculiar man, the boy's father. Aloud he said, "Let us change the subject. I want to tell you a story about General Wolfe." The boy was gazing deep into the wood interior, his eyes vacant and dreamy. With an effort he turned around and said softly, "Uncle, that is even better than Captain." "Uncle, I never had one before." "Well, you'll never be without one now," remarked Mr. Devering. Then he said again quite patiently, "Wolfe, the conqueror of Quebec." "The conqueror of Quebec," repeated young Dallas like a parrot. "This story is little known, but it is true," said Mr. Devering. "Now pull yourself together, boy. Imagine a dinner table, seated at it William Pitt, Lord Temple, and General Wolfe. The next morning Wolfe was to sail from England for Canada. Pitt's eyes were on him. How was this young general going to acquit himself? Suddenly, to his dismay, Wolfe got up, began to strut about the room, drew his sword, struck the table with it, and boasted about what this good sword was to do in Canada. The two ministers were aghast, and when Wolfe's carriage was announced and he left the room, Pitt threw up his hands and said, "To think that the fate of my country is in such hands." My young master was still in his beautiful dream cloud about this nice man being his uncle, but he came out of it long enough to say quite calmly, and with no bitterness now, "Wolfe was like me," he boasted. "Don't you wish to know why he acted so strangely?" "Yes, uncle." "He was timid and nervous, and very often he acted in a way contrary to his real nature." "You're trying to smooth things over for me," said Dallas sweetly, "but you do it because I'm your nephew. You can't fool me. Please tell me another story about Wolfe. He's one of my heroes." Mr. Devering was shaking with inward laughter. However, he subdued it, for boys don't like to be laughed at, and went on. "The Duke of Newcastle told George III that Pitt's new General Wolfe was a mad fool, and the old king said, 'If he is mad, I hope he will bite some of my generals.'" Dallas smiled absently. Then he said, We're sort of mixed up when we are young, aren't we? Tadpoles, my boy, tadpoles. You don't know how you'll turn out. But young people mature. Think of Wolf banging the dining table with his sword, then turning into the sensitive young man of such deep feeling who recited to his officers, "The paths of glory lead but to the grave." And then, cried Dallas, suddenly waking up, Wolf was the brave officer leading the attack on the enemy, wrapping his handkerchief around his wounded wrist and faithful to his motto. While a man is able to do his duty and to stand and hold his arms, it is infamous to retire. What is infamous, my uncle? Odious, detestable. Well, Wolf was almost too brave, for his bright uniform made him a target for the sharpshooters who finally got him. I know the rest, said Dallas excitedly. I remember it in my Canadian history. Support me, cried Wolf. My brave soldiers must not see me fall. Then they laid him on the grass in a hollow, but he said, I am done for. Those supporting him thought he was unconscious, but when they cried out, they run, Wolf asked, Who run? The enemy, said his soldiers. They give way everywhere. Then he turned on his side, murmured, God be praised, I die happy, and expired. Ah, sir, Wolf stuck to his guns. I did not. Mr. Devering just roared with laughter. You can't forget that, sub. Well, remember too that you're at the period of beating the dining table. Come on, I want to get home. And shouldering Lammy, he began to tramp along the trail, whistling. When I was young, I went astray, went astray, went astray. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar. The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aarcee. Bonnie Prince Fetlar. The Story of a Pony and His Friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 6 The Beloved Liar. When we got near the house, we heard the supper horn sounding cheerily in our direction. Mr. Devering strode along more quickly than ever in the lovely late afternoon sunshine. And when we reached the snake fence, he leaned over and put Lammy New on his own hoofs. Then he and Dallas just howled with laughter. Wasn't that sick lamb legging it for one of the back doors of the house? I found out later that it was the woodshed door. He had seen a young Japanese come and look out and then disappear. Benji gives Lammy New warm milk every night, said Mr. Devering. Come and see him. In a few seconds, we two were at the woodshed door. Lammy New had gone through to the kitchen and stood by the big stove bleating pitifully and occasionally batting the good Benji, who was as patient as a lamb himself. I had often seen Japanese servants before, but this one was particularly clean and intelligent, and I heard Mr. Devering tell Dallas in an undertone that he was a young man of good family, assistant editor of a Japanese newspaper, and had to come to Canada to perfect his English. He was trying to pour some milk from a pail into the pot on the stove, but the lamb batted him so violently and persistently that he kept spilling the milk. May I request you, honorable sir, he said to Mr. Devering, to remove this quadruped for a season. Mr. Devering soon made Lammy New come back to the woodshed and closed the door on him. Lammy immediately ran round to another door on the other side of the house. Bingy smiled amiably and said, "Let him remain, I beg. His portion is about complete. He will then follow me. He is strangely fastidious about the warmness of it." 2 minutes later, the Jap, ardently pursued by the lamb, had carried a huge pan of milk outside. Young Dallas' eyes grew big as he watched the hungry lamb sucking greedily at the milk and bobbing his funny tail with each mouthful. When the young animal drew back at last with a satisfied air, some hens who had been waiting politely came forward, and leaning far over, dipped their beaks in the pan to drink up Lammy Noo's leavings. "Those hens," said Bingy amiably, "never forget their habitude of milk waiting and afterward drinking." Just like us, said Mr. Devering. "Don't we all run when the bugle or horn blows for meals? But we must go get ready for supper, nephew." And he took my young master away from me. To my delight, no one had said, "Go to your stable." So I made a discreet circle of the house, which was pretty well spread out over the ground instead of being built away up in the air. I glanced in the different windows to see which ones belonged to the lad I was beginning to love so much. I counted 4 boys and 2 girls, brushing, washing, and taking off their overalls in 6 different rooms. How nice for them each to have a place. Even an animal likes to have a corner of his very own. They all called out a greeting to me, but I did not linger with any of them, as I wished to find my own boy. He had a dear little room on the side of the house, looking toward the barnyard and outbuildings. I was glad to see that, for I could watch his light at night. "Hello, babe," he said. "I wish you were a ballet, or John, or Margie." And his eyes went to his big wardrobe trunk, standing open against the wall. "I haven't time to unpack now. I'll just give my hands and face a lick and a promise." And he kept up to a wash basin and turned on the water. "Gee," he exclaimed, "hot and cold water in the wilderness. Some from this, Prince Fetlar." Then, after giving his young Paul a good rubbing down with 2 military brushes that he took out of a handbag, he turned to the door, where someone was knocking. "Come in, please." Mr. Devering stood in the hall, and putting a hand on his nephew's shoulder, he came right across the room, with him and out through the open French window, smiling at me as I bolted away under some syringa bushes. The dining place was not in the house, but out on one of the wide verandas. A long table was set with plates for 9 people, and wishing to see what went on at it, I crept quietly around to the back of a clump of lilacs, while my young master was being shown round the garden. "Well, If here isn't another beggar for crumbs, chattered an impudent little voice near me. And looking round, I saw a chipmunk sitting on a sundial and wishing his face and paws for supper. "Don't be afraid," I said mildly. "I am no beggar. I am here because I love to watch human beings when they eat. I belong to the new boy, and I beg that you will not call attention to me by any unnecessary chattering." "All right," he said, winking a beautiful brown eye at me. "If you'll promise not to tease for scraps from the table. There are too many of us now. I'm always hungry, and there are about a dozen jankos, from hermit thrushes, a blue jay, a tame raccoon, a white rabbit, the cat, and about a score of other creatures. We're the steadiest, but there are lots of chancers." "What do you mean by chancers?" "Ones who happen along like that Plymouth Rock hen there, sneaking down from the hen houses. She knows she's not allowed here, but to come back to you. Of course, you won't hurt any of us." "Hurt you, my dear chipmunk?" I replied. "I believe in the rights of all creatures, even dear mice. I have an arrangement with 2 already. That day may come in my stable. But if they bring any more in, or if they run over my food, I'll drive them out." "You drive a mouse?" he said. "A clumsy thing like you couldn't do it." "Couldn't I?" I remarked sarcastically. "How would you do it?" he asked. "Quickly, my friend. You ought to see the fancy play of my hoofs." "You think you're very smart," he said, and he hobbled slowly away to the veranda where he could be nearer a table. I looked after him, wondering what was the matter with his paws, and reflecting that although I don't dislike chipmunks, I find them very disrespectful. Such a darling little janko called to me with his sharp kissing note. He was in the lilacs over me, and he had been watching the chipmunk. "Chew, chew, Pony," he went on. "Supper's ready. I'm glad, aren't you?" I stared up at him and said, "Janko with the gray head and white-tailed feathers, I like you." "And I'll like you," he returned, "if you'll not get between me and the supper table. I'm hungry." "What's wrong with that chipmunk's feet?" I asked the janko. He was a performing squirrel in a show. They used to make him dance by turning on a glass flame under his cage. "Why didn't he cling to the bars?" I asked. "They were charged with electricity. Though I am only a country bird, I have heard how cruelly animals are treated in cities." "How did the chipmunk get here?" I inquired. "Mr. Devering was at the show and rescued him. He had the showman fined heavily. But, Pony, here comes the human mother bird." Such a fine matronly young woman with a grave sweet face was coming out of the house. Her hands were full of wild roses that she put in a bowl of water on the table. "Good gracious," I said to the janko, "what is that furry brown creature curled up and clinging to the skirt of her gown?" "That is Black Paws, the raccoon. He is a great pet of his house mother's mother, a wee old lady who comes here in summer. When Grammy is not here, He follows her daughter about and slides along the floor, holding on to her dress. Mrs. Devering must be a very kind lady, I said. That fat raccoon is heavy. She is very patient with him, but see now she is shaking him off. Go away, Black Paws, the lady was saying. You tire me. Here, take this piece of cake. And she went to a side table. To my great amusement, the stout-bodied little creature with the funny black patches on his face held up his 4 paws, took the cake, and when her back was turned, began to wash it in one of the glasses of water on the table. He's the cleanest animal on the place, said the Janko. He nearly washes his food away. If I had had that piece of cake, I said, I should have eaten the icing instead of leaving it in the water. Janko is this young-looking woman, the mother of all those children. Yes, yes, and a good one too. But she looks so young, Janko. Northland air is good for human beings and good for animals. Look at her skin, just like a cherry. I could bite it. Chew, chew. Oh, where is my mate? My mate? She's late. She's late. Supper's ready. Chew, chew. Here I be, dearie, dearie. And we heard another sweet twittering trill, and there was Mrs. Janko coming like the wind. Oh, my dearie, dearie, he said, and putting their heads close together, they sat talking in low-bird notes in such a comfortable way that it made me feel quite lonely. I turned my head away and saw 2 little gliding creatures sleeping under the veranda steps. Hello, I said. Do I see snakes? Yes, said someone in a whisper close to me, and lowering my head, I saw the Plymouth Rock hen right by my hoofs. Aren't those snakes cute? She said. I love to see them, darting their heads out and in. They're the children's pets and are waiting for worms. Pony boy, don't call attention to me. Being gray, I don't show up much. I'm the biggest girl's pet, and she is the only one that knows I'm here. By and by she'll sneak me a bit of something. I'm not afraid of your hoofs. I'm very light on my feet. Yes, and light in the head too, said a contemptuous voice, and glancing up, we saw a blue jay sitting solitary and looking rather ugly on a bough just near us. Nobody loves a jay, said Biddy in a hoarse whisper. What about those eggs you broke yesterday? The master of the house will shoot you if he sees you. Hold your tongue, said the jay impudently, and Biddy, turning away from him, said to me, You know ponies are not allowed down here at meal times. You'd better back up a bit. Get your head behind those long purple blossoms. Now, you won't show so much. We were talking about snakes. Those 2 pets belong to the younger of the 2 girls, and she keeps a warm pit for them. She buries bones and meals, and these 2 come here every night for their after-dinner feed. If you want to see the lightning, just watch their tongues when they take the worms. Biddy, I said, I'll keep my eye on them, but I must watch my younger master, who is coming to the table. I saw him walking about the garden. She said, with the big master. Pony, I like your boy. Mr. Devering was guiding Dallas to the table. My wife, he said to the boy. Then he said to her, Breda, may I commend another young thing to your care? He did not mention Dallas' name, but Mrs. Devering pronounced it very nicely when she took the boy's hand and gave him a long look. And what do you think of your new aunt? Asked Mr. Devering jokingly. She seems very young, said the boy slowly. Margie is old. Such a look of compassion came over the lady's face. I am very glad to be your aunt, she said softly. Dallas, with a gentle gesture, took the hand that was hanging by her side and raised it to his lips. She blushed with pleasure at this grown-up caress, and taking a rose from the bowl, she fastened it in the lapel of the boy's coat. Pretty, pretty, I heard the Janko said. Very kind, observed Biddy, and then the whole family of boys and girls came trooping to the veranda. Family, said Mrs. Devering, come here and be introduced. I could see that their names made no impression on my young master. He was staring at their faces. These were his cousins, his real cousins, though they did not know it, and in spite of the cool wind blowing, a line of perspiration sprang to his upper lip. Would they like him? Oh, would they like him? They all looked very smart, the girls in thick white dresses, the boys in navy blue belted cloth suits, like that of my young master. There was a family resemblance. I could see it, though these children were robust and rollicking, while my young master was refined and delicate in appearance. Their table manners were very good, but they were so full of life that they had hard work to keep still. It was a charming sight to see this happy, clean, and well-bred family sitting at this long table with no walls between them and the lovely lake that was shining and beautiful, and the sides of the big silver soup tureen from which Mrs. Devering was ladling a delicious dark liquid that smelt like beans. I thought the Devering supper table was like a dinner table, until I saw what a wonderful lot of things they gave those happy children to eat in the middle of the day. The soup course did not interest the creatures on the second table. Not a bird peeped or stirred, except to glare at the big white rabbit, who came loping easily down the hill from the wood, and went noiselessly under the veranda. Old Muffy, whispered Biddy hoarsely. He has a bottomless appetite. We hate to see him come. There are the robins. They're late too. 4 plump, fat birds had just settled themselves over us with much shaking of wings and flirting of tails, though they did not speak. I looked back at the table. Everybody had finished their soup, and to my surprise, the eldest girl, who had heavy black hair and a straight nose like her mother's, got up and, piling all the empty soup plates on a cheap wagon, rolled them along the veranda toward the kitchen. On the way, Benji crossed her with a big roast of cold lamb on a platter. Now there was a faint murmuring sound about me, and one of the boys called out, "Wait, robin babies, your turn will quickly come." "That boy," said Biddy, who had asked permission to fly up to my back in order to get a better view of the table. "That nice boy makes a specialty of robins, and often brings them up by hand when the parents are killed. This is a not very good warm country, as the soil is stony, so he buys worms from his sister's pit and makes warm hash." "Warm hash," I repeated. "I never heard of such a thing." "He never loses a young robin from crop trouble," said Biddy, "though they sometimes bathe themselves to death. Being great water lovers, he makes his hash of worms, bread, oatmeal, and a few drops of milk. If he can get worms, he takes raw meat, but when his robins are grown, they eat almost anything. Hush, don't cackle nor cluck. Here comes something for me." "I'm not likely to do either," I said. Then I eyed the black-haired girl who, before taking her seat at the table, had made a detour and with her left hand tossed Biddy a morsel of something. "She sneaked that from the cake course," gurgled the hen from my back. "My, how good it tastes! It's raspberry shortcake. That Jap certainly knows how to cook. I hope I'll get something more." I paid little attention to Biddy, for I was eyeing Mr. Devering and grieving over something he had just said. "This is lamb, my boy. We are as bad as the wolf." The nice man was biting his lip now. He remembered how terribly my young master had felt about his cowardice. But who can recall the spoken word? Dallas was in a fine state of nerves. He had been so happy in coming to his own and last by being one of an interesting group of boys and girls. Now the charm was broken. He grew red and fussed about his seat, his appetite all gone. The children were all speaking at once. "Wolf! What wolf, Dad?" Mr. Devering struggled with the joint for a few seconds. Then he said shortly, "Up Deer Trail." "What were you up there for, Dad? Is that where you went with Dallas? I wish you'd taken us. We love that trail." More questions and more remarks were showered upon the poor man, but he went on carving silently. My young master, instead of leaving matters to his clever man, was unfortunate enough to open his young mouth and put his foot in it. To please these dear cousins was his burning desire. Therefore, he thought he must create a sensation. So, with a heightened color, he announced solemnly, "We were after the lamb." Mr. Devering rolled his eyes at him, but said nothing, while the children just shrieked. "Not Lammy Nu! He isn't alive, is he, Dad? You said he must be dead." Sit down, children," said Mrs. Devering in a quiet voice. "Not another word, please, from anybody till every boy and girl is seated." The children were on fire. Their eyes flashed, their tongues were going, but they obeyed their mother. Biddy, not liking my slippery back, had shifted her position to a stick laid crosswise in the lilacs, and she clucked in my ear. Those children love their pets. They hate to see us go to the goodbye house. Struck by the name, I asked, "What is that?" "It's the place where hens walk in after tidbits in somebody's hand and never walk out again. Nothing hurts them. They just stop eating and go to another poultry yard." I thought this over a minute. Probably the Deverings had some very merciful way of killing their stock. Then I listened to Mrs. Devering, who was saying, "Is everybody still? Now you may go on, Dallas." However, Mr. Devering interrupted. "There's nothing much to tell. We found your lammy new, Burns, and he is at present in the woodshed in his usual sleeping place." Another rain of questions fell on his devoted head. Where had he found lammy new? Was he hungry? Why had he left the ship? "There you have me," said Mr. Devering with a shrug of his broad shoulders. "Why do human lambs and sheep and goats and kids do the queer things they do? He's home anyway. Mother, what have you been doing this afternoon?" The children turned to Dallas. They didn't wish to talk about anything but the lamb, and my young master, whose cheeks had been getting redder and redder, and whose eyes had been devouring the faces of these lively children, burst now into a flood of talk. Oh, how he wanted to impress them, and he certainly did. Their dad was a second David. He had cocked up a stick and half killed a wolf and wrenched his jaws from the trembling lamb. He, Dallas, had stood back in wonder at such heroism. I saw the children's faces falling, while these fiery words just flew from between my young master's thin, beautiful lips. What fairy tale was this, and what kind of a boy was this pale city lad? "At last!" cried Dallas. "The wolf ran away like a whipped cur." Oh, how I wanted to help my young master, and thrusting my head out from my hiding place, I neighed shrilly. This brought young Dallas down from his high horse, and he stopped short, grew terribly pale, and his eyes ceased flashing and became dull. He hadn't been lying as some children lie. He was a dreamer, and he really thought that what he was relating had taken place. He was trying to glorify this wonderful new relative of his, this dear, strong uncle. However, the children didn't understand this, and while the older ones were politely silent, the smallest boy of all piped up sweetly, while he pointed his cruel little fork at Dallas. "Wolves don't bite peoples. They run." Dallas, trembling on the edge of his chair, let his eyes run up and down the row of faces. Mr. and Mrs. Devering understood, and were sorry for him. The children did not understand, and had him branded as a liar. His self-control was just giving way, when his uncle said kindly, "Look at that pony of yours, almost on the table. Suppose you take him up to his own quarters." Wasn't my young master grateful? He sprang up and went like a shot to my log cabin, I trotting after him. I imagined the grown people trying to keep the children from laughing at this queer way of taking a pony to a stable. Then I forgot them all in my interest in my dear young master. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of a pony and his friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aarcee. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of a pony and his friends, by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 7. Prize Pigs and Their Dog Friends. He was sobbing his young soul out on a heap of straw. Oh, pony, pony, what a fool I am! My head was going round and round. What did I say? What an awful day! I wish I were dead. I had heard boys say this before, so I rubbed his shoulder consolingly with my soft lips. He was my own little master, even if he did lie. But for his own sake, I hoped he would learn to tell the truth at all times. Suddenly, he sprang up. I've got to go back. I've got to face them. It's worse than the wolf. Where's my handkerchief? I've lost it. And he sniffed and snuffled and dried his face on my mane and with his coat sleeve. Then he started on a funeral march to the house. Knowing that I was supposed to be tied up, I kept at a discreet distance from him and skulked behind shrubs until I reached my old hiding place under the lilacs. Dinner was over now, and the pets were having their good time. The 4 fat young robins stood demurely round a plate of food on the lawn, stuffing themselves and looking thankfully up toward the blue sky, while their feathery vests swelled out more and more. Biddy was gorging herself behind a tree trunk. The juncos and thrushes were eating seeds and cake crumbs scattered over the lawn, while the rabbit, with a blond air, surveyed the pleasant scenery and regaled himself on juicy lettuce leaves. The younger girl was bending affectionately over her pet garter snakes, whose names I found out were Squamata and Flush in the Pan. The raccoon was under Mrs. Devering's chair and occasionally stuck out his black paws for tidbits that she handed to him. Mr. Devering had moved to his wife's end of the table and was drinking coffee with her. She motioned to Dallas to come beside her, and there was a plate of shortcake for him. "Will you have some milk?" she asked, laying her hand on a pitcher. "We don't give our young people coffee here." The boy was feverish and drank 3 glasses. He was very happy to be with the grown people, and kept rolling his eyes doubtfully at the children. The eldest girl was trundling the tea wagon back and forth to the kitchen, occasionally speaking impatiently to the chipmunk, who would get in her way. "Chippy sore feet," she said. "Your pouches are packed. Get out of this, or I shall step on you." Chippy chattered angrily, but went away. "You little miser," she called after him. "Here it is only July, and you have enough winter stuff buried for 10 chipmunks." He gave her an angry glance, and went to unload his booty in some safe hiding place. When the table was all cleared, the black-haired girl, who had been eyeing Dallas with much curiosity and a kind of serious interest, came to her father and said, "Mother thinks our guest would like to be shown round the place." "With all respect for your mother's wishes," said Mr. Devering, "I think Dallas had better go to bed. He's fogged out. That's why he told you all that fairy tale about me and the wolf." The girl still stood, and Dallas said eagerly, "I am not too tired. I should love to go." Poor lad! He did not want to go. He would rather have stayed with his uncle and aunt. But he did not want to hurt the girl's feelings. I followed the two as they went along the veranda and listened to the girl who was saying, "Let's call on Laminu first. I had to finish my work, so I haven't seen him." The lamp was reclining on a bed of straw in the woodshed with the air of a patient young prince. The whole troop of children had joined us, and what pet names they did shower on the happy animal. He was Angel Darling, and Lovely Dear, and Beauty Lamp, and he took all their praise quite calmly, as if it were his due. The black-haired girl touched his bandaged leg with gentle fingers, but said nothing. She was much quieter than the others, though she could yell too, at times, as I soon found out. The younger children were calling the wolf all manner of names, when suddenly the biggest boy of all turned on his heel and said, "Ah, hush up. He wants to know how you enjoyed your dinner tonight." "We'll never eat Laminu," said the younger girl indignantly. "Dad says so." "Does the lamb always sleep here?" Dallas asked the black-haired girl. "Yes, his mother was a pet before him, and this was her bed place. I'm sorry the bears got her." And the girl looked very sad. "What's the black stuff hanging under his chin?" asked Dallas. "It looks like beads." "I must shave him again," said the girl soberly. "It's clotted milk on his wool. He sticks his head down in the pail to drink, and his wool gets messed up with the milk, and then he lies down on the earth, and it turns black. He's a great little boy to eat lying down. Aren't you, Laminu?" And she patted him. The lamb winked at me. I was quite surprised, for I had fancied him rather stupid-looking. I should have known better. Any living thing has some brains. Having finished with the lamp, the children gathered round me. My head, neck, throat, withers, chest, shoulders, knees, legs, feet, body, and tail all came under discussion. They knew, the clever young ones, that a pony's points, like a child's points, should harmonize. Even the baby lifted one of my 4 feet and peered at it knowingly, saying as he did so, "Heels open, frogs sound." After they took me to pieces, they put me together again by making me walk, trot, and gallop. Then they pronounced me a well-shaped pony, but my chest was a trifle too wide, and my fetlocks were too small, However, my action was fine. Then each one of them took me for a ride, but such a short one that I wondered until I remembered that their father had said they had ponies of their own, so I was no treat to them. The black-haired girl was the only one who did not mount me, and as she stood a little aside, Dallas said to her, "I wish you would tell me your names again. Not one of them has stuck in my memory." "We're all named from Canadian history. I'm Jean Mance." "I've never heard of her," said Dallas. "Of course not, being an American," said the eldest boy so patronizingly that I saw my young master wince. I foresaw that this boy, who was a big, sturdy fellow with a round bull-like head, would probably get on young Dallas' nerves. "The real Jean," the girl went on, "was born in France in 1606. French people loved Canada then as now. She sailed for Quebec and spent her life in taking care of sick Indians and whites. And she died in the odor of sanctity," broke in the bull-headed boy. "But this one is nicknamed Cassowary, and will probably be hanged." "Why Cassowary?" asked Dallas. "Don't you know about the great big Cassowary in Timbuktu," said the lad, "who ate up the missionary and his hymn book too?" "Never heard of him," said Dallas. "There are lots of things I don't know." Poor little master. He felt very humble that beautiful July evening. Jean laid her hand on the big boy's shoulder. "This is Tecumseh Hallowell Devering, and he is 14 years old. By the way, how old are you, Dallas?" 13. "Just my age," she said. "I know who Tecumseh was," said Dallas. "He was an Indian brave who fought against us Americans, and you British made him a brigadier general." "That's so," said the big boy, his rather small eyes flashing. "And my nickname is Big Chief." Dallas shrugged his shoulders. He didn't like Big Chief. The younger children were howling with laughter. Here were two boys barely introduced, and one of them was glowering at the other. "All dressed up and no one to fight," giggled the merry-eyed younger girl. Big Chief scuffed his way behind the circle of children, and Jean, or Cassowary as they called her, drew merry eyes to the front. "This is Marguerite Bourgeois Devering, and she is 11 and a half, and is named for a young French girl who came to New France, built schools, cared for the sick, and was called Sister Bourgeois. Now she ought to have a nice pet name," said Dallas, smiling at the cheerful little girl. "She has. She's called Davy, 'cause most people think doves are so dear. But we know they're the worst fighters in the lot, don't we, Davy?" And Cassowary shook her sturdy young sister, who gave her a good thump on the back. "Look at that," said Cassowary. "See her fists? She's just like a boy. Sleeping dog, come here." A fine upstanding boy with dark hair was trying to slip out of sight, but his elder sister dragged him forward. Samuel the Champlain, she said, also nicknamed Champ. He's 11 and a half too, 'cause he's Davy's twin. I know the Champlain, said Dallas. We have a lake named for him. Why is this brother called Sleeping Dog? 'Cause it's hard to arouse him, said Cassowary. His eyes look sleepy, but they have a trick of lighting up, and when they do, look out. So she's a fighter too, said Dallas politely. Rather, but luckily for us, he unusually takes it out with the gloves. He's the only one in the family that Dad can get to box with any of the boys round here. Champ made a quiet but very comical face at her, then cocked the smaller boy by the shoulder and swung him forward. James Wolfe, said Cassowary, 10 years old and known as Soldier. Tension Soldier, hands out of packets. Mother's going to sew them up, eyes front. Dallas blushed. The name called back his wolf adventure. Then he roared with laughter, for the freckled-faced, fat, pudgy little boy known as Soldier was doing a goose step toward the flower beds. And last but not least, said Cassowary, is dear baby John Graves Simcoe, who already has shown himself rather snobbish and is called Little Bigwig. Dallas looked admiringly at the beautiful child, who was blue-eyed, golden-haired, and as straight as a reed. He promised to be graceful and slender like my young master. And Dallas impulsively stretched out a hand, which the pretty young creature took and pressed between his own like the little gentleman he was. Would like to ride your pony, he said. Big with ponies, very underbred. You shall, said Dallas heartily. Then he turned to Cassowary. A fellow would want a double-barreled memory to keep all your names straight. Let's see if I can rattle them off. Cassowary, Big Chief, Champ or Sleeping Dog, Davy, Soldier, Little Bigwig. Good, cried Cassowary. Now you'll know what to call us. Only Dad and Mother use our real names, and even they forget sometimes. Now, what shall we call you? Dallas is too grand. My young master pressed his lips together. He wanted to tell them that he was their cousin, but he felt that he did not dare to spring another sensation on them. They might not believe him. They would think he was crying wolf again. Call him stranger, said Davy, 'cause he's new. Now, that isn't polite, said Cassowary. Name him something friendly. Her brothers suggested different names. Neighbor, visitor, cranny, chum, pal, mate, all but Big Chief, who stood aside, smiling wickedly. Finally, he shouted, Let him swap nicknames with Sleeping Dog. Only Cassowary and Dallas saw the point of this cruel joke. My young master became so red that he was almost purple. What lively blood he had, that it could so quickly surge to his face. He felt already that I was his friend, through thick and thin, and turning his head to me, he muttered, Let sleeping dogs lie. These children, in spite of their politeness, had seized him up, judged him, and condemned him in spite of their father's apology for him to Cassowary. While they all stood staring at him, Cassowary did a very kind thing, as girls often do when boys have been unkind. She put her arm through Dallas and said, "Don't mind him. He's an awful tease. You'll get something on him some day. Come on and see the pigs. They're coming home to roost." This was such a queer statement that it distracted my young master's attention from himself. He gave a kind of stagger and went along with Cassowary. "We'll call Dallas cousin," she suddenly screamed at the top of her young lungs. "That will make him feel at home." As she said this, we were all, children and pony, sweeping over the lawn toward the road. Mr. Devering was walking in the rose garden with his wife. He heard Cassowary's cheerful yell, and he called, "Hooray! So you have found that out." They didn't hear him. The wild young creatures. Cassowary was the wildest of all, and a great runner. She just seemed to pick up her long legs and skim over the ground like her namesake. Who can outdistance a horse? He had a fine dash up the road in the direction of the head of the lake, and then they all came to stop. Not one winded but Dallas, who was breathing heavily. Coming from the north was a grunting drove of creatures, almost priceless Tamworth pigs. I saw they were, and in prime condition. This wild country seemed to agree with pigs as well as with human beings. A yellowish brown old fellow was leading them, and Cassowary said to Dallas, "Another introduction. Sir Veteran Vere de Vere, and Lady Annabella Vere de Vere, and all the little Vere de Vere piggy wiggies. Yellow boy, saffron, quince, crocus, jaundice, topaz, sulphur, London fog, sandy, amberine, tawny, and their cousins, and second cousins too numerous to mention. They salute our guest. Now watch Big Chief playing with them. They are his dearest pets." Big Chief was giving a series of peculiar howls, and every time he howled, the pig squealed and grunted. "What is he saying to them?" asked Dallas. "He talks so fast I can't understand." "He's telling them what lovely things they are going to have to eat. He'll soon have them dancing, tired as they are." "Are they performing pigs?" asked Dallas. "No, not really performing. We're not allowed to tease any animal by making it do unnatural tricks. They just do what they're inclined to. See, they're circling round him now, trying to find out what he's got in his pockets." "Latest dance!" yelled Big Chief. "Pig trot!" And he twisted and turned, and the pigs followed him and really seemed to be enjoying themselves, for he kept throwing them popcorn, ends of cake, and candy, and as he pranced he sung, "Golden dollars rolling down the road, roll, golden dollars roll." "That's his pig song," said Cassowary. "He made that himself. He's very proud of it. Oh, I say, didn't Amberine do a fine fancy step then? Threw out his hoofs just like a little man." Big Chief kept moving toward the children and me, and seeing that my young master was half afraid of this drove of lusty pigs, I went toward him so that he could get on my back if he wished. He understood, the clever lad, and looked at me wistfully. But alas, he did not know how to mount even a pony. Of course, I am nearly 12 hands high. I am not a tiny Shetland. The pigs were most crazy, and Big Chief delighted in exciting them still more. "Rewards!" he yelled. "Rewards for my pets! Do you suppose this is a free show?" And every child had to dig into his pockets to see whether there was anything to eat there. Soon the pigs were all round us. "Servette," said Cassowary, giving him a loving tap. "You're not much like the overgrown fellow that came in here 3 years ago. That doesn't believe in keeping creatures shut up." And soon fat old Servette had become quite slim, and my, couldn't he root? Now he's as strong as a moose. Come on, race me to the barn. And down the road they all went, children and pigs, young Dallas and I tagging after. As we whirled along the road, in front of the rose garden, Mr. Devering called out, "Where are the dogs?" And Cassowary stopped short. "Ah, my beloveds," she exclaimed, "I was forgetting them." I looked up the road, and there were 2 tired-looking collies logging along side by side, their heads down, their tails drooping. Cassowary held out her arms. "Did their tratties feel sore after guarding piggies all day? Come up to the house, and Benji will give us a food-reviving supper for dogums." She was down on her knees, caressing the 2 beautiful animals, who were responding somewhat wearily. Then she led them to the woodshed, where the cook handed her 2 bowls of soup, some bones and dog biscuits. When Laminu surveyed them benevolently, they ate and drank in a dainty, well-bred fashion. Then, without offering to lie down, turned their faces toward the barn. "Don't they sleep here?" asked Dallas. "Not much," said the girl. "Do you suppose anyone could win them away from their precious pigs? They were brought up with them. As puppies, they lay close to Lady Annabella's warm sides every night." "And they watch the pigs through the day?" "Yes, they are both splendid fighters, and no wild beast would dare to go near the Beers when they are about. Never a fox will take a piggy-wiggy. I can tell you a story about that. Would you like to hear it?" "Yes, indeed." "Well, one day this spring, Mr. Tucker had Lady Annabella up at his house. She had a litter of young, and he wanted to keep her quiet. She was in a small yard, and there was a hole in the fence. Mr. Tucker was in his barn loft, looking out the window. He saw Mr. Fox come slyly down from the wood and look through the hole longingly at the pigs. Mr. Tucker was going to run down. Then he stopped. He was a great admiration for Lady Annabella, and he saw that she had got up, and her little pig eyes were glued to the hole in the fence. Mr. Tucker, says Foxy, after staring at the piglets, picked up a stick about the length of one of them and jumped through the hole, with it in his mouth. Mr. Tucker says undoubtedly he was measuring the hole. Finally, he dropped the stick, went through the hole, seized a piggy, and tried to go back through the hole with it. Piggy being no longer than the stick, but much farther, stuck in the hole, and then there was Lady Annabella suddenly very much alive, and crowding Mr. Fox so hard against the fence that he could scarcely breathe. He dropped his squealing burden and hobbled away, so crushed in body and spirit that he could scarcely crawl back to the woods. "And what did Mr. Tucker do?" asked Dallas breathlessly. "Ran down and gave Lady Annabella some milk and petted her. But come on, Gardy and Girly are trotting up to the barn to put their pigs to bed." "Where are the other kids?" asked Dallas as he and Cassowary loped along after the two collies, who were in a great hurry. "I don't know. Oh, there they are, down at the crib. The fire warden must be there. I see his red canoe." "Is he the man to prevent forest fires?" "Yes, for his district." "Then the government has a lovely big hydroplane. You'll see it soaring overhead. Bigwig calls it the Firebird." "And when there's a blaze anywhere in the forest, the plane reports it?" asked Dallas. "Sure, Canada doesn't want her splendid settlers burned up, and Dad says trees are so valuable that now all the governments in the world are protecting them." "Do the pigs sleep under the barn?" asked Dallas as he looked ahead and saw the Tamworth procession filling in under the big barn, which was painted green like the house. "Yes, in the cellar. Though it's as airy as the barn floor. It's fun to see them make their beds. Hurry up, you're a slow boy." "Are they fussy?" panted Dallas as he hurried along beside her. "I thought pigs liked dirt." "Indeed they don't. You just watch them traveling round with their mouths full of clean straw. First, though, comes pig wash." As we stepped inside the cellar, we saw the lines of pigs part. The big ones went to long troughs full of sour milk. The little fellows filed through a small door. "Where are the young chappies going?" asked Dallas. "To the pig cafeteria. There are self-feeders there. What in the name of common sense are they yelling about?" And she vaulted over a railing. "It's that scamp, Big Chief," she called presently. "He pretends to love his pigs, yet the little darlings haven't a morsel of food. I'll tell Dad on him." And she scuttled up a stairway to the barn floor. Presently she came back with 2 pails of feed. Dallas watched her with wondering eyes. Then he put his fingers in his ears. The yells of the indignant small pigs were terrific. One would think they were being murdered. "And no corn for the big pigs," said Cassowary presently. "I'll have to go to the grain room again. Dad will duck Big Chief's weekly pocket money for this. I hope he won't leave him a cent." "I'd hate to kill one of those feasting brown things," said Dallas. "They do seem to enjoy life so much." "Kill them," squealed Cassowary. "I'd like to see you try. They're never killed. They're sold to stock men. good stack man. Big Chief found one farmer was going to wring the snout of London folk there, and he howled so that Dad had to call off the sale. Why wring the snout? Asked Dallas. To prevent their rooting. This farmer lived in a good fat farming country. Up here it's wild and poor lands for farms. We use the pigs to clear fields for grain. How can pigs clear fields? They root the soil from around stumps and racks. The men either pile up the racks or put them in a crusher to make good roadbeds. That's a fine road along the lake, said Dallas. Yes, because Dad believes that good roads open up a country. He says he wishes his crusher would break enough racks to make a highway to the North Pole. Your dad is a perfectly splendid man, said Dallas enthusiastically. Isn't he? Said the girl. Then she lowered her voice and put her head close to the boy's. I cry myself to sleep some nights thinking, what would I do if Dad died? This seems a safe sort of a place, said Dallas consolingly. It is and it isn't. One day he fell from a tree and hurt his back. He's too bold. My young master's mind took a yachtful skip. I say, he observed, you tell me you don't kill pigs, but you must kill sheep. I saw a skin. Mr. Tucker did it. That was Mrs. Goodbody. We didn't eat her. She was sold. That gets our meat from across the lake. We couldn't eat our friends. Mrs. Goodbody didn't know what was happening to her. Mr. Tucker held out some salt. She followed him to the little electric house. She licked the salt. Then she just fell down peacefully. There's some new way of killing sheep. I don't know what it is. Of course, said Dallas uneasily. We all have to die. That says to live well and not fuss about death, and when our time comes, he says he hopes we'll all go as comfortably as our animals do. It isn't the death that's bad, cousin. It's the teasing and torturing before death. Dallas shrugged. It's awful to suffer. But sometimes you've got to suffer, said the sensible girl. Then grin and bear it. Hello, what's the matter, Gardy? The collie was pulling her white frock with his teeth. Cassowary went over the railing again to a corner where a shoat lay on a heap of clean straw. The other collie was licking his shoulder. Only a scratch, Gardy, said the girl. It's not worth washing. But the dog persisted. I knew what he wished. But my young master asked Cassowary why he was behaving so peculiarly. Because young Jaundice has bruised his shoulder, and Gardy wants some lotion put on it. Watch him take me to the medicine room. Lead on, my boy. The good dog, looking over his shoulder, led the way to the barn floor, and presently the laughing girl came back with a basin and white cloth in her hand. It's all nonsense, you know, Gardy, she said. Your old tang is as good as this antiseptic. However, one must oblige a friend, if only a dog. And she washed the shoulder of the pig, who took on great airs at having 2 dogs and a girl fussing over him, while a pony and a boy looked on. Now let's go, said Cassowary. "I'll just shut the little pig's bedroom door. They're old enough to sleep alone, and if they run to their mammas sometimes, they get rolled on. Good night, children." And with a motherly air, she led us away from the barn cellar. "Hello, what's the fuss about?" she cried when we got outside. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of a pony and his friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Ray. Denise Ray, voiceover.com. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of a pony and his friends, by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 8, The Great Secret. The children had all swept up to the nice, clean barnyard. "I say," cried Cassowary, pushing her way among them, "what's the trouble?" Champ was speaking. Dad said Drunkard wasn't to be let loose till dark, and it's only dusk now. "He didn't," yelled Big Chief. "He said in Blind Man's Holiday." "Well, Blind Man's Holiday is black dark." "It isn't," said the chief. "It's betwixt and between." Champ took hold of Cassowary's arm and drew her forward. "You talk to him. He's a nuthead." "I'll attend to Drunkard myself," said the girl loftily. "Dad put him in my care. He said you two boys were too jerky in your little attention to the dear soul." "I'm not so undependable." And she tossed her black head. "You didn't attend to the cafeteria tonight, Big Chief. I'm going to tell on you." The two boys turned on her. "Undependable," sneered Champ. "I don't believe there's any such word," while Big Chief shook an irritated fist at her. "Look here, Miss Cassowary, you just got to stop bossing me. I'm going to speak to Mother about it." A pony hasn't any sleeve to laugh in, so I turned around and hid my smile in my mane. Children are the same the world over. Nothing made me feel as much at home as this bickering between these young Canadians. They were just like youthful, undeveloped ponies, loving, teasing, rebelling, watching each other, and over them they knew was the wise whip hand of the parents. Well, I could tell them one thing if they asked my advice. If the parents didn't discipline them a bit, the bad old world would lick them into shape when they were full grown, which is a painful time to be educated. Miss Cassowary was not too big to be naughty. She was in a corner about this accusation of bossing. So she stopped talking and ran a saucy tongue out at her brothers. Then turning to Dallas, she said, "You don't know what they're talking about, cousin. Come on, and I'll introduce you to Drunkard." With her, I showed the discomfited boys 2 clean pairs of shoes and ran around the corner of the big barn to the little barn, where Mr. Talker was superintending the milking of the cows by patent milkers. "Not so much noise, please," he said agreeably. "The cows can't hear the nightingale song." To my amusement, I saw that he was running a stable gramophone, which of course arrested my bright boy's attention. He stood stock still and said to Cassowary, Well, I never thought before that cows would enjoy music, but why shouldn't they? They give more milk when they hear sweet strains, said Cassowary. It started when the men used to milk and shout out things to each other. The cows didn't like it, so Dad had this gramophone installed to keep the stable quiet while milking was going on. He took it out when we brought the milkers, but the cows fussed so that he had to put it back. Now, here is Drunkard. In front of the cow stable was a kennel with a running chain for a dog. A deerhound was tearing up and down like mad, only stopping occasionally to go through all the motions of barking without uttering a sound. He knew better than to disturb the placid Holsteins, who were sweetly chewing their cud. He was a dreadfully nervous dog. The cows had no quieting effect on him, and when he saw us he pawed the air and almost wagged his ratty tail off. "Angel Drunkard," said Cassowary, caressing his glossy head. "Is he longing for the night to come?" Cassowary will let her boy loose, and taking a lead from the kennel, she fastened it to his collar. Dallas was looking eagerly at him. "Why Drunkard?" he asked, "and why the chain?" "'Cause he's just drunk about dogging deer in season and out of season. He hikes to the woods the minutes he's free, and sometimes he goes way over the mountain. Can't you break him of the habit?" "No how," she said solemnly. "Dad has tried most everything. Nothing but chains and exile will do. Of course, it isn't exile, but that sounds better. Chains and exile except at night. When it's really black dark, he won't leave home one step for deer or anything." "What about moonlight nights?" asked Dallas. "Oh, night's night to him, light or dark. Besides, he's on guard then and feels solemn. Every evening before Dad goes to bed, he says in a deep, deep voice, 'Drunkard, watch out. Don't let the bears come and take our good cows and calves. Don't let the foxes steal the chickens, nor the wolves kill the lambs.' When Dad gets to the wolves, Drunkard is just squealing with excitement. He's very sensitive. Then Dad goes on, 'Nor skunks, nor woodchucks, nor porcupines, nor beavers till he has all the animals of the woods.' Drunkard just howls with anxiety. He couldn't go dogging deer with all that charge on his hound shoulders. So, all night, if you're awake, you can see him tearing round the place, watching and spying and watching, and stopping for a drink." "Gee whiz!" exclaimed my young master. "But if he is only true to you at night, what does he do when daylight comes?" "Runs through the French windows in Dad's room," said Cassowary. "Dad always sleeps with one hand hanging out of bed. Drunkard bumps into it. Dad has a chain and snap fastened to his bed leg. He only half wakes, fastens the snap to Drunkard's collar, then goes to sleep again. Drunkard sleeps too, and after breakfast Dad brings him out here to spend the weary livelong day, or else puts him near the kitchen door for Benji, who loves him." "Well, I never heard of a dog like that," said Dallas. "Lots of them up here," said Cassowary, "and in many places they are kept pretty well chained up except in the hunting season. That makes Dad furious. He hates to leave Drunkard chained up even for part of the time. He's just meditating some way to cure him. Come on, old boy, with all thy faults I love thee still." "Is that for me or the dog?" asked Dallas comically. "Dog," said Cassowary quite seriously. "Where are you going now?" asked Dallas as he suppressed a yawn. "The round of the count stable to say good night to the Holsteins." And she actually went and patted each serious-eyed creature in their comfortable stalls. I find her a very amusing girl, and very active and boyish with her short skirts and long legs, but not tomboyish. There was quite a difference between her age and her young sisters, so I fancy that Cassowary was much with her brothers. "Do you want to see Daddy Singlecombe and his family?" she asked suddenly. "I do, just," said my young master, "though I don't know who Daddy Singlecombe is." "He's my daddy. He's my dear," said Cassowary, skipping out of the stable. "If you want to see him, come right here," trailing Drunkard behind her as she flew south across the barnyard, and brought him up with a round turn at the door, a very up-to-date hen house. "Good evening, precious pets," she said in a sweet voice as she flung open the door. Faint clucks and hen whispers reached my ears, but when she turned on some bright lights, several of the hens spoke to her quite amiably and distinctly, while a finely feathered Plymouth Rock rooster got off his perch and, shaking his big wings, came to put his beak in her hand. "Even your hens have lights," said Dallas. "Yes. They prolong the daylight and make them lay better. You must go see the powerhouse tomorrow. It's back of this barn. Then we must visit the falls on the Merry Tongue River that gives us energy to make things hum here. Look at Daddy cocking his eye at you. He knows you're strange. Pet him a bit. Ah, that's right. Tell him you adore roosters." "I adore roosters," said Dallas obligingly. Then he began to laugh so violently that old Daddy started, gave him a reproachful glance, and flew back to his place on the roost between two of the fattest hens. "Who's calling me?" said the young girl as her pet left my young master. From outside we could hear clear voices. "Cass? Cass? Cassowary? Coming!" she replied. "Dallas, you wait here. I want to show you the other hen houses." And she and the dog dashed away. My young master stood in the doorway staring at the drowsy hens. Then his head began to droop. He leaned against the doorpost, and little by little his young legs folded under him like tape, and he sank down, his head against the hard wood. He was too sleepy to keep his eyes open any longer. When Cassowary came back, she stared at him. "Upon my weary word, he's gone sleepy." Then she shook him. "Wake up and walk to bed." He wouldn't budge, and she looked round for help. Her father was coming across the yard, and his eyes twinkled when he saw Dallas. "Daughter," he said, "I warned you that the boy was dead tired." "He's as sound as a drug top," she replied. Mr. Devering shook my young master slightly, then smiled as he heard a murmur from the half-open lips. "What's he muttering in his sleep?" asked Cassowary. "Over the mountain." "Is he thinking of the wolf?" "Who knows? That active young brain of his goes leaping like a mountain stream. These words have a peculiar significance from him." "What is it?" she asked. "My daughter, there are some things I cannot tell even you." She was laughing at the antics of young Dallas, whom Mr. Devering was trying to set on his feet. "Poor lamb," said the strong man, and he lifted my young master's limp body as easily as if he had been lamino. Cassowary and her dog and I trotted alongside as we went to their house. Her eyes were on Dallas's head, bobbing over her father's shoulder. "Fallen comrade," she said presently, "just rescued from under the guns." I could see Mr. Devering's broad shoulders shaking with amusement in spite of the burden he carried. Cassowary, he said, there's some truth in that statement of yours. Only the guns are family and not enemy. He's a queer boy, she said, not like us. You're Highland plants. He's a hothouse product. Be good to him, my daughter. Promise me. He's an awful liar, she said bluntly. He has more imagination than all you young ones put together, said her father warmly. He knows how short the way to fairyland, across the purple hill. He will go further than... Then he stopped. I know what you're going to say, she remarked shrewdly. You think he'll go further than any of us. He will, when he gets his horns out of the velvet. I see in him a leader of men. Don't you feel his strange fascination? Not a bit. He's a nice boy, but he's not as much of a boy as Big Chief. This chap couldn't lick me. Big Chief can. You wait till he develops, you young thing, said Mr. Devering. You're very much less gushing over strangers than most girls your age. I don't love people the way you do, Dad, she said. You're a dear. Everyone likes you. I'm hard as nails. No, child. You have a tender heart. I love my animals, she said softly. Better, I think, than human beings. Don't say that, said her father. Don't say that, my daughter. Why not, Dad? We come first. Love animals, but keep them second. Now, I want you to promise to stand by this lad. I've kept him on the trot all the evening. You know what I mean. The boys may bully him. I depend on you to look out for him till he gets his footing here. Big Chief will beat him if he lies, she said calmly. He must not. I won't have it. Don't you know he is of your own blood? No, Dad. Is he a relative? Your own and only first cousin. What? Has Aunt Raina a son? She has indeed. Why didn't we know before? Family reasons. Why isn't he with his mother? Mr. Devering stopped short despite his burden. And didn't I pull up closer and prick up my pony ears? Now I was going to hear something interesting about my boy. I don't know whether to tell you or not, he said. Tell me, Dad, she begged softly. You and I have lots of secrets, and I never tell one. Mother doesn't dream that Grandmother is going to give her a lovely surprise by coming up soon. Well, girlie, said Mr. Devering as he walked on slowly, I will confide in you. When my young sister went as a girl to live with multimillionaire great-aunt Beverly Ronald, our family virtually gave her up. The old lady took her to Europe, had her beautiful voice trained, and made a wonderful singer of her. During one of their brief visits to Canada, your aunt met my American chum, Douglas Duff, who was visiting me. They fell in love with each other and were married, despite great-aunt's protest. However, she consented to go and live with them in Boston, where she made their lives miserable with her complaints. She said the dull life of a hard-working attorney was killing her bright young niece, and there was some truth in the statement. Douglas wished his wife to stay quietly at home, and he never allowed her to sing in public. Finally, her health gave way, and great-aunt rushed her off to Europe to consult a specialist. Her baby boy, this lad on my shoulder, was only a year old at the time. The two women never came back, and Duff was so angry that he allowed the boy to grow up thinking that his mother was dead. Case of temper, said Cassowary. Of 3 tempers. One was as bad as the others. Well, the boy suffered more particularly because the old aunt at intervals made silly attempts to kidnap him, thereby angering his father and making him keep the boy shut up with old servants. The old lady is dead now, isn't she? Yes, and your aunt is coming back to America. I hope to have her meet her son here. You will be glad to see your only sister, said the girl gently. Tremendously glad. We were devoted to each other as children, and we should never have been separated. The love of money, my child, is indeed the root of all evil. And she let her great aunt boss her all these years? She has a gentle, yielding disposition like her boys. They call her the Ronalda, don't they? Yes, that is her stage name, her old aunt's choice. Now, here we are at the house. Remember, you are to speak of this to no one but your mother. Cross my heart, Dad. My, wouldn't I fret if I had no mother? The man gave her a strange look that I had interpreted later. And you promised to stand by your cousin, he went on. Sure, Dad. She spoke with great conviction. Yet, in a few days, this queer girl was beating my young master like a little fury. Mr. Devering sauntered into Dallas's room through the open French window, and Cassowary turned to me. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 9. Cassowary Tries My Paces. The evening is young yet. Dad says you are a racing pony. Come, show me your paces. And in a jiffy, this swift girl had drunk her chain to a veranda post and had seized a new riding bridle that someone had thrown on a chair. Then she sprang on my back and, giving my neck a slap, said, "Head of the lake, racer." I went slowly for a few paces to see what kind of a seat she had, but I soon found that she rode like a fearless boy and would stick on no matter if I went like the wind. Now, what about the road? I didn't want to break a leg and have to be shot. There was no trouble here. It was as smooth as a table. Mr. Devering's crusher had been at work, so I pricked up my hoofs and showed her what an Arabian Shetland can do when it's on its mettle. "Prince Fetlar," said my rider as we galloped along, "you may be a winner, but so far you don't beat my Apache girl, who is an Indian pony." I pricked up my ears, and she went on just as if she knew that I understood her. "Apache girl is a dear, and don't you dare to cross her. If you do, you'll reckon with me. She's up in the far pasture now with the other ponies, but she is soon coming home and you'll have a chance to get acquainted. Now away, away. I'm jockey number 1 and my colors are blue and white. Next us is a sorrel pony. His jockey is red and green. Next him a white pony, colors black and gold. Beat them, pony, beat them." And she gave me a good whack. So this nice wild girl wanted me to beat these imaginary ponies, did she? Well, I could pretend to see them as distinctly as she could. and I entered on a pace that grew and grew until we seemed to be flying. She had all she could do to hold on now, yet she screamed, "Go it! Go it! We've overhauled blue and white, but red and green is 3 lengths ahead. Beat him, Pony, beat him!" And she thumped me well. "There now!" she exclaimed presently. "The sound of his hoofs is getting fainter and fainter. He's fallen behind. We're it! We're it!" I had not been exercised for some days, and the road did feel good to my hoofs, while the keen, sharp air seemed to cut open to let us through and to bathe us with wood scents as we passed. There was the pungent odor of burning logs in the settlers' cottages that seemed to dance by us, and the lovely scent of flowers and young leaves in the woodland patches between the houses. The air was like velvet to my nostrils. How different from the irritating city dust that made me sneeze and cough. I stretched out my neck, and as for my tail, it floated out so straight behind that I didn't seem to have any. My every stride was a little longer, a little faster. By and by we passed the last of the settlers' houses and the summer cottages, and now there were only the flying trees on one side and the cool gloom and pallor of the lake on the other. Suddenly we came into shadow and partial darkness. We were rounding the head of the lake, and high above us towered forbidding steep rock cliffs, shorn of all greenness by a bushfire that had passed over and left them desolate. I flashed by them like a stream of lightning, but just beyond them, when we got into the neighborhood of some gaunt pines, fire-scorched but not burnt, my clatter over the bare hard road suddenly ceased. My rider pulled me up. "Bang!" she yelled. Over the line, first money for us." And flinging herself off my back, she threw her arms around my neck. "There's your share," she said, and she gave me a regular bear hug. Then she sprang on my back again. "Home, Prince Fetlar, home. Mother will be saying, 'Cassowary is as bad as the robins. She won't go to bed. She won't go to bed.'" I hated to think of this nice girl being scolded, so I took her back as quickly as we had come, she clinging to my back like a crab and making as much noise as a loon. She did wake the loons up, and afterward I learned that they knew her voice and loved her, for she was good to them and protected them. They were in full cry that night and answered every line of the victory song she howled as she clung to me with her bony young knees. I ran my pony in a race. He leaped and bounded, full of grace. The loons they called to me. I answered them quite daft with glee. "Not good poetry, Prince," she gasped, "but Dad says, he says, when your heart is bursting, break into verse. Any old verse, it's yours. Other fellow doesn't know your thoughts. I'll sing again about you and Dallas. Echo, loonies," and she began to shout. "With hoofs of gold and temper sweet, a pony's come to our farm. he brought a master, trim and neat, and full of charm. Alas, the master likes to lie. He does not know that Satan waits, and pitchforks, boys, to by and by, who wander out from truth's dear gates. I stopped short. I thought she was making too much fuss about my poor young master's pleasant stories. And what about her own made-up tales about the 3 other ponies in the race with us? "What's the matter with you, boy?" she asked as she nearly plunged over my head. "Oh, you want me to say good night to Happy Harry." Bright thought, and in a trice she was off my back and running up a path to a pretty red house. No pony could get ahead of this girl, and I watched her as she went into the Talker home. I could see the family through the windows. Mr. and Mrs. Talker were sitting each side of an open fire, and on a lounge between them was a young man who must be Happy Harry. I looked back over the road we had come, and as I looked, some electric lights suddenly flashed on, making the market road as beautiful as a dream. On one side of us was a lake, on the other the narrow frontages of the cottages and a cute little country store with a veranda to it. It was some distance behind us, but I could see men sitting tipped back on chairs on the veranda, and someone was playing on a concertina. Tall Lombardy poplars that I found out afterward were the pride of Mr. Talker's life lined the road, and their leaves glistened like silver in the bright light that evidently came from Mr. Devering's powerhouse. I thought I would go and look in the windows to see what Miss Cassowary was doing, so I stepped softly up a path in the grass. The girl was on the hearthrug, standing quite still and listening to the brown-faced boy on the lounge. He was talking in a very lively manner and made frequent gestures with his hands. His poor legs were quite still under a rug. He had gone away to the war, and having lost his own feet, had now artificial ones that often hurt him very much. However, his face was nice and brown, showing that he was out in the sunshine a good deal. His parents' eyes were glued to his face. He was the joy of their life, and they were so thankful not to have had him killed that they did not seem to mind his lameness. He minded it, though, and many a time later on when he thought no one was looking, I saw him passing his hand over his eyes as if he wanted to shut out the sight of other young people dashing about on their own strong feet. Mr. Talker looked quite gentlemanly in dark house clothes, for he had shed his working suit. I soon discovered that he was a clergyman, and the reason he hadn't talked to my young master in coming in from the lake of bays was on account of his always choosing the time of long drives for the composition of his sermons. Just now he was holding a skein of wool for his wife to wind, but they were getting it all tangled because their eyes were on their boy. Suddenly Cassowary began to speak, and I heard through the open window some nice praise about myself. She was telling about our race, and the old dog who was lying by the fire got up and came to growl at me. "There's your intelligent wee beastie at the window," said Mrs. Talker. "Invite him in, please, Father," said the young man, lifting himself on his elbow. Mr. Talker threw him an affectionate glance. Then he came to the front door and politely asked me to come in. I am always sorry for young people who are not strong, and I have often been taken into their rooms to cheer them up. Pausing in the doorway, I bowed my head to the company. Then I went in, picking my steps carefully so as not to bump into chairs or tables. Happy Harry had been in the artillery and was used to horses. He put his hand out, and I went and stood beside him. "Fine of bone and slender of body," he said. "Some Arabic in him, eh?" "Lots," said Cassowary. "His grandfather came from Fetlar in the Shetlands." "He's a good more than 46 inches high," said the young man. "Yes, for his parents were bred in the American corn belt." "It's queer," said Happy Harry, "how the old country people run to a stocky, blocky pony. We like more refinement of shape." "Yes," said Cassowary, "I've heard that the real Shetland type over there is like a tiny draft horse." "This little fellow is a bit too high," said Harry. "He'd be disqualified in a pony show." "He isn't going to be shown," said Cassowary, patting me. "He's just going to have a good time. Aren't you, Fetlar?" I pawed the hardwood floor 3 times, and they all laughed heartily. "He's a beauty," said Happy Harry, and he grinned cheerfully. "Oh, to be a boy again and on a pony's back. Can you shake hands, little fellow?" I lifted my right forefoot, and he shook it heartily, and then began to fumble in a basket of wool. "He knits," said Cassowary to me. "Isn't he splendid? Dad is wearing some of his socks now." The old dog began to growl again. He saw lumps of sugar coming out from among the balls of wool. I didn't care. I ate all I wished from the kind palm of the brave young soldier man. Then I made one more bow to the company and backed toward the door. They all clapped their hands. "I didn't know he could do tricks," said Cassowary delightedly. "I'll get Dad to put him through his amusement paces." As I went out to the veranda, the old dog followed me, and as soon as we were alone, I gave him a gentle nip. "What's that for?" he asked in an ugly way. "To teach you manners," I said. "This was my first call, and you received me in a surly way." He drooped his head so sadly that I said, "What's the matter with you?" "I'm getting old," he said, "and I'm afraid Mr. Talky will shoot me." "You don't want to die?" "No, I want to live. I like the Talkers, and the feeding is good." "Well, if you want to live," I said, "hold up your head and look cheerful. I'd shoot you on sight if you were my dog. You've such a disagreeable air." He didn't care anything about my opinion. He was a very selfish old dog, but he snapped at my suggestion. "Do you think it would make a difference?" he said eagerly. "Don't I just toss up your head now. Pretend you're a pup and gambol down the road. Come on, I'll go with you." He made a desperate little break for a few paces. Then he stopped short. "My breath's gone." "What's the matter with you?" I asked. "Haven't you any wind at all? Don't you exercise every day?" "No, I lie mostly by the fire. I'm old, I tell you." "Oh, get out, old dog," I replied. "You only think you're old. Let me see your teeth." He curled back his lips. "You're lazy," I said. "That's all the trouble with you. Spruce up and go trotting for a while. Then run. Then leap. Mr. Talker will say you've got your second wind and he'll spare you." "But I might fall dead," he said. "Suppose you did. There's another life for dogs. Many good people say. You'll start afresh and live forever. No one could kill you if you tried." "I like the sound of that," he said, putting his head on one side. "Perhaps I'd better just loaf along here and slip off as soon as I can." "No, no, that won't do," I said. "While you live and work and play. Don't think about death. The old reaper will do your thinking for you." "Who's he?" he asked. "Now you just think that out," I returned. "Your dog mind is as rusty as your dog body. Good night. Here comes my young missy," and I stepped down to the path. However, Miss Cassowary did not get on my back. One never knew what that girl would do. "Race me to the house, Prince Fetlar," she said, and off she started on her own young hoofs. Of course, I let her beat me and kept behind, watching her long black hair flapping up and down in the wind, for the ribbon had come off. However, I came in a close second when she pulled up in front of her own home. A voice from the veranda said, "Late again, my daughter. No pocket money this week." "Oh, Daddy," she said in a wheedling voice. "Rules must be kept and wild girls must be broken," he replied gaily. "And poor Dad must be sacrificed on the altar of family affection," and he laid a hand on her head. "Oh dear," she said quickly, then she repeated in a rapid voice, "Every boy and every girl on coming home from a ride must give his or her mount a rub down. Rule of the house number 3. I'm sorry I'm so late, Dad." "Go face your mother," he returned. "She's in a fine state about you. No girl must be outside the gates of Devering Farm after dark. Rule 6. Come on, Your Highness." And cheerily whistling, he led the way to my log cabin. There was no light in my little home, so he hung up an electric torch, and when he found my brushes, he asked me to come outside. The grounds were beautifully illuminated by globes on high poles, and he whistled and rubbed till I was in a glow all over. Here was a man that understood grooming a pony. "Oh, There is such a difference in hands. Tough hands, harsh hands, impatient hands, and cruel hands all affect a pony's temper. On the other hand, if at the end of a hard day, nice, kind, understanding hands smooth your body and comfort your pony soul, you go to bed happy. When he finished grooming me, he smiled, and as I went in and nosed over the hay in my rack, "Fuss box, eh?" he said. "I thought so. What about some nice warm gruel?" How I pricked up my ears and whinnied at this. "Then come up to the barn kitchen," he said, and off we started. He led the way round the big barn to a room in the carriage house. There was an electric stove here, and he soon had water heating and was making me the nicest mess of oatmeal gruel I ever tasted. What a clever man he was! He could do anything, even to the making of good gruel, and I lifted my dripping muzzle from the basin and gave him a grateful look. "All right, Prince," he said, patting me. "You'd do as much for me if you could. Now go put yourself to bed. I must wash up. Leave pots and pans as you find them. Rule 8, Devering Farm." I made him a bow, which he did not see, as he was washing his dishes. Then I paced thoughtfully to my cabin. This was a remarkable place. There was something in the air here that made a pony feel happy all the time. The master and mistress were kind, and though the children were a bit lively and quarrelsome, they were all right at bottom. I should like it here. I was glad I had been brought up in this wildwood place for this dear new young master, and I glanced toward the room where he was sleeping. How amazed he would be when he found out that his mother was not dead. All young things love their mothers and cling to them. Even I, middle-aged pony, remember my mother's lovely care and how she would put her little body between me and danger. Once an angry bull ran at us and gored her painfully before the men drove him away. She didn't care. She had saved my young skin. Mothers are certainly very comfortable things, and at this point in my thoughts I fell asleep and dreamed I was a foal again running beside that same dear wee mother over the fields of the beautiful estate on Long Island where I was brought up. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of a pony and his friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 10. Early Morning on Devering Farm. What a good sleep I had. Then slowly I lifted my head, as I thought, from the warm pillow of my mother's side, but alas, it was only the warm pillow of my wheat straw. I heaved a pony sigh and staggered to my feet. My land, what a morning! My land, what a morning! A young darky groom that I used to have down south would sing when he was passing his nice black paws over my skin after breakfast. Then his master, who was a poet, would come and glance in the stable door and say, "Lift up your eyes, boys, there's gold in the sky." And the colored boys would look and wonder and wish the gold would roll down, and then their master would laugh in his pleasant southern way and say, "Now it's on the water, now it's on the land. Watch it, boys." The sunlight this morning was certainly of pure gold, but a cool, calm northern gold. The lake was exquisite, and I noted something that had not struck me the evening before. Nearly all the wooded points running out into the lake had wonderful silver birches on their tips. Their trunks were white and glistening, and they stood like beautiful white ladies in front of the close masses of sturdy dark tree boles of the elms behind them. They certainly were the beauties of this northern wildwood. The dainty little breezes rippling the surface of the lake reminded me that I was thirsty, and Mr. Talker, who was passing by with a covered milk pail in his hand, said, "Go down to the lake, boy. You are the only quadruped without running water in your stall." I felt like a colt, and kicking up my hoofs, raced through the barnyard gates and across the road to the long strip of sandy shore in front of the farm. While I was drinking and playing with the water by blowing it through my nostrils, a bullhead came and stared at me. Then a full-grown bass gave me a very friendly wink. We ponies don't have much to say to fishes except by eye talk. These fellows had some intelligence. They were shy and wild with the children, I soon found out, because they fished for them most persistently. However, an old bass told me one day that they were very grateful to the children for fishing with barbless hooks. I once knew a mother fish on the Maine coast who deliberately gave her life for her little fishes. They were caught in a pool when the tide went out. She couldn't get them to follow her to deep water, so she stayed and perished beside them. When I said to her as she flopped about in the shallow water, "Leave them and call for them next tide," she rolled her dying eyes at me and said, "I can't. They're my little fishes." Therefore, I have great respect for fish. Indeed, I find in my pony life that if you despise any created thing, it surprises you. After I got my nice long drink this morning, I galloped back to the farmyard. Go slow, be careful," someone clucked, and looking down, I saw Biddy Pilgrim and a flock of Plymouth Rock hens. She was quite excited and began to talk to them about me. "This is the new pony. He has a good eye. He's kind to hens. Don't put your heads on one side. He won't scare you. Come on, I like ponies. Horses are too big." "Cut, cut, cut, dee," they all said, and I put my head down to them in a kind manner, for to tell the truth, there is just a little jealousy between us little ponies and the bigger horses. While we stood passing the time of day, there was a great fuss and flutter, and Daddy Singlecomb came rushing along, his wings going, his tail feathers sticking out. "Oh, here you are! Here you are!" he gasped, while I thought how queer it is that nearly every winged creature says a thing, then says it over again. We quadrupeds say a thing, and it's over. My dears, cackled Daddy, come down to the river hollow. Come down, come down. The early worms are out. Soon they'll get in. Is it to be in the ground or in our crops? Heyday! Pony, how are you? I like ponies, but how can I stop to talk? I'm in a rush. And he spread his big wings, but kept on talking. So many dears, so many cares. Come on, my biddies. Come on. Follow me. And this time he did go with a spring and a flutter, and they all chased after him, their hen minds on the worms. He was very proud of his biddies, and I did not wonder. They were in prime condition, not too fat, not too lean, and not one with a pale head showing poor blood. I heard him screaming after some wandering ones. Not to the hill. No, trust me. Cut, crow. I know. This way, dears. Quick. Such a worm. Crack, what a worm. Grab him quick. Biddy first. I smiled at his jabber. Evidently he was the only rooster on the place, and he had his claws full with all those hens. Well, it was better to fuss than fight, as he would probably have done if there had been another rooster interfering with his route marches. As I stood listening to their hen talk dying away in the hollow, the cows, led by Princess Pat, came from the little barn, their walk unhurried, for cows do hate a fuss and flutter. Princess Pat paused beside Mr. Talker, who was returning from the house with empty pails. "Near pasture, Patty," he said, and waved his hand up the hill. The beautiful Holstein turned in her calm way and with her friends lagged up to the top of the hill and over to a low-lying field that would be green and fresh in spite of the slight drought they had been having. While I gazed admiringly after this fine herd, a great yapping and snarling came from under the barn. I ran over and found Sir Veteran and Guardy were having a scrap. Oh, how provoked a good dog was, and how furious Sir Veteran was. Animals have their tempers, just like human beings. While Sir Vet and Guardy had their spat, Girly was rounding the other pigs away from them. I listened to the abuse. "Down the lake," Guardy was growling. Up, grunted Sir Vet. "I say I won't go down." "You shall," yapped Guardy. "The boss said so. Up work is done. The rocks are loose. We've got to clear burnt land by the dam." "Up," snorted Sir Vet again. "Better feeding up. I'm boss. I hate down. I'm a prize boar. I cost $1,000. Shut up, you cur." Collies are high-strung, and Guardy just yelled at this insult. My father was a show dog, and they refused $10,000 for him at the Wissahickon Kennels in Pennsylvania. I never boasted before, but you make me, you runt of a pig, and he gave him a good nip on his loin. That settled matters. Servet squealed miserably and bursting into pig sobs started down the road pretty quick. "He's forever setting up his Boer mind against Guardy," said Girlie in my ear as I put my head down to get her opinion of the quarrel. "I'll lick his wound a bit when we get settled down. He and Guardy really love each other, but they're always quarreling. All right, boy, I'm ready." Guardy had given her a signal bark, and it was pretty to see her wheel about right and start her charges down the road after the snorting prize boar, who was pursuing his lonely short-legged way toward the dam on the Merrytongue River at the foot of the lake. "Everybody fights," I called after her. "Ponies and pigs and everybody. Don't worry. Just keep from fighting till you have to and forget your fight when it's over. A scrap clears the air." "Righto! Bow wow!" she barked back at me. Then she ran on after her mate, who was joyfully welcoming his drove of golden dollars rolling down the road in such fine style. When they were out of sight, I was about to run to my young master's bedroom, but was arrested by an extraordinary sight. A big dark man, who was not very tall, though his shoulders were as broad as a table, came down from a bedroom over the carriage house. Picking up a mowing machine that stood in the yard, he carried it quite easily into a shed where other machines stood. I stopped and stared at him, and Mr. Talker, who happened to be near, smiled at me. "Intelligent wee beastie," he said. "You know, that is an odd sight." I moved closer to him. That strange man, after putting down the machine, was moving toward the barn cellar, a barrel under each arm. Then he came out with a small tractor on his back. "He's Samp, short for Samson," said Mr. Talker. "Mr. Devering rescued him from a situation as strong man in a theater where bad air and long hours were killing him. He's made of iron, Pony, and he carries pianos and chests of drawers as easily as I would chairs. He's half Macedonian and half Canadian. Come here, Samp." The strong man grinned and, coming to us, picked me up and, to my terror, put me on his shoulder, where I balanced, all four legs in the air, fearful that I might fall and break my back. I have a voice and can use it, and I don't see why other ponies and horses don't do more of this calling out. At my shrill protesting, Mr. Talker told him to put me on the ground, and with a fearful glance over my shoulder, I scampered away to the house, wondering what this strange creature was made of. I don't like unnatural beings. However, I soon forgot him and the pretty sight of all the kiddies sleeping out on the lower verandas. Their beds had evidently been drawn out through the French window, for there has been none in sight in the daytime. Big Chief was a sight, lying across his narrow bed, his pajama-clad legs hanging down one side, his head the other. Every bit of bed-clothing was on the floor. He was snorting and blowing in his sleep like old Sir Vet. What dreadful dreams he must be having. I picked up his bed covers in my strong teeth and dropped them neatly over him. Champ, Soldier, and little Bigwig were all sleeping nicely and in straight lines. The girls must be behind some high screens. I could hear their gentle breathing, but could not see them. I went on very quiet shoes to the veranda outside my young master's window. He was sleeping inside his room, but the windows were wide open. He was lying flat on his back, not a bit of color in his fine young face. The white covers were drawn up close to his chin. Oh, I did hope that he would soon get brown and ruddy like the other kitties. My own dear little lad. And I ventured to take a step into the room and stretched my head out longingly toward him. "Now, Pony, you're not a dog," said someone, and I got a slight slap behind. I started. There was the young mother of the household, looking like a girl in her pretty dark bathing suit and white rubber cap. She was not cross with me, for she was smiling kindly, so I followed her along the veranda to the front of the house, where she went lightly into the living room and began to tidy chairs, tables, and sofas. She glided about so quickly that she reminded me of Cassowary. "These bathing suits are fine for housework, Pony Boy," she said. "Long skirts should be for dressed up occasions only. Now let's start a fire." And dancing out through one of the open glass doors of the room, she hurried to the back of the house. White-clad Bingy was bending over a cookbook lying open on a glass-topped table, but occasionally he cast a glance at pots boiling merrily on the stove and sending out delicious odors. Oh, what a good breakfast the family was going to have! It was the big wood stove instead of the gas one that was going this morning. It seemed to be shouting with glee. He had crammed it full of wood sticks, happy to give up their lives for the dear human beings they were so fond of, for trees have much sentiment. They were all telling the story of their lives in the forest, and telling it very quickly, before they were overcome by their pleasant death in the warm embrace of the flames. Of course, they weren't really going to die forever, for their ashes would be spread on the breast of Mother Earth, who would make new young trees out of them. "I was a white birch," I heard one shriek, "and it was under my branches the white phantom stood while she drank from the haunted stream. Alas, the poor white phantom! In a few days she will be lying in the ferns." I pricked up my ears. What was this story? A few days later I heard the sequel, so I will not put it down here. "And I was a beech," roared a deeper voice, "and for 20 years I shaded the sugaring off place. Then a great wind blew me down, and men cut me to pieces." "I was a tamarack, and I an elm," I heard in other dying voices, but I had to follow Mrs. Devering, who had seized a basket and was going to the woodshed. Bingy looked at me strangely. There was something sympathetic in his narrow eyes. Did he too understand tree talk, I wondered? He was certainly kind to every living thing as far as I had observed him. I was to have further proof of this, for Lammy New suddenly appeared and tried the patience of his cook friend. He stood looking at the stove in a way that showed he had morning as well as evening milk. Sheep are usually very patient creatures, too patient perhaps, for if they asserted themselves a little more, they would get better treatment. Lammy knew being petted was not a typical sheep. He became impatient at Bingy's devotion to the book on the pastry table, and deliberately going up to a stand of empty preserve jars, he butted the whole thing over. Then he stood back to see what Bingy would say to him. The little Oriental turned round gravely. Then he stared at the broken glass. And then he did not beat the lamb. Of something precipitousness thou, he said, but thy stomach is thy God. Broken glass is my sin, for I tardied to feed. All of which meant that Lammy knew was forgiven. The creature even had the impudence to go up and say, "Bah!" meaning that he wished to be petted for being put to the trouble of losing his temper. Bingy was stroking him with one hand when I left, and heating his milk with the other. Once I saw a man beating a lamb. It was a dreadful sight. However, in my ramblings, I am forgetting a little house mother who was building a great roaring fire in the living room. "Ah, Prince Fetlar," she said, when I trotted in and stood warming myself. "I wondered why you stopped dogging, or perhaps I should say ponying my footsteps. Now we'll play the rising tune." And going to the hall, she took a bugle from a hook and began a lovely tune, first soft and low, then high and piercing. Out on the verandas we heard calls and cries. "Mother, don't! It's too early to get up. Please, a little longer." Oh, how the bugle shrilled at them! Then she sang at the top of her lungs. "I can't get 'em up, I can't get 'em up, I can't get 'em up in the morning. The girls are right slow, the boys are worth, and Daddy's the worst of all." Then she listened. Silence on the veranda, Pony. "I'll try another song," and she chanted, "Hot cakes for breakfast, maple sugar and cream, potatoes and bacon and apples and eggs." At this there was a great sound of running and jumping, and I stepped to my master's windows to find out whether all this noise had awakened him. It had. He was sitting up in bed, a bewildered look on his face, as if to say, "Where am I?" When he caught sight of me, he cried, "Oh, my bonny Prince Fetlar, then this is not a dream," and springing out of bed, he ran to caress me. Someone opened his door and flung a bathing suit in. "You said you hadn't one," remarked Champ, and he withdrew his tousled head. "My prince," said Dallas, "do you suppose those crazy kids are going in the water this cold day?" I looked up and down the veranda. The children were certainly coming out in bathing suits. I had been taught to pull clothes off boys, so I nipped the back of his pajama jacket in my teeth. The buttonholes must have been large, for it came off at once, and he laughed and put on the woolen suit. "Are you ready, cousin?" yelled Cassowary. "If so, come." Yes, and young Dallas' teeth chattered. He stepped out to the veranda, and there was Cassowary dancing up and down and looking more like a bird than ever in her tight-fitting suit with its bobbing tail. "Are you really going in the lake this chilly morning?" asked Dallas. "Shut up," she said good-naturedly. "Don't let the other kids hear you say it's cold." It's only because you're not used to it." I thought you said there was a bathhouse," remarked poor Dallas, "with hot and cold water." "So there is," and she pointed to a little green house among the lilacs, "and bathrooms in the house, too." Unfortunately, Big Chief, who had just come leaping out of his room, heard these last remarks. "Lots of bathrooms," he cried, "for sissies and old women." Then he did cartwheels down the drive to the road. Dallas' face fell, but lightened when Mrs. Devering tapped him on the shoulder. "You wait for me," she said. "Cassowary, take the children down. Get the ball and have a game of water polo. Dad and I will follow." Then she drew Dallas into the big fire, where he got nicely warmed by the blaze. When Mr. Devering appeared, such a handsome, lean, brown-armed man in his blue bathing suit, the two good people took the boy between them and raced down to the wharf. "Go on, Mother," said Mr. Devering. "I'll keep the boy with me." And didn't she go diving off the end of the wharf and was soon playing water polo with her lively children. What a sporty lot they were. In the boathouse beside a big launch there were canoes, racing skiffs, aquaplanes, life preservers, fishing tackle, and many other things useful in life in the backwoods. Dallas was entering the water very slowly and holding tight to Mr. Devering's hand. "Have you ever been in open water before?" asked my little lad's uncle. "Once on a beach on a hot day with John and Margie, but usually only in a bathtub," said the poor lad. To encourage him, I ran before and did my water stunts. He smiled when he saw me swimming and frisking and said, "The prince is braver than I am." "He's an old campaigner," said Mr. Devering. "That pony hasn't lived in vain. Come out deeper, boy. You won't find the water cold when you've been in a few minutes." "It's simply freezing my heart," said the boy pitifully. "Jump up and down with me. There, that is better. Now, may I splash you a bit? I hate to frighten newcomers in the water." Yes, Uncle, and I'll try to splash you." The splashing was a failure, for he fell down. Mr. Devering picked him up by the back as if he had been a puppy dog and said, "Tear up to the house. Touch a match to the kindling in the box stove in your room and dress like 60. Dallas cast an apprehensive look over his shoulder. "They're not paying any attention to you," said Mr. Devering. "Skedaddle," and he clapped his hands. "And you, Prince Fetlar," he called after me, "run up and down the road to dry yourself. We're all too busy to give you a rub down now." I ran along beside my master up to the house and found to my dismay that his eyes were full of tears. "I'm an awful baby, my pony," he gulped, "but I can't help it. I just tore up and down the fine piece of road in front of the house until my blood was like liquid fire. Then I went to see how young Dallas was getting on. Poor chap, he had forgotten to light his fire, and he was blue with cold. Suddenly his door opened, and Mr. Devering came in fully dressed, his face red and glowing. He had his nephew's clothes all on in a trice, brushed his hair, fastened his tie, then took him to the living room. "Mother," he called through the open doorway to the dining veranda, "may Dallas and I have our breakfast by the fire?" She opened her eyes a bit, but her husband gave her a glance and she said, "Certainly, Big Chief, set a wee table for two." It was most unfortunate that it happened to be Big Chief's morning to wait on table. He gave Dallas a surly glance and very unwittingly took a little wheeled table out to the veranda, put knives and forks and spoons and plates on it, and brought it back to a settle in the chimney corner. Dallas shrank back against the seat. Then, to make matters worse, a sudden terrible sound arose from the lake that frightened even me, the old campaigner, as Mr. Devering had called me. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of a pony and his friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of a pony and his friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 11. Another Lie. I had hidden myself among the lilacs, but I could see quite plainly across the veranda into the big living room. Dallas had sprung up and clutched the nearest person, who happened to be Big Chief, carrying a pile of plates in his hand. Smash went the plates on the floor, and whack went Big Chief's empty hands against Dallas' shoulders. "What's the matter with you?" he exclaimed. "Are you crazy?" "That yell!" gasped Dallas. "Is someone drowning?" "No, no," said Mr. Devering. "It's only Bolshy getting his bath." White and ashamed, young Dallas had sunk back on the settle, and Mr. Devering turned to his son. "Tecumseh, my boy," he said good-naturedly, "it seems to me you were laying rather violent hands on our guest." His tone was not stern. I saw he was not a person to aggravate a boy into revolt. However, when Big Chief scowled and claimed to stare out in my direction, both hands rammed sulkily into his pocket, his father stepped after him. "Your ugly humors are riding you to a fall," he said quietly. "Go apologize to your cousin." Big Chief gave him a quick look. Then he went to Dallas and said gruffly, "I hope I didn't hurt you when I grabbed your shoulders." "Not a bit," said Dallas, "but do tell me what that noise was." I saw Big Chief's lips just forming a W that meant he was going to say wolf. Then he changed his mind, for his father stood near him. "It's a Russian," he said. "He fought in France, was wounded, came to Canada as a stoker on a steamer, was arrested and put in a camp near here. The war over, he was released. He didn't want to go to Russia. He got lost in the woods. The game warden found him and washes him, and the Russian yells. The warden is trying to make a good Canadian citizen out of him," said Mr. Devering quietly. By this time the children were all standing by the table, singing their pretty grace before meat. When they sat down, Cassowary called out, "Dad, can't we take cousin over to see the Russian?" You'll like him, Dallas. He's all hairy like a dog." "Thank you," said my young master politely. "If he isn't getting hurt, I should like to see him." "We can take over the Russian blouse Mother is making for him," said the girl, "and you can see for yourself, Dallas, how kind the warden and his son are to him. But of course he must keep clean." Dallas shuddered. He had great sympathy for anyone forced to go into the water that cold morning. "We'll go after breakfast," said Cassowary. "Just the big kids." At this there was a howl from Soldier, Dovey, and Bigwig, who were evidently the little kids. Up here in the Canadian backwoods, it was just like the same old story in the cities. The big children were always trying to get away from the little ones. Mrs. Devering gave her husband a helpless look. By this time the cereal had been put on the table by Big Chief, and the children were busily eating it and pouring on plenty of rich, wonderful cream. Oh, how I wish some of that pale young children in cities could have such cream. "Daddy," said Mrs. Devering, "what are we going to do with these noisy children? They are as full of sound as empty vessels." "I don't know," said Mr. Devering. "I wonder whether it is because they are growing so fast. They never yelled like this before." "We've got to do something about it," his wife went on. "If the grandmother should come up this summer, she would be deafened." "It's nothing to worry about," he said. "Only misdirected energy. The trouble with young things is that they can't remember to remember. What do they propose to do themselves about it?" And he glanced through the doorway at his children. My dear young master was going on eating quite comfortably, for once this trouble was none of his. Whatever his faults might be, he was no yeller. "Spank the howlers!" cried little Bigwig, who was the worst screamer of all. "Gate them!" said Cassowary in a high-pitched voice. "Find them!" called Champ. "Send them to bed!" said Soldier. "Take away their toys!" shrieked Dovey. "And you, Big Chief," said Cassowary pertly, "you with the brassiest voice of all, what say you?" He was finishing his oatmeal quickly so he could get up and change the plates, and he said in a thick voice, "Cut their grub." Mrs. Devering smiled quite contentedly. I think this expression of opinion goes to prove that each child has mentioned the punishment most disliked. Therefore, if you baby don't stop screaming, we'll spank you. Jean, we'll put you in bounds. Champlain, fined. James, to bed. Marguerite, deprived of her dolls, and Tecumseh put on bread and water. The children all shrieked with laughter at the neat way in which their parents had trapped them, and I saw that there was good feeling in this family, even in the matter of punishments. Big Chief was the only naughty one, and something would come to reform him, I was sure, for he could not be a bad boy at heart with such parents. The children were careful to speak in very even, polite tones as they ate their bacon and eggs and griddle cakes. I watched my young master's face and was delighted to see it growing redder as he sat by the fire and stuffed his young self with this good food. Soon he would be as hardy as these children. How he loved his uncle! He watched him as a cat would watch a mouse, and ate everything he ate and drank whatever he drank. No one had coffee or tea. They had milk, cocoa, buttermilk, and cold water, which latter the kitties drank as if it had been something that would make them super children. As soon as breakfast was finished, Mrs. Devering looked round at the squirming family and said, "Another reform. Please get up quietly and push your chairs into the table, but don't rise till I do. I'm hostess." In 2 minutes there wasn't a child in sight. "Where have they gone?" asked Dallas. "All have tasks," said Mr. Devering. "When I was a boy, I thought as a boy who was a rich man's child. Servants waited on me. My children live in a new age. They must learn to wait on themselves." I could see the children flagging about the place. Cassowary was carrying food from the kitchen to the hen house. Big Chief had gone to help clean the stables. Soldier was sweeping the verandas. Dovey was putting seeds and scraps on the wild bird tables about the lawn. It seemed there weren't enough birds about to kill the insect pests, so Mr. Devering was giving an extra food to attract more. The curled darling bigwig was picking up scraps of paper and bits of litter from the drive, and grumbling to his little aristocratic self as he did so. He would be a regular small slave driver with servants if he had his head. Just as well there was a check rein. "And what shall I do?" asked Dallas eagerly. "Come and see," said Mr. Devering, and to my delight he began to lead the way to my cabin, first calling out, "Come from behind the lilacs, you sly boots." That was I, and I bowed my head a great many times to propitiate him as I joined them. Oh, what a lesson he gave my young master on the proper way to take care of a pony. "Horses are true friends of man," he said, as he led the way past my cabin and the barns up to the long horse stable on the hill. "Every boy should know how to take care of them. There are 2 classes of stables, town and country. We won't talk about the first today. This is supposed to be a model country stable. It is not in a barn where if the hay got on fire the horses might burn. It has a double row of stalls with doors opening outward. You see, the ground is high, well drained, and the stalls have an east and west exposure, so all the horses can get a bit of sunshine." "Is it of stone?" asked Dallas. "No, concrete with a hollow center for a dead air space." We walked inside the nice fresh smelling stable, and Dallas looked around him. "Where are the horses?" "Out to pasture. Let us go down this main alleyway and I will explain the layout to you." My young master was intensely interested as his uncle talked to him about the width of stalls, the size of windows, the proper kind of concrete flooring which should have wooden stalls, racks, and ventilating flues and rolling doors. "Why didn't you bring my Prince Fetlar up to this grand stable?" asked young Dallas, smiling at me as I thrust an inquiring muzzle over his shoulder. "Because we never assign a stall till we find out a horse's disposition. If you went to boarding school, you wouldn't want to be bed next to a boy you disliked." "Not I," said my sensitive young master with a shiver. "It makes me sick to be near people I don't care for." "Well, ponies are almost as particular as boys. Now come over to this side of the stable where the ponies face west. Here's your pet's stall next to Apache Girl's. She won't have every pony next to her, but she will get on with His Amiable Highness." This was a compliment for me, so I licked a bit of this nice man's shoulder in a caressing way, and he turned and gazed deep into what he called my soft and soulful eyes. "So you are to come up here, Prince Fetlar," said Dallas, stroking me kindly. "Now, I wonder what this big stall beyond yours is for. It looks as if you could put a dozen ponies in it." "That's the hospital stall," said his uncle. "See, there is a bed above it for a man to sleep when a pony or horse requires to be watched at night. A button by his bed enables him to turn on the light. I see you have lights all over the stable," said Dallas. "Yes, the horse race likes cheerfulness as much as we do. Now let us groom the prince." Didn't I step forward with alacrity when I heard this? "He knows every word we say," remarked Mr. Devering. "I'm mighty glad I chanced on so knowing a little fellow. Now, Dallas, a few words on grooming. Indians use the bare hand and arm. Utensils in common stable use among us whites are the metal currycombs, bristle body brushes, corn brushes, rub rags, sponges, whisks, and hoof picks. Do you know why one grooms? To keep horses clean, my uncle." "Exactly. Horses shed particles of skin the way we do. One must remove them. To begin with, I may say that I do not permit in my stables any metal currycombs. Men are careless about filing the new ones and they worry a horse. I use no metal brushes. Now here is a brush for you. No, don't rub your prince the right way of the hair. The reverse way to get out the dandruff and the dried hair. Let me show you. The body brush is the one used to rub the hair the way it grows." I stood quite still, very much amused at the feeble pawing little hand of my young master, such a contrast to the steady firm one of the man. Well, all young things have to learn. Mr. Devering showed the boy how to do my tail and mane and hand-pick the latter. Young Dallas shone best on the use of the rub rag, with which he gave me a fine polish. Then, as I am a racer, his uncle showed him how to massage me. Dallas was delighted. "I never did this before for any animal," he said. "Why, it almost makes my dear pony human." "Ah, lad," said his uncle, "when one thinks of the state of uncleanliness in which animals are allowed to exist, one is appalled." "Don't nearly all our domestic animals come from wild ones?" asked Dallas. "Yes, my boy, and in a wild state they keep themselves clean, but when domesticated they can't. I think myself there is too much housing of dumb animals. Even in winter my creatures have their freedom for at least part of the day." "It's pretty cold here in winter, isn't it?" asked Dallas. Mr. Devering's black eyes twinkled. 40 and 50 below zero. Why, how do you keep warm?" "It's all a question of food supply. We eat nourishing things and dress warmly. You should see my children and animals disporting themselves in the snow and on the ice, often icicles hanging to them, their breath like steam. Nature provides them with coats of fat or extra hair." "That is most interesting," said Dallas with a wise air and putting his head on one side. Then he listened to his uncle, who was singing 4 lines to him. "And Nature, the old nurse, took the child upon her knee, saying, 'Here is a story book thy father hath written for thee.'" Dallas began to laugh merrily and said, "Uncle, I believe you are a magician. Already I feel myself beginning to like this place and even to look with a friendly eye upon the trees." Mr. Devering showed every one of his strong white teeth in a pleased smile. Then he said, "Come and see one of the most useful things on the farm." "A vacuum cleaner for horses!" exclaimed Dallas, after we had crossed to the horses' side of the stable. "I never heard of such a thing." "Let's try it on the prince," said Mr. Devering. "I see by the look in the tail of his eye that he is acquainted with its use." Then he passed over my back with the soft rubber mouth with the high wind inside it. I liked it and did not wince. Then I listened to Mr. Devering, who was saying, "We use this cleaner for the work horses only. I prefer that you children rub down your ponies. Now I see a man from the sawmill out there, and you have had lesson enough for one morning. Let us go back to the house." Arriving there, the children all swept young Dallas down to the wharf. I went along too, feeling as light as a feather after my good grooming and vacuum cleaning. "Have you ever been in a canoe?" Cassowary inquired of my young master. "Oh, yes," he said quickly. Poor little lad! I knew by his face that he was not telling the truth. Oh, why would he lie? In the first place, a pony or a child who lies is usually found out, and if you're not found out, you feel so like a little fool that you lose self-respect. Cassowary was doubtful and said shrewdly, "Where were you ever in a canoe? Not on a pond on Boston Common, surely?" "On beaches," said Dallas boldly, "with John and Margie." Now she had already found out that John and Margie were 2 elderly city servants. It was most unlikely that they would entrust their old bones to such skittish things as canoes. However, she said nothing, but got out her slim blue canoe, put a paddle in it, and casting a glance at Big Chief, who was launching a larger canoe, and calling out directions to the younger children, who, after all, had been permitted to come. "Champ, go to the bow," he was roaring. "I'll take the stern myself. Soldier, sit down. Dovey, if you wriggle, I'll pitch you out. No, you shan't take sideways." I turned around. Who was sideways? Of all things, a common tortoiseshell cat. Why in the name of cat sense would she want to go on the water? Later on, I found out all about her. One cat after another had been electrocuted on this farm for hunting birds, and this was a case of the survival of the fittest. She loved birds, she told me afterward. It was perfectly delicious to feel a little feathery ball wiggling between your claws, but she said I wanted to live, so I gave them up, and as I just had to hunt something, I got after the things that even my masters hunt, namely fishes. I assure you I enjoy curling my claws in the water and catching little silly minnows, and I have learned to wade, so I have no fear of the water. I like sitting by a good fire and licking myself dry. When I heard Cassowary speaking in a low voice to Dallas, I turned from the cat. I think she dropped her voice so Big Chief would not hear. "You haven't been in a canoe before," she said. "You don't know how to get in. Give me your hand. Step in the middle of the road. Now fold yourself up like a jackknife. So." Dallas looked confused, took her hand, stepped into the canoe, overbalanced, and went kersplash into the water and down under the crib from which the canoes were being launched. I waited 2 seconds, saw Cassowary drop like a loon after him, but she did not bring him up. Then I galloped to the beach and, wading out, swam carefully to the edge of the crib, thinking perhaps I could aid with teeth or tail, for one of my water stunts is to bring ashore children who pretend they are drowning. Cassowary, who was almost as much at home under the water as on it, was plunging about like a seal, and just as I arrived, she had brought Dallas to the surface, and holding him by the collar with one hand and hanging on to the crib with the other, she gravely watched Champ and Big Chief giving first aid to the drowning by putting my poor little master on his face and pressing the water out of his lungs. Mr. Devering came springing down the path like a boy, and when he saw his dear lad, his face went white, and he said irritably, "What does this mean?" Dallas by this time was sitting up and spitting out last mouthfuls of water, so his uncle saw he was in no danger. "Come here, Dad, please," said Cassowary. Mr. Devering bent over his young daughter as she swayed herself idly to and fro in the water, only her head and shoulders visible. "Do you remember the picture," she said, "in the comic paper about the 6 boys and girls going gaily to pick mushrooms, and it was labeled, 'They thought they knew mushrooms'?" "Yes, I remember it," he said impatiently. She went on, "Then there was another picture of 6 little funerals marked, but they didn't." "Yes, I remember that too," he said. "Now do come out with the water and go put on dry overalls." Dallas thought he knew canoes, but he didn't, she said as she accepted her father's hand and climbed meekly out of the lake. Then she added, "My mother calls these frilly ankled things overettes, not overalls." I heard a sound of sly laughter in my ears as I stood shaking myself and looking round saw sideways the cat. "Girls are queer," she said. "Cassowary is jealous of the new boy. She has snubbed her father and praised her mother, who does not pet the lad." "You mind your own affairs," I said crossly. "There are too many animals and humans watching my young master." As if he heard me, Mr. Devering turned round. "You water monkey," he said to me. "Champ, take him up to pony stall number 8 and dry and blanket him. and above all tie him. Then he went on helping my young master walk slowly to the house. So I was led away to my pony stall, and Dallas was put in his room stall and kept there for some hours. "Dad, Dad," howled the younger children, who were not at all impressed by this accident. "Aren't we going to see Bolshy?" "Another time," he called. "How would you like to have a picnic supper over there and have Mother go?" They made the welkin ring when they heard this proposal, and smiling kindly on the little flock, this patient man went on his way up to the house. I wondered what he would say to his nephew, but as it turned out, he never mentioned the affair till days later. He just sat by the fire with Dallas, reading to him and trying to get his young mind off himself. The lesson came when they were both with me. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 12. The Drive to the Game's Wardens. Mr. Devering kept Dallas quiet for several days. He saw that the boy had been under a great nervous strain in coming here, and he had him lounge about the veranda while I was detained in my stall. It is not good for ponies and horses to be much in cold water, and I had had a chill. I dozed and slept and had a fine petting from Cassowary, who was the one detailed to look after me. A friendship sprung up between us that will never die, and often she would perch on my manger to talk to me at length about her beloved Indian pony, Apache Girl. This young girl was not much of a talker except in streaks. I saw she was not just like the other children, and later on I found out the reason. One lovely warm day, when the afternoon was half over, I stood looking out the big window before me, and to my joy, saw Mr. Devering and Dallas coming up to the stable. They walked in, and Dallas, after petting me affectionately, said shyly to his uncle, "Seeing Prince Fetlar again reminds me that you have not yet spoken to me about the other morning. I know you wish to do so." I, too, was nervous. Ponies that are well brought up always worry when their young masters worry. The man had an opportunity for a good lecture, but instead of beginning to scold, he put us both at our ease by bursting into one of his ringing laughs. It echoed all through the big empty stable, where the western sun was streaming in on the pony stalls. His laugh was the kind that makes one feel like joining in, and soon young Dallas was giggling feebly. Then he too burst into a jolly peal. Tears ran down his cheeks. "Oh, uncle," he said, getting out his handkerchief, which was white and clean like a girl's. "I don't know what I'm laughing at." "Neither do I," said his uncle, and then they both laughed harder than ever, until at last I felt my own lips curling. "You're such a funny lad," said the man after a time, wiping his eyes and then laying a hand kindly on the boy's head. "You take me back to the days of my youth, when I used to play with your dear mother. There were just the two of us. Oh, you are like her, so much like her. Boy, she used to lie to in her young days, but never to me. only to persons she was afraid of. I don't lie to you, said Dallas seriously. I don't want to. Are you afraid of my children, that you tell stories to them? No, not exactly. I want to please them. Oh, said Mr. Devering, that fatal wish to please, it has slain its millions. I love to see the boys and girls comfortable in their minds, said Dallas wistfully. And if they expect you to know how to do a thing, you lie to gratify them. But when they find you out, then they're not happy. Dallas said nothing, and his uncle went on. When I was a boy, there was a weak-minded lad living near us. The children all picked at him. The grown-ups were always after us for it. Do you catch my meaning? Dallas hung his head. Yes, my uncle. The weak go to the wall. I've read that in history. Now my children know you have weak points. They'll play on them. We must stop them. You want to be a decent man, don't you? Oh, yes, I do indeed. Well, what are you going to do about it? I've got to get a grip on myself, said Dallas. If you knew how queer it seems to me to be here with all these kids. I can't guess. You see, boy, the trouble is that the first 5 years of a child's life are the ones in which he gets his mold. You had seclusion and shyness stamped on you. We've got to get a new imprint. Don't be too humble. You're just as bright as my children. You're too meek when you think you must tell stories to overawe them. Plain truth will save you, lad, and you can do some things that my children can't do. Just wait till they find out how well you can sing. Now, let me hear you promise to stop this fairy story business. Dallas put up a slight hand and said solemnly, I promise to speak the truth, and the truth only from this on. Mr. Devering clapped him on the shoulder. Then he slipped his hand under my blanket, felt me to see whether I was warm, and folding the blanket backward, drew it off in the proper way, so as to leave my hair smooth. Then he said, Bonnie Prince Fetlar, I didn't understand your maneuvers the other morning. I asked your pardon. Fancy a man asking a pony's pardon. I just loved him for it, and tucked my muzzle in the pocket of his corduroy jacket as we went out of the stable. Stop your tickling, Prince, he said. Here's a bit of sugar for you. Now keep your soft old nose to yourself. Let's go get the deerhound. He'd enjoy an afternoon out. We all went up to the kennel by the cow stable, where Drunkard welcomed us frantically. Mr. Devering unchained him and led him toward the house. When we got near the veranda, and I saw the joyful group on it, my heart died within me. Preparations for a picnic were going on. Probably they would go by water, and I should be left at home. However, I could have a little fun before they went in watching them. They were well-drilled children. A list was hung on a veranda post, and each child kept consulting it while packing baskets. So many knives, forks, spoons, napkins, cups and saucers, and plates must go in. Also a huge frying pan, a big pot for coffee, which they were allowed on picnics. Benji brought bacon, cold potatoes, an egg salad, jelly, chicken sandwiches, a chocolate cake, ginger snaps, 2 cream pies, and lots of spread bread and butter. Oh, it was going to be a picnic that would warm a pony's heart. And I do so enjoy a picnic with nice boys and girls. I stepped mournfully back under the lilacs and watched the closing of the baskets and the forming of the procession to the lake. Everybody was smiling, even Big Chief, who was a boy that was always cheered by the sight of food. I paced slowly after the joyful children, my head drooping, my eyes on my young master, who walked beside me, his gaze fixed apprehensively on the lake. Suddenly, that clever woman, Mrs. Devering, gave us an understanding glance over her shoulder. "Daddy," she called in her clear voice to Mr. Devering, who was leaving with the biggest baskets. "Is this little pony broken to harness?" "Oh, yes. He was for some years in Ohio, where one sees ponies hauling 2 or 4 persons in carts and small surreys." "Good," she exclaimed. "I'd like to drive to the Warden's. It will be all right for me to put Pony in the small cart?" "Certainly," he said. "Who will go with you?" Childlike everybody, boy and girl but Dallas, cried out. "Dallas goes," she said. "He is the only one who was politely silent. My darlings, you must not run after invitations. Let them run after you." And so, speaking, she was just about to drop out of the procession when Cassowary said pleadingly, "Mother, let me drive Dallas. You'd have to handle the harness, and you know you cut your hand this morning." "Thank you, girlie," said her mother. "I believe I will resign in your favor. Show your cousin how to help you." Cassowary, who was ahead with Drunkard, passed his lead to Champ, and my young master and I joyfully followed her to the carriage house, where she wheeled out a 2-seated cart. "I suppose you know nothing about harnessing," she said to Dallas. "Oh, yes," he began, and he checked himself and said over again, "Oh, yes, you're right. I know nothing about attaching an animal to a carriage." "Come to the harness room," she said, and there she gave young Dallas quite a nice talk about 4- and 2-wheelers for passengers, and also about the even more important wagons for carrying loads. Then she explained the difference between work harness and light harness. Dallas got a good memory, and when she gave him a brief examination, she found that he had forgotten nothing, but he stood staring at me. "All very fine," he remarked. "I understand about the bridle, collar, traces, breeching, hip strap, and so on. But how do you get harness and cart together?" Cassowary did not smile. She was as sober as a judge. "Back up, Pony," she said, and she showed Dallas how to lift the shafts and buckle straps until I and my smart tan harness were firmly attached to the cart. "Now jump in," she said. "Box seat. Take the reins, or as you, I suppose, would call them, the lines. Not that way. Here, change your fingers. Reins held in left hand. Right free for take back or whip." "And would you whip this beautiful little creature?" asked Dallas in a shocked voice. "Not. I'm merely teaching you form. Near ring over your forefinger, of rein between middle and ring fingers. Grip reins by edges, not by flat sides." "Am I really driving?" asked Dallas in an astonished voice as I turned them smoothly out to the road. "Looks like it," she said. Happy in having no blinds, I could cast a glance back toward the proud and delighted boy. "Don't look so nervous," said Cassowary. "Tighten your reins tough. If he were a stumbler, down he would go. It's hard lines. You couldn't have had this fun sooner. If I were queen, I'd give every boy and girl a pony and a dog." "I feel as if I were in heaven," said Dallas in an awed voice. "Wait till you ride," said Cassowary. "Then you'll be in the 7th heaven." "Cousin," said Dallas, It's mighty good in you to take so much trouble with an awkward boy like me." "Dad told me," she said sheepishly. "Then I know everyone has to learn. Hello, there's Happy Harry. Want to go to a picnic, Harry?" The lame young man was going slowly in his crutches along the road under the poplars. "No, thank you," he said with a brilliant smile. "I'm going to walk over to neighbor Detover's with Mother." "Nice boy," she said as we spun along. "My, I'm glad I haven't lost my fit. Look out, you're heading the prince for those cows. Give them a bit of the road. Cows have rights." The cows politely stepped into the bushes as we went by. Soon I could tell by the movement of the hand on the lines that my young master was getting calmer. By the time we reached the head of the lake, Cassowary began to praise him. "I'm glad you haven't too many impulses," she said. "I don't know what that means," said Dallas. "How are you telling Prince Fetlar the way to go?" "By these lines, I suppose." "Which lead to the bit in the pony's soft mouth. Your feelings run along the lines to the bit. Pony feels them, and his mind and yours keep working together. This fellow is bright enough to do things himself. If you don't approve, you will check him by flashing a counter order along the lines. You must always keep your animal in hand." "I wouldn't like to hurt his nice mouth," said Dallas. "You'd never hurt him. You'll be too gentle, probably." "I'm glad we're meeting no one," said Dallas. "We'll just pretend we are," she said promptly. "Now I'll show you how to turn out on a narrow road." "Why do automobiles not come up here on this fine road?" asked Dallas. "They do, but they can't come just now because the government is repairing the new road. It's a beauty, and where the big flat rocks are too dreadful, overhead bridges are made. You came the old bad road." "It was certainly bad," said Dallas feelingly. "Dad is tremendously keen on road making," said the girl. "He's never so happy as when he's laying out a new one. Roads spell progress, he says." "Ah, here we are at the top of the lake," said Dallas, "and entering quite thick, deep woods. How lovely the air is! I can smell the nice damp earth and the breath of the pines. And there is a meadow in the distance," he went on. "That is Beaver Meadow," said Cassowary, "and that lazy little river poking through it as if looking for the shortest way to the lake is Fawn River. What a pretty little islands those are in the river mouth," said Dallas. "That's the old woman who lived in a shoe. You've heard of her?" "Oh, yes, quite often." "Well, there she is on that biggest island, which is shaped like a green shoe. See her head sticking up from behind that high rock." "Do you mean the silver birch broken off short?" asked Dallas. "That one with the queer bunch on its head?" "Yes, that's her bonnet," said Cassowary. "One day we paddled over and nailed a big coal scuttle bonnet on her. See those birds on that tiniest island of all? What are they?" "You're a born school teacher," said Dallas admiringly. Then he added, "They are gulls, herring gulls, I think." "Yes? Don't they look wise? They sit there and ponder. Then they fly away and come back and ponder some more. They're not a bit afraid of us. Hear me call them." And she gave a very good gull yell. "Cack, cack, 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 cack." "Ooh, ooh, 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 ooh," came back from one of the gulls, who raised himself on his brownish-black wings and circled over our heads. "If it isn't my dear old friend Buffy!" cried Cassowary, rising up in her seat in her excitement. "Where have you been, my angel gull?" "Ooh, ooh, ooh," squawked the gull. Then he gave a kind of groan. "Been having adventures, my darling?" she shrieked up at him. "Come and tell your old girl all about them. Did you go to Cuba or Lower California last winter?" "Ooh," he responded with a long, deep, harsh sob. "This boy won't hurt you, my pet," she shrilled up in the air. "Quick, Dallas, tell him you wouldn't shoot a gull to save your life." My young master, not knowing what to do with one creature on earth and another in the air, tightened the reins until he nearly sawed my tender mouth in two, while he threw up his young head and cried in his sweet voice, "I wouldn't shoot a gull, for I am frightened to death of a gun." The gull brayed like a donkey. "Oh, oh, oh!" "He doesn't trust you," said Cassowary. "Hunters must have been shooting at him. Goodbye, my angel. Come play with me when I'm bathing in the morning. Ah, my neck aches." And she dropped down on the seat of the cart. "Drive on, boy, for mercy's sake. The prince is most on his hind legs. Do you want to choke him?" "Tell me about that gull, will you?" asked Dallas when he gave me more liberty. "He's following us." "He'd be down on my lap if it weren't for you. When he was a baby gull, a strange bad boy out in a boat on this lake shot at him and wounded his wing. I was out in my canoe Bluebird, and I didn't pick up that poor gull baby pretty quick as he lay flopping in the water. Then I overhauled the boat, trounced the boy, who was quite astonished to find that a girl had fists, swam to my canoe, paddled home, mothered Golly, who made his home with the hens, and reveled in bread and milk. When he grew old, he flew away to Old Woman's Islands, but whenever I went in the water, he came and played with me. I wouldn't go near the boys. He thinks you're all bad." "How would he play with you?" asked Dallas. "Oh, he flaps round me in the water, strikes me with his wings. He's very rough, but I give him as good as he gives me, slap for slap. He knows I like him. Hurry up, Prince, and don't try to listen to every word we say. The others will get there before us, although they have to go down the lake for fish." "Does someone there get fish for them?" asked Dallas. "Yes, the fire warden. He lives by the dam and catches fine big bass. Hush, now. Maybe we'll see Mr. Beaver." "Who is he?" asked Dallas. "Such a naughty little man. He and Mrs. Beaver are making a dam across the river, and soon they'll have to be checked, for they would step up the water and make it so deep that the cows would drown when crossing from one meadow to another. Mr. Beaver is Dad's pet, though they don't have anything much to do with each other now. They just love each other apart." "Then how does your dad pet him?" "It was in the past. He got him in Toronto. You know we have 2 rivers down there, one each side of the city. The Humber and the dear dirty little Don, which is not clear till you get out into the country. Well, on the banks of the Don is our zoo. We youngsters never go to it now, for we either get mad or cry when we see beloved wild animals cooped up in small quarters. I always used to pray hard for them all to drop dead. One night, a couple of years ago, Dad was walking through the park by the zoo when he came to a huge bank of earth with a hole in it. One of the park men was staring at it, and Dad asked what happened. He said a water main had burst, and had carried away a part of the bank and some animal cages. They had got every creature back but one beaver, and goodness only knew where he was. That said, he hoped Mr. Beaver had gone to his animal heaven. Then he went on down the hill to the river. Just as he was going to cross one of the bridges, he saw a poor forlorn little animal sitting looking at the muddy dawn. That said, it was queer to see a wild thing sitting there in the electric light of a city of 500,000 people. Dad went softly up to him, and the poor little creature, whose head had been hurt, let him take him up. "The river is too dirty to plunge into, said Dad. "Well, I know a river where clean waters flow, and the cardinal flowers grow. Come, weary little man, and we'll put you in it." Then Dad took him to Aunt Laura's Sacred Home's house in Rosedale, and put him in his bathroom. Then he went to sleep. In the morning, Aunt Laura came chopping along the hall with her cane and opened the bathroom door to peep through and see if Dad was still sleeping. Then she saw the beaver, and didn't she give a scream? The beaver skedaddled under Dad's bed, and he woke up very sorry to have Aunt Laura frightened, but glad to see Mr. Beaver had recovered his faculties. He felt sober, though, when he saw the brushes in his bathroom and the woodwork all beaten and gnawed. However, Aunt Laura said, "Never mind. He felt grateful and was trying to make a dam for you. The room has to be done over anyway." Then Dad put Mr. Beaver in a box and brought him here, and he chose him a mate, and they're going to live happy ever after. "Splendid for the beavers," said Dallas. "But what about the park people?" "Oh, they didn't care. His mate has been killed. That paid them for him anyway." "When your father goes to heaven," said Dallas, "I believe he'll have all his pet animals sitting round him." Cassowary smiled in her sober way. "You're like Mother. She says as soon as St. Peter lets dear Dad through the pearly gates, a little Janko will fly up and say, 'I've been waiting for you. Here are my young ones with me that you saved from the bad squirrels. I love you, and I'm going to keep near you.' And the squirrel will say, 'You gave me nuts and kept me from eating the little birds.' And the fox will say, 'You caught me in a merciful trap that did not wound my tender paw, but it killed me at once, and sent me to a place where I learned how to be a better fox.' Then a deer will say, 'You found me in the woods alone when a cruel sportsman had taken my mother, and you brought me up and petted me.' And a nice black bear with a brown muzzle will say, 'Give us a paw, old man. You shot me through the brain. You didn't let me stagger away to die by inches.'" Dallas was delighted with this talk, and drew me up so that I stood quite still. "Oh, get on, you funny boy," said Cassowary. "But whisht! Here we are at the dam. See Daddy Beaver beyond that point sticking out in the river? That's his dam. Hasn't he arranged the saplings and brushwood nicely? There he comes downstream trailing a baby tree. Can you see him? Mrs. Beaver is just selecting a billet of wood from that heap for afternoon tea. Or is she going to take it down below to her water pantry?" My young master was overjoyed. I don't think he had ever seen beavers before. He stood up, and with shining eyes fixed on the river, listened breathlessly to Cassowary. The beavers did not hear us. The road here was grassy, and the cart had slipped along so noiselessly that it was some minutes before the beaver's roving eye caught sight of the alarming spectacle of a pony and a cart and two young persons. Then, didn't he give the river a thwack with his broad tail as a signal to his wife, and down they both went. "Mr. Beaver! Mr. Beaver!" called Cassowary. "It's the good man's daughter. I wouldn't hurt you for $1,000,000. I wouldn't wear a beaver skin coat. Come back and get your sapling. It's a dandy one, your favorite poplar, and it's floating downstream." "He can't hear you," said Dallas. She wagged her black head. "The fishes will tell him. You know fishes weren't always fishes." "Now, what new thing is that?" asked my young master. "It's something some people believe in another dominion of our empire." "What dominion?" "Australia. The blacks there say that one day when fishes lived on land, they were all gathered together around a fire near a river. A dreadful wind arose and blew them and the fire into the water. The fire was a nice fire and went on burning, and the fishes gathered round it, and it never goes out. That's why you are always warmer under water on a cold day than you are on land." I believe it, said my young master. "I believe anything about animals. I never think fish are stupid." "And speaking of winds," said Cassowary, "old Mrs. Petzwick at the head of the lake had her flock of 23 geese blown off the land by a wild gale, and they came ashore on our beach, and we took them back to her, and she said, 'Praise the Lord, I just wanted to see some of you to borrow a little money. I was too ill to get down to you. Now, cousin, let me take the reins. We are coming to a wild, wild road that leads to a wild, wild house.' It was a wild side road that led from this main one up to a slight hill above the river, and the tree branches brushed the cart as he went along it. 'The Warden goes everywhere by canoe,' said Cassowary, 'or by skates and snowshoes in winter, for everything here freezes over. That's his house on the crown of this hill. He calls it the last house, because there isn't another one till you get way up the river past 3 sets of falls and into Algonquin Park. Now, Pony Lamb, we'll not leave you here alone.' And to my joy, she sprung out of the cart and began to take off all my harness. 'Don't throw it on the ground, Dallas,' she said. 'Put it in the cart, and hand me that halter under the seat. Now, Excelsior!' We climbed the hill after her to the green cottage. 'Not a soul about,' she said. 'Let's go in.' And she dropped the halter shank and left me outside. As I had not been forbidden, I ventured to go carefully after them. 'What a jolly big fireplace,' said Dallas, when we entered a small living room with a fire all laid. 'The Warden is as neat as a woman,' said Cassowary. 'Poor fellow, his wife is dead. He's here all alone in winter, and he reads a lot. See the books on those cases, and his nice reading lamp on the table. He's as snug as a woodlouse, he says.' Young Dallas touched admiringly a rack with guns and fishing rods. 'Come through to the kitchen,' said Cassowary. 'Will he mind?' asked Dallas, tiptoeing after her. 'Oh, you green city boy,' she said. 'In the backwoods we're neighbors. We know who lives next door to us. Let's see what he's got in his cupboard. High bush cranberry jam. That's delicious. Let's have some on bread, and wouldn't a cup of tea be nice? We're on holiday. Here are lemons for it. He doesn't keep a cow.' 'Some tea would be great,' cried Dallas. 'I'll help you make a fire in this nice clean kitchen stove.' And he seized a big stick of wood from the box. 'Go get the water, you duffer,' she said, handing him a pail. Paper goes first, then kindling in making a fire. I'll do it. Spring is first turned to the left. I followed my master to a lovely little spring gushing from a rock bed, and falling down so conveniently that all the boy had to do was to hold the pail under it. When we came back, Cassowary said, "Pony, you just step out of doors. Your hoofs are muddy. Dallas, go up and see the nice bedrooms in the attic while I'm making the tea." The lad ran up the flight of steps leading from the living room. Then he called to her to come and tell him what kind of bird's nest that was under the eaves. Hearing their fresh young voices exclaiming, I ventured to go up to the stairs too. There were several swallows' nests under the eaves with young ones in them, and Cassowary was calmly ruffling up the feathers of the fledglings. "Parasites in their dear little ears," she said. "Here, hold this birdie while I pick them out." "Do wild birds have lice on them?" asked Dallas. "Wild birds and wild animals and tame birds and tame animals. You ought to see Grammy rubbing the fur of her pet raccoon the wrong way. Everything that lives gets dirty. You have to keep cleaning. No use in making a fuss about it. There's nothing dirty about cleaning up. Bless my heart and soul, look at that little beast of yours." She had seen my head appearing at the top of the stairway. "No flies on him," she went on. "I believe that animal would walk a tight rope if you stretched it out before him. Back, my beauty, there's death on your track." Death wasn't on my track as I practiced safety first, and feeling cautiously with my hooves and minding my step, I went down quite nicely. When the children followed me, Cassowary found some white bread as well baked as if a woman had done it, and she and Dallas had quite a nice afternoon tea on the white-scoured kitchen table. Then they washed the dishes, and Cassowary handed me through the window all the bread and butter that was left. Finally she said, "Come down to the river. That is where the Warden has his outdoor sitting room. Oh, isn't the air delicious?" And she sniffed energetically. "There are many spruces and balsam firs about here. Just feel intoxicated, as Davy says when she goes in the woods." Stepping lightly along the narrow path, she went down to the road and across it, till we could see the pretty river shining through the tree branches ahead of us. Suddenly she stopped and said, "There he is, Bolshy the Russian." End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends, by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 13, Bolshy the Russian. My young master crouched his head down to stare through the underbrush, and I stared over his shoulders. What a sitting room! Enormous elms were the doorposts. Climbing bittersweet, flinging itself from one lofty branch to another, was the ceiling. Fallen logs and twisted tree limbs were the armchairs. Delicate river grass, cut short, was the carpet, and a huge wisp of rushes hanging down into the river was the hearthrug. "I love the sitting room, Prince," murmured my master in my ear. "Oh, how can boys play on dusty streets?" "Ho ho, my little master," I whispered back. "You are coming on. Soon you will be embracing these beloved trees." But he did not understand me, and turned to gaze at the two men sitting on two of the rustic armchairs, and staring at the river highway with as much interest as if it had been a city street. Opposite them was a wide green meadow where some red cows were grazing. A brown canoe was drawn up among the white water lilies, and a woman was feeding salt to some of the cows. Occasionally ducks and big bluish cranes flew overhead, their funny feet sticking out behind, and once in a while a boat went gliding by. One of the men was a big, heavy, low-browed creature. I knew he must be the Russian. He was smoking stolidly, and sometimes took his pipe from his mouth and, wrinkling his brow like a monkey, looked as if he were thinking about something that puzzled him. His companion was a slender, dark young man in khaki-colored knickerbockers and a green woolen shirt, and he sat quite still, his eyes sad and dreamy, his hands on his knees. "That's Denty, the Warden's son," whispered Cassowary. "He was wounded at Vimy Ridge and has had shell shock. His father has to be away from home a good deal, and one reason he keeps the Russian is to give Denty something to do." "Is the Warden French?" asked Dallas. "Half. His mother was Ontario-born. His father came from Quebec. His name is Dentes, but we call his son Denty." Like all woodsmen, the young man had good ears, and at this moment he turned his head, got up slowly, and came to greet us. His sad face became quite bright at sight of Cassowary. "Glad to see you, mademoiselle," he said, taking off his cap and holding it in his hand. "How are you today?" she asked. "Better. My head is almost all right now, thanks to him," and he pointed to the Russian who was staring at us. "Is he much trouble now?" asked Cassowary in a low voice. "No, not now. He is getting into line." "What's the matter, Bolshy?" The Russian, pawing the air with one big hand, was shaking his loose cotton shirt with the other. "He's thanking you for it," said Denty. "Oh, that's nothing," remarked Cassowary shyly. "I was glad to make it for him. I'm afraid the stitches are pretty big, though. I hate to sew." "He wouldn't notice that, but what's he doing?" The Russian, after gazing intently at my young master, had begun to pace round him like a big bear. He did not give me one glance. Evidently, he did not care for ponies. "Bolshy," said the soldier, "what's biting you?" The Russian stopped short, made a most imploring noise in his throat, and seemed to fairly drink in the light from my young master's eyes. I put myself between him and Dallas, for I felt that the boy was rather nervous about this big fellow tramping round him. The Russian was moaning now, and putting his big feet down more and more heavily. He had dropped his pipe, and both hands were clenching his thatch of shaggy hair. "He's thinking of his home," said Denty kindly. "How well you understand him," observed Cassowary. "We're together all day, and I've got so I can read his thoughts. At first I didn't know a word of Russian, but he's taught me a lot." "Do you ever have to shut him up?" "Hardly ever. He made a bit of a fuss over his bath a few days ago, because I wanted him to learn to swim. I suppose you heard him howling. 'Hey, Bolshy, old top, what's got you?'" The Russian was plucking the soldier by the sleeve. He had straightened out something in his bewildered brain, for his face was contented and he was clicking his teeth comfortably. The soldier watched his gestures. "He's seen someone with eyes like this boy's somewhere overseas." "That reminds me," said Cassowary. "I didn't introduce my cousin. His name is Dallas Stuff, and he is visiting us." The soldier nodded. Then he turned again to the Russian. "He says he was very, very sick in the hospital in France. He had been hurt in a great battle. He did not know what it was about. A beautiful woman nursed him. She had peculiar eyes like faint stars in a dark night, but they warmed one, and her hair was shining and very sleek, and bound round her head in waves." Cassowary's lips parted, and she fairly hung on the soldier's words. Bolshy was now fumbling at his shirt that hung quite loose outside his trousers. "He's going fishing," said the soldier. "I'll bet it's for some souvenir the lady gave him." We all pressed forward. The Russian's big paw was trembling as he brought to light a dirty little bag on a dirty little string around his neck. Fumbling at it, he managed to extract an American nickel. We were all intensely interested in his movements, and the soldier remarked, "The lady was not French," he says, "nor English, but everybody loved her. He wants to know whether the boy has a mother or an older sister." Dallas shook his head sadly, but Cassowary said nothing. The Russian snatched his treasure from the soldier, who was examining it closely to suit him. Then picking up his pipe, he relighted it and smoked furiously for a few minutes. However, something was still worrying him. For every few seconds, he turned to Dallas and wrinkled his heavy eyebrows. "I believe," said the soldier, "that Bolshy is all mixed up in his mind. He was brought up to humble himself before rich people. Then men came who told him that his mud-walled hut and his starving wife and children were due to the rich who had taken his money. Finally, his wife and children starved to death. He was angry and went into the army and tried to kill. But instead of killing, he was nearly killed himself. Then the beautiful lady saved his life, and now he loves the boy because he has her eyes. But the beautiful lady could not read. He never saw her with a book in her hand. Look at him." Bolshy, snarling disagreeably, was making a face at his idol, and coming toward him in an ungainly way, pulled something from his pocket. The soldier's hand was on the Russian's wrist. He must have heard him, for Bolshy cried out and dropped the little paper-covered volume. "My riddle book!" exclaimed Dallas. "I brought it to amuse the children." The soldier returned it to him and said, "Bolshy began to throw all our books into the river till I made him play water dog and retrieve them. Bolshy, apologize to Miss Cassowary's cousin for your impudence." The Russian became angry and with rude gestures threatened the soldier until he saw his hand go to his side. There was a holster there. And Mr. Bolshy soon became civil and uttered some queer-sounding words that we all knew meant that he was not sorry, but he said he was. "Try kindness," said Cassowary softly. "Treat him as the beautiful lady did. You sing, don't you, Dallas? Do you know any French songs? They might appeal to him, for Russian society people use that language so much." Dallas hesitated, then he said, "I will if you wish it. I can sing a little sad song about a young man who was going to die and be buried in the cold ground, and he begged his dear young sweetheart to walk among the rustling leaves over his grave and think about him." Cassowary nodded encouragingly, and the boy threw back his young head and in his sweet, pathetic voice begged and prayed some dear French girl to remember him. "Rappelez-moi," he sang, and the sound was so sweet and piercing that it affected my ears sadly. I twitched and twitched them, and finally had to rub them against the bark of a young elm. Ponies and dogs, too, can hear so much more acutely than human beings that music is sometimes like needle points to our ears. However, my emotion was nothing to the Russian's. He trembled on his strong legs, his mouth gaped. He took off his cap and threw it on the grass. When the boy's voice was at last still, the Russian lifted his head. Tears were running down his cheeks, and he poured out a lot of talk to the soldier, who smiled and said with an apologetic glance at the young girl, "Bolshy thinks that the boy sings as well as a man. Much better than the beautiful lady did, though she had a voice like a bird's." "That's because they have men singing only in the Greek churches," remarked Cassowary. "I don't believe the boy would sing better than—" Then she stopped suddenly and pointed to Bolshy. The big man was coming slowly over the grass, and reaching my young master, he took the hem of his coat and pressed it to his lips. "Glory be," said the soldier. "That's what we've been working for. Something to break his crust. I'll bet he's thinking of home and mother." Poor creature, he evidently was, for he was pointing away to the east and pouring forth a most troubled account of something to Dallas, who nodded sympathetically. The soldier turned to Dallas. "You'll help me a lot if you tell him to trust me. I mean well by him." My young master's face was lighted by a charming smile. He reached up, put his hand on the shaggy head of the subdued man, and patted it as if he had been a big dog, and then signed to him to follow. And leading him over to the soldier, he said, "Merde." At the French word, Bolshy trembled, and when Dallas began jabbering in that language, he was in a transport of delight. He didn't understand a word of it, but the sound was comforting as he had heard it in his native land. He shook his head a great many times, and when Dallas finished, he went and stood humbly in front of the soldier. "Gee," said the young man, "this is fine. Sit down, Bolshy," and he pointed to a log. The Russian did as he was told, and the soldier heaved a sigh. Usually there's an argument about everything he's to do. "Thank you, young man," he said gratefully to Dallas. Dallas was exploring his pockets, and after bringing out a bar of chocolate, he went over and put it between Bolshy's teeth. This clapped the climax, and the poor Russian sat munching the sweet stuff and laughing with delight in a funny, jerky way. "Here comes the launch," exclaimed Cassowary, and we all turned to the water. Their big motorboat, the Heron of Fawn Lake, was rounding the old woman's islands, and came in with a flourish through a bed of yellow and white water lilies to the warden's crib. Mr. Devering was running it, and smiling as he saw us, his white teeth gleaming against the brown of his skin. As the Heron graced the landing, the children swarmed ashore, dragging Drunkard with them. Like a flock of wild ducks, they spread over the place, fluttering about the soldier and the Russian, who surveyed them kindly, but not in the worshipful way in which he had greeted my young master. Not one of the children touched his fancy, as Dallas did. "We're starving. Can't we have our picnic, Mother?" they cried, and Mrs. Devering said to her husband, "You've kept them too long on the lake. They're more quicksilvery than ever." "Who will boss about the fire?" called Champ shrilly. "Speak, Mother, quick, please." "Is thy servant a dog?" she asked good-naturedly. Then she added, "Big Chief, with Cassowary for first assistant." Didn't those children scurry about in search of firewood, though the soldier motioned them politely to his woodpile. Dallas and I trotted after them. The bush was full of broken branches and trees lying across each other. Oh, the poor people in big cities, I thought. If they could only have some of these nice dry sticks. Back of the green sitting room was a huge rock with a kind of natural fireplace. Here, Big Chief started the fire with birch bark and dry twigs, and soon there was a roaring blaze, tearing up the stone chimney. When the coals were nice and red, Big Chief sent Champ to dip in the river the sticks from which the water kettle was to be suspended. Then Cassowary got out the frying pan and began doing the bacon. How it sizzled and snapped as she turned it with her long-handled fork. Her face got redder and redder, but she would not yield her place to no one, although poor little Dovey begged humbly for permission to roast her young self. "That's right, my daughter," said Mrs. Devering to Cassowary. "Stick to whatever you undertake, no matter how much smoke you breathe, but give Dovey a share. Great generals always leave details to subordinates." "Set the 2 tables," ordered Cassowary, full of importance. "You know how to put the food on one, and the dishes on the other. Let Soldier and Bigwig bring cushions and rugs from the boat and arrange in a semicircle." Dovey went away quite happy, and Cassowary and Big Chief, managing the fireplace, found when the food was all cooked that plates and cups and saucers were ready for it. Bolshy was tremendously interested in this, evidently his first picnic in Canada, for, as Mr. Devering said in a low voice to his wife, probably in the internment camp there were few diversions. The big fellow strolled about, his small eyes twinkling, his hands working nervously. The soldier, grinning cheerfully, had to keep tapping him with the end of a long stick to remind him to get out of the way of the hurrying children, and not to hang too lovingly over the tables. Finally, Mr. Devering gently pushed the poor fellow to a seat on a rug, and gave him a plate and a knife and fork to hold. Bolshy beat a tune with the fork on his plate, just like a happy, hungry child. Then, when everybody sat down and he was offered bacon, he grunted like a pig, saying, "No, no!" Then, pointing with his knife to the cold chicken, flapped his arms like wings and said, "Yes, yes!" The children shrieked with laughter, and the soldier said, Bolshy doesn't get much chicken here, for we don't keep them. I guess he's tired of bacon." "He's like a child," said Mrs. Devering. "He wants a change of diet, and our dishes are new to him. Are you as good a cook as your father Denty?" "No, ma'am," said the soldier. "Not by a long shot, I say. Bolshy, stop stirring your coffee with that chicken leg. We use spoons in this country." It was quite impossible to offend the beaming Bolshy, and cheerfully licking the chicken leg, he threw it over his shoulder into the river. Then getting up, took his plate in both hands and going humbly to Mrs. Devering, begged for more chicken, pointing to the breast of one that she was just beginning to carve. "Nothing modest about you, old bear," said Denty. "I say, come back, you've had enough," and he motioned to the rug. The second plateful disappeared with the rapidity of the first, and as the children were so convulsed with Bolshy's antics that they could not eat, Mr. Devering got up, took a platter with 2 carcasses on it, and leading Bolshy to the bush, left him there, crunching the bones and enjoying himself hugely. The soldier did not eat much, and Mr. and Mrs. Devering looked at him anxiously. Presently, blinking at the sun, he said, "It is most time for the White Phantom. If you'll excuse me, I'll go meet her." How I picked up my ears. Now I should learn who the creature was that had been mentioned in such affectionate, dying tones by the expiring stick of wood. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of a pony and his friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of a pony and his friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 14. The White Phantom. "Who is the White Phantom?" asked my young master eagerly. He sat on a rug beside Mrs. Devering. I was just behind under some alders, and occasionally I thrust my head through the curtain of Virginia creeper, and my young master handed me a bit of whatever he was eating. "She is that rare thing, a white doe," said Mrs. Devering. "Hunter shot her mother, and the warden brought her up. She is like a beautiful dog, and comes home every night. You must see the hurdles the warden taught her to jump over." "Why can't the soldier stay here and finish his supper?" said Dallas. "Can't he hear her coming?" Big Chief, who sat on the other side of his mother, had his mouth stuffed with egg salad, but he managed to open it long enough to say scornfully, "Hear a dear." "No, he couldn't hear her," said Mrs. Devering. "Wild creatures, no matter how tame, don't care for strangers. She would not like our being here, and would stay in the bush until we left." My young master had given me so many tidbits, and also having nibbled some grass on my own account, I was no longer hungry. So I backed into the sweet green undergrowth, and then slipped softly after the soldier, when he went languidly up the path, to the road, and over it, back of the house. He was whistling at intervals as he went, first a low musical chuckle, then a liquid "pweet, pweet," a song that was both flute-like and bell-like, and so natural that a hermit thrush, thinking it was her mate, began to pipe back at him. When he got on the hill back of the house, I saw a little brushwood shelter, and beyond it the warden's wide grass belt that, in case of a forest fire, would prevent the flames from reaching his pretty house. At intervals along the grassy clearing were placed high movable frames, made of interlaced twigs and sticks. This was evidently the doe's racetrack. They were pretty high hurdles and absolutely beyond a Shetland Arabian pony. How I wished I might see her take them. I saw her attempt it, though the young man Denty did his best to turn me back. He was not easily deceived, and hearing the slight rustling of branches as I came along behind him, he looked back and said irritably, "Return, Mr. Curiosity. I don't want you." Then he turned his head quickly, for there was another rustling sound beyond him. We both looked toward the spot where the sound had been made, and there, gazing at us from a wild raspberry thicket, was the most beautiful animal I had ever seen. Only the head was visible. The eyes were soft and lovely, but clouded by a mist of suffering. She was in pain. But though I saw this plainly, the soldier did not. "Ma belle," he called, as he pointed to the hurdles. "Thy duty than thy supper." It seems the beautiful creature was usually addressed in French, which language I know a little, as so many of my owners have spoken it. She came slowly, drawing her slender legs along and showing her exquisite white body, stained, alas, by red spots. The soldier, his languor all gone, started forward in dismay. Then he called, "Stop, my beauty! I did not know that condition." The beloved animal was actually trying to jump over the hurdles, but in a heavy and stupid manner, not with the usual graceful and bird-like agility of her family. At his words, she fell and could not rise. He ran frantically to her, tore at his clothing, pulled off his green woolen shirt, and taking off quite a nice fine white one under it, began to staunch the blood flow. "Pony!" he called to me over his shoulder. "Va donc, cherche ton maître." I knew what he meant, and for once I sprang like a deer myself, and dashing down that hill, landed in the midst of the picnic party, and had Mr. Devering by the coat sleeve. He looked down at my teeth, biting the cloth as I endeavored to pull him along. "I'm coming," he said, and he gave a bound to the motorboat, then came springing up the hill after me. It seems that whenever anyone called him in a hurry, he sprang for his black bag. So many people die in the backwoods for lack of first aid. All the children wished to sweep up the hill. I could hear them crying out, but Mrs. Devering kept them back. Her clear voice rose above the clamor. "Wait till we are called. Your father will let us know if we are wanted." However, she could not keep Bolshy back. It would have taken a squad of soldiers to do that. Snorting and blowing, he rushed like a tornado up the hill beside me as I led the way. He was afraid something had happened to his soldier friend. When he saw it was only the doe, he fell back beside me and, throwing his arms over my neck, caressed me. I remembered that caress later when he was in disgrace and needed a friend himself. A pony never forgets a blow nor a kind word. Well, that splendid man, Mr. Devering, who had the quick, deft fingers and active brain that would have made him a first-class surgeon if he had remained in the city, was handling the beautiful doe's wounds as delicately as if she had been a human being. Bolshy and I could not see exactly what he and the soldier were doing as they bent so closely over the doe. But before I left, I pressed forward and spoke to her in our animal language. "Beautiful creature," I said as she lay on the grass, very weak and exhausted. "I heard of you one morning after I came from a dying stick of birchwood. It was sorry for you." Her glazed eyes brightened. "The trees of the wood are all good to me," she murmured. "They will mourn that I die. They were my playfellows. The wild deer shunned me." "You must not die, beautiful one," I said decidedly. "You will grieve the warden and his son." "The cruel hunters," she gasped. "They hunted so long and so hard. Why did they not shoot and kill? I am so weary." "Rouse yourself, dear one," I said. "Sleep and rest. Do not die, I beg of you. It would be wrong." "I will try," she just breathed, and I was about to leave her to rest when something made me turn back. "Oh, why," I said, "did you try to leap when you were so weary?" "To please my master, whom I love. Could I die a better death?" she said, but so faintly that I could scarcely hear her. "Then," I went on, "if you die, you will break the young Dente's heart. He will say that he killed you." Some strength seemed to come to her at that. "I will live then," she said quite distinctly. "I will, indeed. Thank you, little pony friend." Then she laid her lovely white head on the green grass, and closed her dim eyes. "You are too beautiful to die," I whinnied ever so softly. Then I looked at the human beings. They did not know I had spoken a word to her. Bless their dear hearts. Clever, so clever, but some things they don't know. Mr. Devering and I were just leaving the doe when a man suddenly stood beside us. I don't know whether he came from the east, west, north, or south. He just seemed to drop down among us. And at his heels was an eagerly gliding bloodhound. The warden was like his son, but more French. He was dark, slender, silent, and had short grizzled hair and black eyes, more piercing even than Mr. Devering's. He never said a word. He just bent down and touched the doe's head. She opened her eyes and fixed them on him with a wonderful expression. They were talking to each other without a word being said. Then she closed her eyes and he rose. "My father," said Denty in French. "They've got her at last." The warden said nothing. He just stared at his son in such a painful way that it made me shudder. I spoke to the dog, but he paid no attention to me whatever. He just pressed forward a little in front of his master, and in a tender way began licking the red spots from the white doe's coat. She was his playmate and friend. "Father," said Denty again, "you have not been long away this time." "I came," began the older man. Then he stopped. "I came because I heard a shot," and he pointed to the doe. "Now I go again." "For what, father?" asked the young man. The man said a few ugly French words under his breath. Then he spoke to the dog. "Come, Raval." "But you will have something to eat?" "I stop for nothing," said the father irritably. "You are going after the poachers?" said Mr. Devering. "Yes, I found the ashes of their last night's fire." Mr. Devering never said a word. He went scampering down the hill like a boy, and I tore after him. Didn't he break up that picnic party in the twinkling of an eye? And didn't his fine little wife help him? The slow eaters were just at the cake and pie stage of the affair. She bundled them into the boat, promising more good things on the water, and after them went rugs, cushions, baskets, pots, and pans. It wasn't 5 minutes before they were all seated, and the warden came stepping down the bank in his quiet way, and he and the hound prepared to get into the green canoe. Mr. Devering called out, "We'll give you a lift across the lake, Dentes. Here, sit by me. One of the boys will trail your canoe." "Thank you, monsieur," he said. "I trust my canoe to no one." "I want him in the stern," cried Mrs. Devering. "I'm going to give him his supper." And the dear woman, as the heron slowly started, was handing a cup of coffee to the saddened man. He took it in an absent way, while the children stuffed the dog with bread and meat, and Drunkard pressed closely beside him, as if to say, "Be comforted, your lovely doe is not going to die." We stood on the bank, Cassowary, my master, and Bolshy. The soldier had stayed with the white phantom. On the clear air came back Mr. Devering's voice, heard even above the dreadful noise made by the engine. "Do you know what your Christmas present this year is to be, Dentes?" Then, without waiting for an answer, he bawled to the stern, "I'm going to install a wireless in the last house. It would have saved you a long paddle tonight, for the next warden is nearer those fellows than you are, and you're going to have someone to live with you this winter. I'll come myself if you don't get another man." I could see the warden flash him a glance, almost of adoration. Then the boat swung around Old Woman's Islands, the evening breeze bringing to us the song the children suddenly began to sing, to cheer their friend in this distress. As soon as they were out of sight, Cassowary turned to my young master. "Oh, boy, we've got to hurry. But first let us call on the phantom." And she ran up the hill to the fire belt, where the doe lay, with the soldier watching beside her. Bolshy followed us. putting his big hand out quite kindly to lay it on my hips, but I always kept a bit ahead of him. When Cassowary and my young master stood peering through the trees at the white creature on the grass, Dallas broke down and began to cry. "The brutes," he said, "to chase a lovely thing like that. Why did they not spare her to brighten the woods? I'd like to shoot them." "Naughty boy," said Cassowary. "You mustn't shoot even the pot hunters. Fine 'em or put 'em in jail. Educate 'em. Dad will see that they get some humane teaching." Dallas dashed his ears away. "Do you think the warden will get them?" "He'll not sleep till he does. You don't know the warden. That doe is like a child to him. When she was a little fawn, she used to run to him and hide her head in his bosom. He's all alone here in winter. You know, won't he have those men fined to the limit of the law? Deer are out of season now." "When can Badman shoot them?" asked Alice. "Not till November, and then only 1 deer a man. But it isn't always bad to shoot them, cousin. The government had 700 shot last year for settlers. Meat was so dear." "But they would shoot mercifully," said Dallas. "Oh, yes. When the Ontario government shoots, it shoots to kill. It wouldn't torture man nor beast. Dad thinks deer should be shot every year if there's enough natural overflow from the parks. Precious as they are, hungry people are more precious. Now, let's go home. We'll see if you remember my lesson about harnessing. Good night, Denty. Will you stay here till morning?" He smiled cheerfully. "Why not? A couple of blankets on the grass, and the owls and the stars for company. It's paradise compared to the trenches." "Good boy," said Cassowary in a motherly way. "I might have known you wouldn't leave our wonderful phantom alone in her suffering. Au revoir." And she went nimbly to the place where she had left the cart, and bossed Dallas unmercifully, while he, with active fingers, harnessed me in what I thought was a very remarkable way for a boy who had had only 1 lesson. "Room for improvement, cousin," she said, "but you're doing fine." Bolshy got in our way dreadfully. I did not like the manner in which he followed my young master about. He might be quite trustworthy, but when the soldier wasn't there to watch him, he was too bold. He seemed perfectly fascinated by the boy, and Cassowary remarked that she thought the poor fellow, in some way, connected Dallas with his own dead children. Now, if there was any question of kidnapping, here was the person who would like to have my handsome little lad for his own charge. Poor creature! The last sound we heard as I trotted away from the last house was Bolshy's roar of disappointment at being deprived of his new-found treasure. "Thank goodness," I said to myself, "we've done with him." But it was only a few hours before the bewitched Bolshy was skulking about Devering Farm and taxing my pony wits to know how to manage him. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenny Harrington. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends, by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 15, A Night Prowler. I was a very tired pony that night, but I did not get much sleep. I knew something was going to try to happen to my dear young master, and I was to prevent it. I don't know how animals, dogs and horses especially, have these warnings. I only know that we just have them. I had been put, not in pony stall number 8, for I fidgeted when Cassowary motioned me in there. I did not wish to be tied, so she gave me a loose box stall. This stall had a rolling door, always much better for a stable because a swinging door is apt to catch a pony or horse and give them a good whack. This was also better for my plans, for like those naughty people who can always get out of jail, I can nearly always find a way to open a door if it is not locked. This night, all I had to do was to take hold of the metal handle with my teeth and pull the door back. I was the only pony on that side of the big stable. In fact, there were only 2 horses on the other side. The other horses and ponies were still out to pasture. These 2 Clydesdales had been working hard in the hayfield and were so sleepy that they paid little attention to my movements. The entrance doors were wide open, so I slipped out and stood in the shadow and looked about me. It was a beautiful moonlight night. A big round lady moon stared down at Fawn Lake and the Devering farm. The electric lights were out, but one scarcely missed them owing to this wonderfully bright, bigger light in the sky. Now what was I fussing about? Everything was calm and still. There was not a breath of wind. Drunkard, whose real name was Baywell, was traveling head down about the house and grounds up like a swift, fleet, shadowing dog. Occasionally he looked up at the moon, but he did not make a sound that would wake anyone up. Some owls hooted gently in the distance. How foolish I was to worry. This was a very safe region. No one ever heard of anyone being attacked or injured. But something was going to happen. I just knew it, and nothing would satisfy me but to keep near my young master. So I paced slowly towards the house. Drunkard passed me on the dead run. Smelling out trouble? He asked me as he flashed by. Stop, I said, and he pulled up. Do you feel anything in your bones? I asked. Not a thing, he replied, except a little rheumatism. All hunting dogs get it in time. Will you just keep your ears open, old fellow? I said. Something or someone is going to surprise us tonight. He didn't laugh at me. We animals have a great regard for each other's ability to smell, hear, or feel things like that often escape human beings. Is it the ghost? He asked. No. Whose ghost? The old Highlander's. You know he was the first man to come to this lake. He traded with the Indians before they were all moved to the reservation. Oh, is that why we see no Indians here? Well, tell me about the Highlander. Drunkard and I were by the garden as we talked, and the old dog settled down on the gravel walk and began to lick a sore place on his paw. Between whiles he told me about the Highlander who used to wear a rabbit cap and a coonskin coat, and who had the gift of second sight to a marked degree. I've often seen him, said Drunkard, especially on moonlight nights like this. He goes all over the place, a kind of shadowy, furry figure, and then he smiles and disappears in the log cabin. I think he sleeps in the loft. I believe I've seen that old coonskin coat, I said. I once saw a kind of misty shape bending down from the wheat mow in the log cabin. It was hovering over me. He knew I was a stranger. Wait till you've been here long enough, said Drunkard. You'll see him quite plainly. He's a nice, kind old fellow, and he loves to know that the Deverings have this place. Did you know Mr. Devering had gone with the Warden to catch the bad poachers who shot up the White Phantom? Yes, I said. I watched them paddling up the lake. I hate to have him anyway, said Drunkard gloomily. Mrs. Devering sometimes forgets to tie me up when daylight comes. Can't you keep straight for one night? I asked. No, I can't, and there's an end of it. I have the dogging habit. I'll tie you up, I said. I'm pretty good with my teeth if I have a rope. No, you won't tie me up, he said hastily. I enjoy a run in the woods. It's lovely to feel the springy moss underfoot and you chase deer, I interrupted. How can you? I never run them down. I give them a gallop. Then I switch off and try another lot. It's such fun to see the graceful creatures go bounding through the bush. Fun for you, I said, but what about them? I never dogged the White Phantom, he said. I wonder how she is now, I remarked. I do hope she won't die. She must not die, said Drunkard. She is the pearl of the woods. It makes me feel quite moonstruck to look at her. Hark! The owls are giving the latest bulletin from her. One just flew across from Old Woman's Islands. We listened to the low-pitched, deep tone, hoo, 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 coming from the nearby treetops. Oh, that's good, exclaimed Drunkard. The White Phantom is better, and has nibbled some maple tips from the hand of the soldier. Bless her, I said. I scarcely know her, but it would grieve me if she died." "Her eyes are like forest pools," said Drunkard. "Hist! Who goes there? Maybe it's your something." We both listened. The night was solemnly quiet. It always takes me a little while to get used to the dead stillness of a backwoods night, so different from a night in the open farming country, where one can hear creatures calling to each other and enlivening the solitude. Out of the great silence up the road came a faint pit-a-pat growing louder and louder. "Human being," said Drunkard. "I've got it," I exclaimed. "I might have known. I'll wager anything it's that Russian coming to see my young master. Perhaps he'd like to coax him away from here. Let's go meet him, Drunkard. I wish we could drive him away. It would frighten the timid young Dallas to wake up and find that hairy creature bending over him." "All right," said Drunkard, and we both went loping down the driveway to the road. It was the Russian, and he was grinning along the moonlit way as if he were doing something very smart. The pale, yellow light poured down on his tousled head. It was touching to see, tightly clenched in his fist, a little bouquet of wild flowers who were crying out that he was choking them to death. Only the poor boar could not understand them. They were for the boy he admired. "We've got to obey the law of the road," growled Drunkard. "We can't touch him here, but the minute he tries to enter the farm gates, we have a right to stop him." Alas, poor Drunkard! When he stood up to the Russian, growling horribly and showing his white teeth, all except the front one that Mr. Devering had taken out when he had toothache, the Russian just gave an extra grin at the good dog strutting up and down between the gateposts, and lifting him on the toe of his big boot, sent him flying in the air. The unfortunate dog came down so heavily that he was shunned, and lay perfectly still. Bolshy stopped short and gazed at him quite sadly. He really was sorry that he had to hurt him, and bent over him, grunting in a sympathetic manner. Then he raised himself and took up his march to the house. Learning a lesson from Drunkard's mishap, I took care not to be in the spot I had been a few minutes before, and I trotted to my young master's window. Bolshy was coming on and on. I knew he would not hurt my beloved Dallas. I guessed that he had come merely to feast his eyes on him, or to try to induce him and go away and live with him and the soldier and be their little boy. Well, I would have something to say to that. I could hear him plodding along the veranda, trying to go quietly, but in reality making quite a noise. However, the children were all fine sleepers, and he woke no one up. He bent over Big Chief, Champ, Soldier, and Bigwig. No, they were not the dear one he sought. When he came to the part of the veranda where I stood, his face brightened, and brushing me aside as if I had been a fly, he entered the room. The moon showed him the beautiful face on the pillow, and he gave a snort of satisfaction and stared as if he would never have enough of this interesting sight. Now was my time to act. I hated to alarm Mrs. Devering, but my young master must be protected. I went on soft shoes to her room, and passing Mr. Devering's empty bed, nipped the black hair lying spread over the pillow. My gentle pulling awoke her at once, and she said composedly, "Well, Pony, are you having a nightmare?" I whinnied entreatingly, and being a clever woman, she sat up, seized a warm gown hanging at her bed head, and taking a small shining thing from under her pillow, motioned me forward. I took her to Bolshy, who at a word from her dropped his wild flowers pretty quick and lifted both hands in the air. "Now march," she said. "Go home. Don't come again." I ventured to place myself between her and Bolshy. I felt that the poor creature, standing there with tears running down his cheeks, was terribly distressed to think that she thought he would hurt anyone belonging to her when she had been so kind to him. At that moment, there was a queer sound from Bolshy. He had caught sight of a picture that I had seen Mr. Devering hanging on the wall very hurriedly before he went away with the Warden. Ponies and other animals, though they can enjoy natural scenery, do not get much out of flat pictures, but I heard the Deverings talking about this photograph afterward, so I found out what it was. Mr. Devering wished the lad to find out that his mother was alive in some way that would not shock him, so he hung on the wall this large photograph of her in the costume of a Red Cross nurse. He hoped that Dallas would piece together her story from what Bolshy had said in the afternoon. However, as it turned out, the boy had no chance to examine the picture. The overjoyed Bolshy, forgetting all about keeping his hands up, sprang across the room, unhooked the picture, and hanging it round his neck, began to hug it as if it had been a bag of gold. Mrs. Devering smiled, then knowing that she could not get this man-mountain out of the room herself, she stepped to the veranda and gave the Devering farm yodel for help. It rang out startlingly clear in the still night air, and in a jiffy Mr. Talker came tearing down the road, dressing as he came, and the Macedonian rolled heavily along from the carriage house. Bolshy, paying no more attention to them than if they had been two more ponies, went on talking rapid Russian to the picture, not noticing Dallas, who was now wide awake and curious, but not at all frightened. I was glad to see. "Send him home, please," said Mrs. Devering. "Tell him the soldier will be angry with him." The yodel had waked the children up, and they came staggering to the room, sleepy but unafraid like true children of the wild. Big Chief scowled and placed himself between his mother, while Cassowary threw protecting arms about the little ones. "Send him home," repeated Mrs. Devering. "Quick!" "Go home, sir," said Mr. Talker with dignity. Bolshy put his head on one side and said something deep in his throat to the picture. Mr. Talker nodded to Samp, and each man put a hand on Bolshy's shoulder and tried to propel him toward the veranda. Bolshy stood firm, whereupon the Macedonian promptly laid him on the floor. Bolshy was astonished. Getting up and holding his precious picture so that he would not break the glass, he stared at the Macedonian as if to say, "Who are you that you can throw me down?" Then he began to jabber to him in Russian, and Samp replied in some foreign gibberish that delighted Bolshy so completely that he patted him on the back and stroked his cheeks. The affair ended by Bolshy's insisting on shaking hands with Samp. Then he bowed deeply to everyone present, especially Mrs. Devering, and went up the road between the two men, talking most sociably to them. "If you can, Mr. Talker," Mrs. Devering called out after them, "make him understand that we do not care for midnight calls." "And now, mother," said Big Chief, "what's all this fuss about?" She shrugged her shoulders. "Nothing much, my son. The Russian had an impulse to call on us." "On us?" asked Big Chief. "Or on him?" And he pointed an accusing finger at the sleepy, blinking Dallas, who was sitting straight up in bed. "On him, if you will," she said. "He has taken a fancy to your cousin." "Did you know he was coming?" asked Big Chief solemnly of the bed. My young master was not as sleepy as he looked, and rising up on his knees, he made Big Chief a profound bow. "Yes, Sir Curiosity Box," he said in a ridiculous voice. "I had full knowledge of this honor in store for me. Pardon me for not informing your knightship." The Deverings, who were always ready to laugh, burst into a howl of amusement at Big Chief's confounded face. Then Mrs. Devering, checking her laughter, said, "Back to bed, children." "I wants to go theepy with you," said little Bigwig. "My beddy's cold." Big Chief turned on him in a hateful way and said, "'Fraid cat." The baby gave him a good slap in the face, and the discomfited Big Chief, seeing that his brothers and sisters were again convulsed with amusement at his funny, twisted features, took his cross self back to his bed. "Feels his oats," said Champ. "Dad's away." "Ah, children, we should not have laughed at him," said Mrs. Devering sweetly. "Where's Drunkard?" asked Cassowary suddenly. "How did that Russian get by him?" "Perhaps he's off to the bush," said Mrs. Devering. "No, mother, it isn't daylight yet," replied Cassowary. "He's hurt. I feel it." "I'll go with you to look him up," said Champ. "Everybody to bed but Cassowary and me," said a sudden voice. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Kenny Harrington. Chapter 16 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenny Harrington. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 16. The Highlander Walks. Oh, how glad we all were to see Big Chief back again. The lad was ashamed of himself. It was just as I thought. He had a good heart under all his follies. "I want something to eat," cried Big Wig. "All right, brother," said Big Chief kindly. "I'll get it for you." "No, boy," said his mother, and her eyes glistened as she gazed at him. "I will take them all to the pantry. You and Cassowary go after the hound." He gave her an affectionate glance, then turned to me. "Mother says you gave the alarm tonight. Now, if you know where Drunkard is, take us to him." Of course I led them to the gates, where Drunkard lay moaning now. "Leg's broken," said Big Chief, bending over him. "Right foreleg," and gathering the dog up in his arms, he came back to the house. Cassowary ran ahead and turned on the light in her father's office. Then, putting Drunkard on a table, the two clever young ones set his leg. "You'll dog no more deer for a time, my boy," said Cassowary. Drunkard could not talk to them, but he lifted up his head and threw me a glance as I stood in the doorway. "I'm going to be lame, Prince Fetlar. This is my punishment for persecuting the deer. Mr. Devering will never have to tie me up again. I shall be able to hop about daytimes. That's one consolation." "I'm glad Bolshy didn't break your neck," I said. Drunkard was licking the children's hands. How much he loved this dear boy and girl. "Now a little milk for the patient," said Cassowary, and she flew away to the kitchen. Big Chief lifted Drunkard to a sofa. "I shall spend the rest of the night beside you in this big chair, old man," he said. "I don't want that bandage disturbed." Drunkard whinnied in embarrassed pleasure. "It's all right," said Big Chief. "I don't mind. You're our dog, and we're bound to look after you. Now, Miss Cassowary will stay here while I'm gone," and he turned to me. Drunkard, in spite of his distress, grinned at me. The boy's grand air amused him. I thought I'd better start for the stable, so I trotted quickly to my stall. "Oh boy," said Big Chief behind me when he saw the door rolled back, "so you can use your teeth as well as your brains. You are as clever as that bally master of yours. I do hope you will continue to do as you please. Perhaps you would like to take my bed and have me stay here?" I said nothing to this. I don't like to be made fun of. "When I'm master," this queer boy went on, "I'll not drive with the loose rein Dad does. Too much liberty, too much given away. I'll show him what's what," and he waved his hands about the stable with the air of a master. Then he stepped to the door and surveyed barnyard and outbuildings. "I'm 14 now. Soon I'll be 21. Dad's 45. Likely he'll wait till he's 60. Maybe till 70. Split the differ and say 65. Then I'll be 34. A long time to wait, but time passes, they say, as one gets older. I'll be married by that time and have children of my own. Probably I'll build up this place into best known stock farm in the province, but I shan't have twice the help Dad has. There's too much money spent here," and the young scamp had the audacity to look up at the calm Lady Moon, who stopped smiling as she heard his folly and drew a cloud of displeasure across her face. Under pretense of nosing him affectionately, I stepped up and rubbed his shoulder. He had on a bathrobe over his pajamas, but it was quite easy for my strong teeth to give him a quiet little nip. He drew off to hit me, but I wasn't there. Then he stopped and shivered. I was delighted. A most beautiful thing was taking place. A wave of cool air swept over us. Then I saw the old Highlander in his coon skin coat and rabbit cap coming slowly toward us. He was a cheerful old spirit, and I could tell by his misty face that he loved the boy and wished to help him. Big Chief started to walk to the house. 3 times the Highlander stood in front of him, pale, shadowy, smiling, but quite undecided. 3 times the lad shuddered. He was no coward, but something more powerful than himself was making him feel lonely. Suddenly he stopped short and turned toward the lake. A wind had sprung up. One of the sudden summer squalls was coming. The trees were sighing mournfully, and as they sighed, the boy's better spirit rose gently within him. "Dad," he murmured, "Dad, where are you? Suppose you never came back. God forgive me. What should I do without my father?" And throwing himself on the grass, he buried his father in his arms. He got up when the Highlander willed him to, and went sadly toward the house, his head hanging. "Highlander," I ventured to say, "you've done a good deed tonight." Good and bad spirits never speak to human beings. They just hover over them. But they can speak to animals. "Pony," said the good old man, "the boy is God's child. He will soon be God's man. You must respect him, for you, too, are God's little animal. Not as high as the boy, but still having rights." I listened quietly, and feeling very much happier, watched the old man's cloud with its misty fur points melt into the gloom of the log cabin. Then I went toward the barn cellar. I, too, had a little missionary work to do that night. It was just as I expected. The pigs were snoring like thunderstorms, and the 2 dogs were lying on the threshold as sound as tops. They never stirred till my shoes struck this sill. Then they were close to me, one on each side like wolves closing in on a deer. "Well, dogs," I said sarcastically, "I hope you are having pleasant dreams." "Quite, thank you," said Guardy. "May I ask why you are at this hour of the night waking our charges from well-deserved slumbers?" "Certainly," I said, listening to old Sir Vet, who was snoring disagreeably as he raised his head from his fresh straw bed, and Lady Annabella, who was ejaculating, "Unk, unk, what's the row?" "I merely called to tell you that we have had a night prowler who knocked poor drunkard silly. Why weren't you on the alert? I've been keeping dog watch." Guardy yawned. "Awfully sorry, old boy, but we're trained ourselves not to budge unless we hear someone approaching our pigs." "Pretty selfish policy that," I said. "If you've been more generous, you might have saved drunkard a broken leg." "Is that so?" both dogs exclaimed. "Too bad." And then I had to tell them about Bolshy. While we were talking, old Sir Vet got up from his bed and pegged along toward us. When I finished, he turned his small but intelligent eyes on Guardy. "Do I understand, Prince Fetlar, to say that you are an insufficient protection for us at night?" "No, I'm not. I'm a good guard," snarled the collie. "But you said you only woke up when someone came near the barn cellar," pursued the boar. "Suppose there was a fire outside. We might be burned up." "If there was a fire, I'd smell it and bunch you all up and run you out pretty quick," said Guardy. "You are too much taken up with yourself," said Sir Vet testily. "You think we can't live without you. I'd advise you to have eyes for something else beside us. Make yourself familiar with our environment. That Russian might have stood back from the doorway and shot me." Gurley began to snicker at this, and Guardy looked so furious that I said, "Permit me, gentlemen. Sir Vet is right and Guardy is right. Each one must attend to his own business in this world, but it is right, and it is also wise, to have a thought for your neighbor. For pigs to prosper, all of the animals on the farm must prosper. For pigs to sleep well, all the animals must sleep well. Therefore, all dogs must be interested in all animals." "If you expect me to run this farm," said Guardy sulkily, "you're mistaken. I have enough to do to take care of these ungrateful creatures here," and he nodded toward the other pigs, who were waking up and grunting irritably. "You're not expected to run the farm, Guardy dear," said Gurley. "You're merely expected to sleep with one ear open. You needn't do it if you don't want to. I will. I fear we have been selfish." "You are never selfish, madame," said Sir Vet respectfully. "But your dog of a husband is." "Now I'm going to bite you for that," said Guardy. "Oh, no, you're not," I said, putting myself between them. And if you don't go lie down, Guardy, and sleep off your ill humor, you'll wish you had been born an armadillo. So you can kick him, can you? Sneered Guardy. You gentle creature. I just gave him a little curved one to stop his nonsense, and he drew back panting. Go to bed, handsome Prince Fetlar, said Girly coaxingly. Guardy isn't well. There was too much fat in his soup tonight. He has a delicate stomach. His stomach's all right, I said. So are his legs. It's his temper that's sick. And I kept a wary eye on the hysterical collie, who was making a mad leap in the air at me. Of course, he didn't get me, but fell fair on Sir Vet's back. The old boar started to give him a dressing down, and Lady Annabella came to help him. Girly pitched in to assist her mate, and we were having a fine mix-up when a cold shadow stepped in between us. The good old Highlander was walking again, and he had set his pet wolf cub to recall us to ourselves, and to remind us that fighting is not the chief end of life. I stopped, just as I was about to give Guardy's hind leg a sly dip. An icy muzzle was touching my own. I shrank back from the wolf cub, and saw the Highlander standing in the moonlight by the doorway and smiling at us. We had all been naughty, dogs, pigs, and pony, and the human being was rebuking us. We all slunk slowly away to bed, our tails between our legs. The wolf cub followed his master. He was a noble-looking animal now. Can it be that beyond this life even wolves are made over? I heard Girly whisper as I left. As I paced slowly to my stall, I heard a great horned owl cry solemnly from the ridgepole of the carriage house. Hoo, hoo, hoo. The old man walks often lately. A good heart never dies. A kind body cannot lie still. Hoo, hoo. Lady Moon, I love you. I see the moon sees me. God bless the moon. God bless thee. End of chapter 16. Recording by Kenny Harrington.
Chapter 17 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends, by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 17, A Mysterious Lamb. Of course, Guardy and I made up our little difference. Before he took his pigs back on Deer Trail the next morning, he came bounding toward me and apologized handsomely. I've thought the matter over, he said. Selfishness doesn't pain dog or man. I'll keep an ear open at night, and Girly will too, and we'll be on the lookout for strange scents. Of course, we dogs don't depend much on our eyes. I was disagreeable too. I said frankly, ponies have nerves, and I was tired. Barklow ought to come home, said Guardy. Who's Barklow? I asked curiously. Children's dog. I haven't time to tell. Ask someone else. Pigs are wandering from the trail, and off he dashed. Who is Barklow? I repeated. It was very early in the morning, and away up on the hillside where I was standing there wasn't a creature in sight, but Lammy knew, who was lying down and eating grass in a sideways fashion. His leg was better, and he still put on great airs, for he liked the children to wait on him and pity him. Bah, bah, he said in a silly way. Barklow's a dog, a Hairedale. Not Hairedale, I said. Airedale. Just as you like, he replied amiably. He's very hairy. He's visiting now. Was he the watchdog? I asked. Yes, Pony Prince. Barklow lay on the children's beds, and if a stranger didn't went, he barked high. Not went, I corrected. Go, Lammy knew. All right, but what difference does it make? Yes, languidly. You know what I mean. Even a lamb should talk properly, I replied. You're a snob, replied Lammy sweetly. Every animal about the place thinks so. I was stung to the quick, for I pride myself on my brotherhood to all creatures. My grandfather was a prize ram, and mingled in the best society, babbled Lammy. Now who's the snob? I asked. And I always go in the woodshed when it rains, pursued Lammy New. I can't help it. The sheep say I'm stuck up, but I'm not. I was brought up that way. My mama never cared to wet her fleece, and I can't associate with that whole flock all the time. I have favorites, I don't deny it. I admire to eat beside Roxy and Woxy and Daffydowndilly. Persimmon and Emma and Maximilian I detest, but they're always crowding up to me. Are you troubled with bores? Very much, I said, glaring at him. I see one before me at this present moment. You don't impress me at all. I think you're silly, eating in that nibbling way and sticking your far from beautiful head on one side. Also, your idea is as crude as your mode of expressing yourself. Don't go, my prince, he said anxiously. I really am pining for your acquaintance, but you've never noticed me since that day on Deer Trail, when your darling inn-master looked so sweet. What eyes! What a manner! Quite a young prince. I began to laugh. Oh, Lammy knew. What a goose was spoiled in you. But really, I'm quite flattered that you wish to make my acquaintance. Have I snubbed you? Very much, bleated Lammy touchingly. And you know you are the leader in animal society on this farm. Am I explained. I didn't know it. Quite easily, Princeps, he said in a languishing way. Princeps, what's that? I asked. I don't know, sir. It's Farine. I heard Mr. Devering use it. Silly Princeps, he said. I would guess that is some elegance. I tossed my head. Then I said, Lammy knew. You remind me of young Pony Paleface I knew in years gone by. He used to stand leaning against walls and looking up at the sky. We never could make out whether he was a fool pony or a wise one. Now please tell me about Barklow. Well, Barklow's a nice dog, and he's lent to a nice kind widow woman. Lent, I repeated. What do you mean? Just loaned for a season, not gov away. Given, I said. But why send a good dog from home? Widow's lonely, son's away, Barklow goes there just to play. Oh. Is he with that nice old widow who lives behind the talkers? Yes, that's her. You should say that's she, Lammy knew. Very well, that's she. I'd like to talk real elegant like you, Prince. Are you an American lamb? I asked quickly. It's hard to say what I am, he replied mysteriously. They call me the wandering lamb. Why wandering? 'Cause I wander. Legs wander, mine wanders, and sometimes I feel so bored. The ancient ram, and he nodded toward the crown of the hill where Silverhoof, king of Muskoka, stood calmly contemplating the landscape. First called me that. Perhaps, I said, you have lived before. I think I have, he replied in a deep voice, 'cause sometimes I get up on my hind legs and try to walk. Perhaps I was a boy of some kind, maybe a prince. What do you dream about? I asked. Oh, fighting, always fighting. I give dreadful whacks, but not with my noble brow. Then you don't fight the sheep away? No, sir, I don't like the forehead way. It gives me a headache. Now just see those two foolish ewes. We both looked up the hill where two sheep having difference about something were standing off from each other, then running and banging their heads together. So you dream about fighting, I went on. Oh, yes. Horrible battles. The dead are piled high around me. What kind of dead? Wolves, mostly, sometimes bears and foxes. I wonder whether that will be your heaven, I said musingly. No, it couldn't be, for in a future life you will lie down with the bears and wolves. I shall never sleep with a wolf, said Laminu, decidedly, never. Don't say you'll never do a thing, I replied. I have heard many an animal say that. And a thing he'll never do is a thing he does do. You just have to give in sometime during your life. I shall never sleep with a wolf, said Laminu, never. And he said this so many times, in such an imbecile fashion, that I left him, and ran up to speak to the ram, who was now cropping short grass most industrially. Silverhoof was a beauty, calm, sure of self, no fighter, yet able to cope with any difficulty among the ewes, or to meet any other ram who tried to impose on him. Good morning, I said. I often see you at a distance, but we don't seem to have much to say to each other. Bah, he replied in his deep voice. You are busy with your young master. I am occupied with my ewes and lambs. To each his duty, ram or pony. I have been talking to that pet down below, I said with a toss of my head toward the languishing Lamino. What do you make of him? The ram looked thoughtful. I don't just know, he said. Sometimes he acts like a foolish creature, sometimes like a wise one. He's a lamb with a past, but he can't recall it. Now my great-grandfather told my great-aunt's mother that. And he went on with such a long story about old sheep who used to see things in the heaven and on the earth, and who acted strangely and waggled their heads, that I became most extremely bold. I backed and backed, and he kept on talking and staring at the lake and not looking at me until I finally got behind a clump of alders. Then I went discreetly toward the house, and he wandered on till he put himself to sleep and sank on the ground. My young master had just waked up. I watched him running down to the lake with the other children. He did not seem to mind the cool air now. He was getting hardened. How much better this was for him than the great heat of some summer places I had been in. Benji was up in the kitchen garden pulling carrots, so I trotted up beside him and, stepping carefully between the rows of vegetables, took little carrots by the top, shook the earth off, and dropped them in his basket. This pleased him so much that I ventured to draw one between my teeth instead of putting it in the basket. This pleased him still more, and he laughed so heartily that Chippy Sore Feet came hobbling over the ground, and, sitting on his hind legs, begged for one too. Of need of it thou hast not, said Bingy. Merrily jealous art thou. What a pretty picture, called someone. Bingy and Chippy and bonny Prince Fetlar, bathing in this glorious August sunlight, and all looking so happy. We all turned round, and there was Miss Devering with a pile of white linen that she was going to hang out to dry. The Jap got up and bowed respectfully. Good morning to mistress of mansion, stoutful and strongful as a man, and in no wise fearsome of work. Miss Devering smiled kindly, and turned to young Dovey, who had not gone in to bathe because she had cut her foot. Dovey, dear, tell Benji the nice surprise we have for him. I wish to hear it from you, because you were the first to suggest it. Dear little Dovey, who was angelic when she was not naughty, came limping up to Benji. Once, long, long ago, about 5 months, I said, Daddy, Benji has no little boy and no little girl, and I guess he's lonely, Daddy said. Shouldn't wonder if he is, and I said. He's got a little wife in Vancouver. I know, 'cause he showed me her picture. Daddy, send for the little wee wifey, please, to play with Benji. And, Daddy, he sent, and she's coming next week, and you won't be lonely anymore, and you're to live with her in that housie on the hill. And she pointed to a pretty green cottage that some carpenters were working at every day. The young Jap turned as pale as a ghost, and staring from her to her mother sank on the ground, on his heels between the carrot rows. It's true, Benji, said Miss Devering. Your young old Mayor San is really coming. The little man struggled to his feet, bowed and bowed again, tried to make one of his pretty speeches, failed, and hiding his face in his sleeve went trotting in a funny way toward the kitchen, his carrots toppling from the basket as he ran. Miss Devering's face was bright and shining. Girlie, she said, when you grow up to be a woman, you will never wear more beautiful jewels than those tears glistening in that little man's eyes. The merry-eyed Dovey was very matter-of-fact. Benji's a good cook, she said. I hope he's got something nice for breakfast. I'm starving. Can't we have it, Mummy? The kids are coming up from the water. I stepped along to my young master's window. He was brushing his hair with his military brushes, as if he would tear it all out, and singing as he did so. Oh, the wild, wild kitties. Oh, the wild, wild kitties. They have made a wild boy of me. Then he danced along to the table on the veranda and set the electric toaster going, as that was his task. When's Dad coming? Champ asked his mother. I ate Big Chief's carving. He didn't give me half enough. So others saw this mean streak in the eldest boy, but no one had time to say a word, for young Soldier, who had as keen ears as a dog, gave a sudden shout, the Firebird. They all looked up at the hydroplane which had come over the mountain and was whizzing and pounding above us. A message, said Cassowary. Captain Johnson has his blue streamer out. Now watch sharp for it. Sure enough, a white package came dropping down right over the house as the plane flew by. It danced along the roof and fell in the garden. Champ ran to pick it up, while young Soldier, who was a great pet of Captain Johnson's, the returned soldier who was in the Firebird, said in a disappointed voice, Not a single stunt, no nose dives, no spirals. I think he's mean. "Oh, no, no," exclaimed Miss Devering, who was reading a letter from her husband. "Captain Johnson is taking a very sick man to a hospital in Toronto. He says there was an accident in Algonquin Park. A young man had his leg crushed and must be operated on immediately." "Just like me," groaned poor Dunkard, who was reposing on a big cushion on the veranda. "What a delicious way to go to a hospital," said Cassowary. "No bumps, no jolts." "Where's the letter from?" asked the big chief. "Gull Lake." Then she turned to Dallas. "That is Air Camp up north." Big Chief looked disappointed. He wanted his father back, and I was glad to see that the good feelings of the night before were still uppermost. "Have they caught the poachers?" asked Cassowary. "Yes, and have had them fined heavily. Your father says there are men who have no respect for law, and the lesson will do them good. We have some very heedless persons in Canada, and—" Her sentence was never finished, for a young soldier gave out another shout. "By the pricking in my ears, I know I hear our pony dears." All the children leaped up and sat down again. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simona Perego. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 18. The Arrival of the Ponies. There was nothing soft about the way they were brought up, and they had some good punishments lately for leaving the table without permission, and for noise-making at improper times. Mrs. Devering gazed at them, and I thought to myself that I had never seen a prouder or more loving mother look on a woman's face. Finally, she said in a low voice, "I forgive you. The provocation was great, all except Sawyer. Come here, my boy." The other children dashed away, and Sawyer, going fearless to her, pressed close against her shoulder as she sat at the head of the table. "My darling," she said, "can't you remember to lower your voice when you are conversing?" "Mother," he exclaimed with another shout, "I didn't know you had two dimples. There is a little weeny one way over here on your left cheek." "Whisper that sentence," she said, holding up a finger as if he were a little dog. Sawyer's eyes twinkled, and he began in husky tones. "You are my mommy, you are my dear, I love your little dimple right here." Then he threw his arms about her and hugged her. "Incorrigible," she murmured. Then her eye fell on my young master, who often lingered near her in fascination when she caressed her children. "What do you think of these noisy cousins of yours, my boy?" "I love them, Aunt Bertha," he said simply, "and I love you too. I find you so comely." She got up, and going to him, put her arm around him and kissed him very kindly. Dallas shut his eyes. "I'm just imagining you are my own mother, Aunt Bertha." "And I will be," she said earnestly, "until you have a mother of your own. Kiss me night and morning as my own children do, and come to me with all your little troubles." Dallas stared at her in surprise, but she turned to Sawyer. "Take him to see the ponies, laddie. It's really quite a sight when they come home from over the mountain." I trotted after my master in great excitement. Oh, how would the king of the ponies treat me? He belonged to Big Chief, and I have often noticed that as is the master, so is the pony. Should I still be leader of animal society on the farm, as the silly Lemino had said? There they all came, sweeping down the road from the head of the lake, two fine saddle horses leading, and behind them the surging band of ponies, their eyes glowing with anticipation as they got near their present home and beloved owners. Astrid, the handsomer of the horses, was a young man I had not seen before, but I soon found out that all these fine animals were his special care. "Which is which, dear cousin Cassowary?" Dallas was exclaiming excitedly. First, that noble bay the young man is on. That's Patsy McSquirrel, she said. That's horse. Isn't it delicious to see him getting over the ground in that running walk of his, and nodding his head and flapping his ears to keep time with his footfalls? So that is what you call a running walk, said my young master. Yes, it's an all-day gait, easy like the horse and rider. Dad is often away for a week or two at the time with his Patsy. That walk, trot, canter, sorrel besides Patsy, his mother's backwood's beauty. He is a dear too. Look at its style in the way he carries his head, and the arch of his neck and tail. His body is rounded and better turned than Patsy's, but he hasn't as strong a back. Just look at the kids, said Dallas. It was pretty sight to see each child running on his or her pet. Cassowary alone did not move. Her pony, a posh girl, came stepping behind her, and thrust her head over her mistress' shoulder. Cassowary's pony was as queer as she was. She merely put up her hand and rubbed the young animal's paw without turning round. "'Tis a posh girl was a taut-looking, sporty pony, eve-necked and appearing capable of any amount of hard work. I didn't like her eye. It showed spirit, but also a provoking temper. One can't always tell what an Indian pony will do, I thought as I whinnied gently to her. She turned her head away and never said a word, so I went on examining the other ponies. Big Chief had sprung proudly to the back of his Hackney pony, who was an animal showing quality and finish, but who was also sensational and smart, and had a flashy way of going with head and tail carried tight. "That's Attaboy," said Cassowary to Dallas. "We call him Peacock Attaboy when Big Chief isn't around. Doesn't he cut a dash?" "Big Chief likes that," said Dallas softly. Then he burst into laughter. Little Bigwig, both arms around the neck of his teeny sturdy miniature workhorse pony, was galloping down the road and would soon be out of sight. I gazed after them, my heart in my mouth. That was the master of Aarcee, that little piebald creature with the pale blue eyes, and Aarcee was the Highlander that a little pony friend of mine had come from, a dear little friend who died. I recalled the many stories he had told me of his home Highland and decided that of all the ponies the master of Aarcee would be my favorite. My longing eyes followed him as he tore along, as safe as a table for the child, its fuzzy-wuzzy body looking like an Angora cat blown the wrong way by the wind. There was no Arabian blood in him. He was part Shetland and part Icelandic, and as little Bigwig had said, not very well bred. Flashing by us after Bigwig was Davy on a donkey, and my young master just yelled with enjoyment. "I didn't notice it before," he cried. "Why hasn't she a pony? Oh, isn't the funny with his long ears and that queer tail with so little hair on it?" "She wanted a donkey," said Cassowary, "and she got it," Dad said. "Anything like you, children, in the shape of horseflesh. She just loves her Jack Bray, and I tell you she has speed and endurance in that angular leggy body of his. And you just ought to see him rub her shoulder ever so gently with his creamy old muzzle. She loves her, and she is so good to him. Your bonny Prince Fetlar will have to fight for its carrots now." And she put out a hand and stroked me kindly. "What's Sawyer's pony name, and what kind is he?" asked Dallas. "He's an Exmoor. Climbs banks and leaps ditches like a wild creature." "What is name, cousin?" "Exmoor Pendennis." But we call him Denise because last winter he let beady pilgrim roots on his back all through the cold weather. She is pretty long-headed and had found out he was a perpetual electric cushions. The man for fun let her sleep in the stable. Annie got to love his Plymouth Rock, and she will never be killed. Upon my word, she is running to meet him. Ponies and horses all this time had been joyfully making their ways toward their stable quarters, and Biddy, seeing them entering the farmyard, had singled out the ex-moor and was fluttering excitedly about him. And some people say hens have no sense, remarked Dallas. Just as much sense as anybody, said Cassowary, who never lost a chance to champion the cause of the lower creation. Now isn't it pathetic to see Mrs. Biddy pecking the pony's hoofs so lovely? And now he's putting his head down. He's glad to see her. Champ's pony is the only one you haven't introduced, said Dallas. What's his name? He is Davis Wales. I like him better than Big Chief's Hackney. Notice his snappy and free way and his good head and neck. I tell you he is a well-formed little fellow and fine for all districts. The Welsh ponies are always rugged and thrifty sort of creatures. I don't like them as well as other kinds of small children. Champ is just old enough to manage him. Is he vicious? Asked my young master. Not a bit, but he wants a firm hand. There is heaps of go in him. Come on, let's run up on the stable and have a croak with Jock. He's a university graduate and has dandy manners, son of an old friend of Dad's. Came here for his health. Wait till you hear him playing the violin. Let's all go mad, let's all go mad. And the young girl began to dance her way toward the stable yard, while Apache girl zigzagged behind her. My young master, not to be outdone by anyone, began to dance too, and sing, and his beautiful voice soon drowned Cassowary's, for he forgot all about her. Here we go up on the stable, he sang, for he, too, was learning to make up a doggerel as fast as his cousins. Here we go up to stable, just as fast as we are able, pony and children and hands gather, not any room for a critter more. Didn't I do my best steps to this jingle, and Apache girl sing me prance so well, began to look on me with more favor. Where do you come from? She asked. The United States of America. She named quite shrilly. My ancestors were brought to America by the Spaniards. Indeed, I said gently. They were a very high-class race. They were capable of very severe work under the saddle, she said, and they got it. Well, I replied, Shetlands can do most anything. I'm not proud. I know my ancestors used to help the crofters with their work, notably carrying pennies of peat. But you are very first class, she said with a side glance at me from her queer eyes. Thought you are a crossbreed. I am valued pretty well, I said modestly, though I stand a bit high. I hope we may be friends. I am very devoted to your young mistress. She tossed her head and said nothing, and I thought it wise to make no further advances, and trot soberly beside her into the stable. Cassowary was running in from the supply room with a frame name in her hand, Apache girl, and many ribbons hanging from it. There, my beauty, she said, hanging it up in the stall. Come in and have some oats. Jock, or to give him his real name, Mr. John Alexander MacDonald, who had been chaffing the boys, came forward and took off his cap. Cassowary shook hands with him in a sober way, but flashed her white teeth at him. Oh, what a nice young man he was, and so devoted to his ponies and horses. He was not all good-looking. His hair was sandy and his complexion freckled, but the kindness of his face and the charm of his manner made up for the absence of good looks. He stood as straight as one of the stall posts and talked about farm matters in as interested a way as if the place belonged to him. "We missed you," said Cassowary. "Dad and Mother don't like to play without their second fiddle." "And I miss you," he said. "It was often lonely over the mountain. But camping out is great fun," said Champ. "Me for the open." "Dallas, come here," said Cassowary suddenly to my young master, who was in the background. It pleased me immensely to see that the young man could not keep the admiration out of his eyes when he shook hands with my dear young master. "And he sings," exclaimed Cassowary. "Won't he be an addition to our choir?" Big Chief, who was in a nearby stall picking the hoofs off his anking as he had got some small stones in them on his trip home, gave a kind of groan. He hated to hear anyone praise Dallas. Cassowary was just going to snap at Big Chief when she caught sight of the Fire Warden's red canoe coming up the lake. "He's got the mail, he's got the mail," he cried. And in 2 seconds there wasn't a child in the stable. "Stop a bit, little fellow," said Mr. MacDonald to me. "I want to give you the once over." However, I was so impatient that they kindly let me go, after a preliminary canter, only over my points. I always love to see the mail come in. The big leather bag was handed to Mrs. Devering, who sat on the veranda and opened it with as much ceremony as if it had been a Christmas parcel. There were always surprises in it, for the Deverings had many kind friends and relatives, many of whom thought they were banished in this attractive place. Today the mail was unusually heavy. So many letters and such nice books and magazines came tumbling out, and among them was a fat little package for Dallas. He took it so joyfully, dear lad, and opened it speedily, not knowing that its sweet contents were to bring him much sorrow. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of Pony and his friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simona Perego. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of a pony and his friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 19. Cassowary loses her temper once. John and Marcie had sent him 6 chocolate eggs stuffed with cream. "It isn't Easter," squealed Audrey delightedly. "No," said Dallas, "but John and Margie know that I love them." "They are delicious," lisped Little Bigwig, whereupon Dallas promptly gave him one. 2 of the others he shared with the bigger children. Then he put the box under his arm. He had scarcely tasted them himself, and I knew by his look that he was going to share his other 3 with someone who did not get as many dainties as his children. He was a most generous lad. I saw his glance go toward the kitchen, then the lake. "Ah, that meant Bingy and Bolshy, but the third one. Perhaps he would keep that for himself." I hoped he would, and I followed him as he sauntered slowly toward the log cabin. Arrived there, he stared up at the wheat mow. "Ah, I might have known." That third egg was for his cousin Cassowary, who had been so kind in explaining things about the farm to him. She had the cache in the straw where she put things she did not wish her sister and brothers to see, and one day, in a moment of confidence, she had shown it to Dallas. The lad went cautiously up the ladder. I knew he was going to lay the egg among Cassowary treasures. What a joyful surprise she would get when she found it, for it was a nice large egg just stuffed with the rich cream that I like myself. Alas, she discovered him in the act. Her grandmother had sent her some nuts, and she was coming in her sweet, stealthy way to hide them. She saw me standing by the ladder and heard the telltale rustling above. Then, like a flash, she was up on the mow, and my poor young master by the collar. The children had a very naughty trick of stealing from each other, and she was so sure that she had caught a culprit that she gave him no chance for explanation. I was furiously angry as I heard her, beating him and dragging him round on the straw, but also delighted that he uttered no cry for mercy. Finally, she sent him flying down the ladder, and he stood before me grinning sheepishly and tried to look as if he didn't mind the blood trickling from his poor nose. The collar was torn from his shirt, and his coat was besmeared with chocolate. "You are a gay-looking guy," said someone from the doorway, and turning round we saw Big Chief. "What you been doing?" he went on, and Dallas remarked cheerfully, "Trying to give a present to a girl." "You have crossed Cassowary," said Big Chief, "and she is a bad one to cross. Has she got her nest up there?" Dallas shrugged his shoulders and did not reply. "Oh, how indignant I was with that naughty girl. I stamped and whinnied and looked up at the loft just to tease her, and Big Chief, with a knowing glance at me, began to climb the ladder, but very cautiously for the fear that he, too, might meet with a warm reception. Cassowary had been cunning enough to keep quiet when she heard her brother's voice, but when she saw his head, she flew at him, and shouting with glee, he beat a speedy retreat. My young master, breathing painfully, sat down on a box and put his hand on his side. Suddenly there was a low cry from above, then a voice reading, "This chocolate egg is for my kind cousin Cassowary." "Ho, ho," said the girl, coming down the ladder like a cat and standing before Dallas. "Why didn't I look before I leaped?" Dallas shook his head. "Lots of people don't, Cassowary." "Oh, boy," she cried. "I didn't dream you were giving me your lovely eggs, and now they are all smashed and my nuts have rolled in corners and I haven't anything. What an idiot I am." Dallas pressed his lips together. He was not going to tell her that she was to have only one of the eggs. However, she glanced at the paper in her hand and said, "Why you say egg? For whom were the others?" "Bolshy and Bingy. I have to give them something," she said. "Oh, what a wicked girl I am. I shouldn't have been so quick. And your poor nose is bleeding again. Here, take my handkerchief. I don't know what mother will say." "Will you have to tell her?" asked Dallas in a choked voice. Oh, how afraid I was that he would persuade her to keep the affair a secret. I wanted her punished. She had been too swift. She was too sure of herself anyway for a girl her age. "Certainly," she sighed. "I'll go just as soon as your nose stops bleeding. What a mess you are in. I wonder whether Prince Pony would eat that chocolate." And she made a sudden dash up the ladder and came back with some sticky brown stuff on a bit of the cardboard box. I turned my head away. I was not going to help her clean up. "Your prince is indignant," she said. "He despises me. Oh, come away to the house. Maybe when I'm punished I'll feel better." And she dragged Dallas down to the veranda where her sensible mother sat quietly reading letters. Mrs. Devering put up her eyebrows when she saw the state my dear young master was in. Then she listened to Cassowary's mournful story. Her arm was round the sobbing girl, for her dark eyes told her that the grinning cheerfully Dallas did not need any sympathy. "I'm glad that your father is away, dear," she said to Cassowary. "This would have distressed him terribly. Dallas is your guest and your cousin. I wonder what we can do to these young hands to make them remember not to offend against the laws of hospitalities." Make them sew," gurgled Cassowary, "then just hate heat." Mrs. Devering was slowly caressing the girl's long brown fingers. "Poor little hands," she said gently. "Poor little hands." "And bad brain," said Cassowary. Bad brains that makes the hands act so shamefully." "Dallas," said Mr. Devering, "is there anything I can do for you?" "No, thank you, Aunt Bretta. I'm all right. Please don't fuss." "Kindly put on a fresh shirt," said Mrs. Devering, "and give this one to Cassowary to wash and mend. And you, girlie, come to your room with me." I'm just like an Indian in the woods," said Cassowary with a last burst of contrition. Mr. Devering turned an almost frightening face to me as I trotted along the veranda beside them. Then her eyes went through an open door to a picture that hung on the wall in the Cassowary rooms. It was that of a favourite cousin of Mrs. Devering's, and I had often heard her tell the girl that she hoped she would grow up to be as good as this cousin. "My child," she said, "good Indians restrain their passions. Sit down there by the window and I will read to you." After a time she left her daughter, and for the rest of the morning and part of the afternoon we could see the girl sitting slowly, often breaking her threads and stopping to rub her sticky needle to her clothes. Once when I was near, I heard her muttering something that seems to be learning from a book. "Calm and serene my frame, calm and serene my frame." Well, she needed considerably more calmness and serenity before she would make the woman her mother was. However, she was young, poor girl. I must not be too hard on her. But before the day was over, I was wishing most earnestly that she had been sent to bed and kept there until her temper had really left her excitable young body. Her father did not come home till the middle of the afternoon, but in the meantime the work of the farm went on as usual. Mr. MacDonald was helping Mr. Tolkien experiment with a new machine that cut down trees close to the roots. My young master was much interested in the small saw which was operated by a little motor. He followed the men for some time and saw them fell some old dead trees on the hill. Then he watched the Macedonians and another man working in the hayfield. Finally, he brought up beside Big Chief, who was repairing a shipwreck back of the barn. The younger children had all been on their ponies' backs, scurrying up and down the road, finally turning their pets loose outside the gates, where they moved about cropping the short sweet grass and clover by the footpaths or lifting their heads to look lovely at their beloved owners. Jack Gray had a very amusing manner and the most original way of moving his long hairs. He was always classed with the ponies, as there was no other donkey about the place, and the little master of Brestony had already whispered to me in confidence that it made Jack very hungry to be called a donkey. He has been so much with ponies that he thought he was one. Big Chief, flattered by his cousin's interest, jerked out remarks, and he hammered and sawed. Best way to feed sheep is on ground. If ground is muddy, feed in racks. Sheep should get heads in racks. To prevent wool from being pulled from next sleds should be smooth and not too close together. My young master became so interested that he got another hammer and began to nail too. And I, hearing Devering calling her young brothers to come to the house, trotted over to see what they were going to do. "Want to come, Prince?" she asked. "We are going to bring Barclow home." I bowed my head and went gaily along beside her and Sawyer and little Bigwig. Suddenly she stopped, and pushing back her square-cut hair from her forehead said, "I'm hot. I think Big Chief's mean." "Was he told to come for Barclow?" asked Sawyer. "Yes, Mother asked him, but he was lazy." "You little goose," I thought. "Big Chief is working harder now than if he were sauntering along the slow, lonely rake road." "He is too bossy with us," said Sawyer fiercely. "Yet," lisped the little Bigwig, "I have a great mind to give him a Trapped-Tom day." Young Dovey, far from dreaming that she was to play the part of a firebrand and that she would be assisted by her big sister, gabbled on about Big Chief's tiresome ways until they came to the widowed Detour's small brown house, set in a garden having an orchard behind him. There was a whitewashed fence about the garden, and opening the gate, they all went up a brick walk to the open front door. A Thornbury Airedale came bounding out and almost ate them up. Behind him appeared the funny fat little widow, who had an enormous chest embroidered with difficulty. She called them my dears, and inviting them into a cool little parlour with old-fashioned furniture covered with horsehair and having a stuffed animal in each corner of the room. I look in the window. I detest stuffed animals. They often have moths in them and usually smell queer, and I can't understand what pleasure the musty creatures can give to human beings. The bear cub, fox, wildcat, and raccoon all seem to be staring at the strange sight of a good-sized lamb laying on the red blanket. It was a soiled and winter kind of a lamb who was terribly bored at being kept in the house with work day. "How is your poor animal?" inquired Dovey in a grown-up way. "Some better," said the widow. "Cheer up, Constancy, and look at your nice collars." The lamb looked strangely at the children, then put her head down on the sofa cushion. "It's bitter time, sweetheart," said the widow, and going to the mantel, she took up a black bottle and holding back the lamb's lip, poured some down her throat. "What a pity you are such a goat," said the young bigwig indignantly. His sister and brothers looked shocked, and the widow hopeless. "What does he say?" she asked. "I can't understand his dear little gibberish." Dowey didn't want to tell her that Bigwig had called her a goose, so she said falteringly, "I think Bigwig thinks that your 3-acre field was too much for the lamb." Bigwig was going on. "By daddy said the widow meant to continue. She thought I've let me cut growth with my mower." "Did your father think I was wrong to ask the lamb to eat the grass in my field?" exclaimed the widow. Dowey glanced at Sire, but he would not open his young mouth, so she said politely, "That tow Constancy was pretty small, and the field was pretty big. She was lost in that grass, and Dad thinks she's lonely. Why don't you put her with your sheep?" "She's not lonely with that dog," said the widow, bristling up. "But that dog, our doctor," broke in Bigwig, "and we hit going to take him home." The widow broke into a wailing. The lamb would die without the dog, and she was a lonely creature. Couldn't they spare her one animal out of their abundance? Bigwig, who was the only one not embarrassed, said simply to Barclow, "Don't you want to stay here?" "Oh, no, no," barked the Airedale. "I'm dying of homesickness. This woman is a fat old fuss. She doesn't know how to take care of animals. Constancy, get off that sofa and run to my lovely home with me." Constancy promptly did as she was bid, and the widow began to mourn. "You are all going to leave me. I won't stay here alone. I'll put on my bonnet and go along with you. Constancy, I'm anxious of you." The lamb, who was just following the dog out of the doorway, turned around. "Bah! I'm tired of you. I ate this sofa and those stuffed animals, and your grass made me sick. I want a change of diet and to live with my own kind." "Mrs. Detour," said Dowey, "come and call on Mother. She's a great one to straighten things out." The widow nodded. Then, as she came to the window to pull down the blind, she said, "Why, drought that pony. He is on my lilies of the valley." "So, Pony." "I wasn't on her lilies, but I ran on beside Barclow and Constancy, who were talking to each other in low voices." "Don't go back," said the dog. "She'll kill you. She means well, but she's one of those persons who should never have an animal to bring up. Hello, Pony, I've heard of you. What do you think of that old woman?" "I agree with Bigwig," I said drearily. "Mrs. Devering will settle her," said Barclow when, as we trudged along. "Oh, how glad I am to get home. How glad, how glad. No one knows how hard it is for a dog to do his duty." "You'll appreciate your home all the more for having done your duty," I said. Barclow didn't hear me. He was leaping to meet Champ, who was coming up from the wharf carrying some raw logs in his hand. Champ embraced him, then turned to his sister and brothers, who were alone now, the widow having gone trotting up to the veranda where she saw Mrs. Devering sitting, the lamb, after a glance at her, trailing happily after the dog. The boy was annoyed, and Dowey said, "What's fretting you?" "Big Chief sent me for this," he said, jingling the raw logs. "He promised them to Mr. Talker for his boat. Why didn't he get them himself? I'm not his slave. This was enough for the young ones, and they started another indignation meeting. Finally agreed that they would not weigh on their big brother anymore. The next time he gave an order, they would turn on him. He'll strike you, remarked Bigwig cheerfully. Let him strike, said Champ. We'll strike back. He's getting too big for his boots. I wish Dad would lick him. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Bonnie Prince Fetlar, the story of a pony and his friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simona Perego. Bonnie Prince Fetlar, The Story of a Pony and His Friends by Marshall Saunders. Chapter 20. Cassowary loses her temper twice. Oh, the troubles of yacht, the troubles of yacht, I said to myself as I ran up to the barnyard. They are as important to these growing creatures as the troubles of older years are to the grown-ups. Young Dallas was not with Big Chief now. He was strolling gloomily to and fro, hands in pockets and occasionally kicking a pebble from his pet. What had happened? Big Chief was going on with his work whistling noisily and rudely. He must have done something to insult my young master. I had never before seen that hungry frown on Dallas' pleasant face. Presently the 4 younger children came slowly up, and Champ threw the rowlocks down at Big Chief's feet. There, Mr. Barley, the next time you want anything, you go yourself. Big Chief stared angry, then stepped forward. Would you hammer me? Asked Champ. Big Chief promptly dropped the hammer, but his hand shot out and catching Champ by the collar, he shook him. He didn't hurt him. He was merely warning him. I was standing near and saw it all, but the cross-eyed little doe thought he was hurting her brother, and giving a squeal, she threw herself on a Big Chief's back. As if this had been a signal, Sawyer caught Big Chief's arm, and little Bigwig clasped his teeny hands around one of his legs. It was amusing at first. Big Chief, who of course had heard loved his sister and brothers and didn't want to hurt them, stood strongly with the 4, and to make matters worse, at this instant my young master attempted to take the part of the children. It is always dangerous to interfere in a poorly family row. We ponies used to notice that if we were having a scrump among ourselves and the horses stepped in, it always made more trouble than if we were let alone. However, my dear young master could not be expected to know as much about quarreling as a pony of my age, so he gallantly tried to make Big Chief release Champ as he stood still holding him by the coat collar. The worst stroke of all came now when Cassowary, sent by her mother, came flying up to tell the children that their father was coming. Excited and repentant, and feeling very tender toward Dallas, she arrived just when Big Chief tried to push away this 5th young one to attack him, had the misfortune to strike Dallas' nose, still tender from Cassowary's beating. It began to bleed, and Cassowary, seeing his flew at her big brother and picking off his assailants as if they had been little leeches, started to dress him down herself. I heard afterwards that the girl rarely lost complete control of herself, but when she did, she was a perfect little fury. In the midst of her kicking and scratching, Mr. MacDonald came sauntering from the stable, and interposing his sturdy arms between the children, said, "Bless you, young ones! This is the sight I have never seen here before." "It's all his fault," panted Cassowary, glaring at Big Chief. "He's getting uglier and uglier to the little ones. He's a beast." "Come, come," said the young man, shouting. "Your brother is a fine lad. These are only growy spawns. He'll get over them. He is the head of the house when your father is away. You should obey him." Cassowary stamped her foot at him. You old countryman," he said furiously. With your love of primogeniture, he said, squinting up his eyes at her angry face. What does that mean? Whispered Barkle to me. Rule of the firstborn, I said, an old country idea. Cassowary looks as old as her brother, he said, and acts older. Cassowary was spluttering on. We are Canadians. It's share and share alike here. The eldest brother isn't going to have everything. Easy now, Miss Cassowary, said Mr. MacDonald. Shake hands and make up. But she wouldn't shake hands and make up, and the young man, hearing Mr. Talker calling him, swung on his heel and went to the stable. Cassowary stepped up to her brother and said in a low, ugly voice, There is one in this family adopted. I heard the parents say so one day when they didn't know I was near. I'm sure it's you. You don't like us, and we all hate you. This was such an alarming statement that we all gasped, all that were there. The four younger children, seeing their father coming in the green canoe, had run down to the house. My young master, who was nursing his poor sore nose, dropped the hand holding the handkerchief. Big Chief was staring speechlessly at his sister, and Dallas stammered. Cassowary, don't jest. You are tormenting Big Chief. Say it's a joke. Cassowary was not joking. I saw that, and she was no longer upset. She was mistress of herself now, and very cool and collected. Can't you see that you don't like us? She went on. Look at your round head, your stubby fingers, your small eyes. We have long heads, slender hands, and large eyes. The bewildered Big Chief turned his hands over and stared at them. Then he put one of them up to his face. Oh, girl, have mercy. I felt like pleading, but alas, I could not speak. I pushed myself forward a bit, but she, always such a lover of animals, gave me a calm slap that sent me back pretty quick from the circle of human beings. I must just sorrowfully submit. The grief in Big Chief's eyes was dreadful. Scales seemed to have fallen from them. It did not occur to him evidently to doubt their statement. Oh, how could she make him suffer so, even if what she said were true? He turned and stared at Dallas as if begging him to help him. Cousin Cassowary, said Dallas, you have always played the game as I have noticed you. On your word of honor, do you really believe that your brother is adopted? Such a strange, cold, unloving light glowed in her eyes. On my word of honor, she said sulkily, I have believed it for a long time, but I would never have said it if he had not been so disagreeable lately to the rest of us. Alas, poor laddie, he had brought his trouble on himself, and Dallas turned to him in deep compassion. He longed to say or do something to comfort him, but how could he manage with a nose that would not behave itself? However, after a few minutes of dreadful silence, he stepped close to Cassowary, and holding his handkerchief pressed close against his face, spoke in a low, indistinct way. Dear Cassowary, Big Chief was not hurting the children. They all flew at him. I see now that it would have been better for me not to have interfered. Cassowary turned to him. Big Chief has been perfectly nasty to you. Not one good word have you had from him since you came. You are better looking, better behaved, and you would make a better brother than Big Chief. I wish you were my elder brother. If he runs away and hides his disgrace as he should, for any day he could be turned out in the cold world, you, as our cousin, could take his place. Was the girl bewitched? Dalla was so shocked that for a moment he could not speak. Then he took Cassowary by the shoulder. Cousin, you don't know what you are talking about. It's awful not to have a mother and a father. Don't take away your family from your adopted brother. Big Chief is all right. Look at him. And he seized her hand as if to lead her to him. She pulled it from him, and he said sadly, Our good kind Cassowary has gone away. We shall have to wait till she comes back. "She will never come back," said Cassowary coldly over her shoulder as she started to walk to the house. "I'm growing up now. I have had so much trouble lately." Big Chief sat with terrified eyes fixed on her retreating back, and when she was out of sight, he got up and staggered to Dallas as if to say, "Don't you too leave me." "Come on in out of sight," said my young master, pitying, as he led the boy to my stall. They sat down on a box, and with his arm thrown over Big Chief's shoulder, Dallas told wonderful stories he had heard of kind people adopting children and thinking as much of them as if they were their own. His talk floated to me as I stood in the doorway. I don't think the suffering boy heard a word he said, and when presently a voice was heard, "Dallas, Big Chief, where are you?" The boy exclaimed, "It's dead. I can't meet him. You go, Dallas. Hide. By this time, I had sauntered into my stall and was pretending to lick my revolving salt cake. Big Chief darted in and hid behind me, and presently we two were all alone in the stable. I had seen boys suffer, but never like this, and in my pony mind I could not help comparing this lad with my young master, who in like circumstances would not have surrounded without hope. My master was spiritual and refined. This boy was of earthy. I saw he had valued most his proud position as the eldest son of a rich man. Now everything was swept from him. He knew what adopted children usually were, flounders from the street. Probably he was a boy without a name, without a family, and this kind person has adopted him and treated him with such kindness that it has spoiled him, and he had in his pride turned the children of his benefactors into such active enemies that, as Cassowary said, they all hated him. How did I know what was going through his mind? By his disjointed sentences and suffering exclamations. He growled in a corner on my bedding, his hot face in his hands. How I longed to comfort him, but I couldn't do nothing, for when I put my head down to him, he pushed it away. What a pity that he was not more of a man. His trouble was serious, but he was not hopeless, and at last, to my joy, he got up, straightening his clothing, and going to a small looking-glass on a post, arranged his tie. Then, dipping his handkerchief in the running water, in my stall mopped his flushed and swollen face with it. Then he came back and stared at me strangely. "I can't stand it. I shall run away. Shall I take this fellow or my own?" "My own," he repeated. "Oh, my heart!" And he laid his head on his arm and sobbed like a baby. "I have nothing, I owe nothing, I am a nobody." Finally there was another call. Firstborn, where are you?" He trembled from head to foot. That was his father's very choicest pet name for him, bestowed only in moments of great affection. Springing to the harness room, he hid himself in a closet while I paced slowly out and met Mr. Devering, who greeted me kindly and said, "What have you done with my lad, Bonnie Prince? They said he was with you." I saw in a flash that Cassowary had either lied or was mistaken. No man could look like that when he spoke of a boy that was not his own. Oh, how could this boy adopt his father? However, I could not honorably lead the way to the spot where the unhappy lad was hiding, so I stepped out beside Mr. Devering and went with him down to the house, where I took my usual station under the lilacs, my ears turned forward to catch all that was going on. The family was having afternoon tea in honor of Mr. Devering's arrival, and the table laden with cakes, bread and jam and hot muffins was set out on the veranda. Mrs. Devering was pouring tea, and Champ and Mr. MacDonald passed the cups. At first they talked about the purchase, and then Mrs. Devering, with the children hanging on her words, told her husband all about Bolshy's midnight visit. When anyone told Mr. Devering of anything wrong that had been done, this good man never showed a temper. He always said, "Why did so-and-so do these naughty things, and what can we do to help him?" In case of the purchase, he had been for punishment. In the case of Bolshy, he said, our Russian friend is in the melting pot, thanks to Dante and Dallas. Now, what can the rest of us do to keep the home fires burning? The family discussed a number of plans, and it was Mrs. Devering who finally said, he is a stranger in a strange land. Let us do something to remind him of home. Good, said her husband. Now, Jock, my lad, your turn. Show your Russian pictures in the schoolhouse, said the young man, grinning cheerfully over his delicious cup of tea. Fine, exclaimed Mr. Devering. Now, children, and he turned to the younger ones. Cassowary, who was eating a piece of sponge cake with the calm air of a saint who feels a halo round her hand, said sweetly, if I were a girl alone in Russia, I should think of my dear home and my loving mother, also my religion. And she rolled her eyes piteously in the direction of the attractive white chapel up the road built for the settlement by Mrs. Devering's mother. Oh, you naughty girl, I wanted to whinny, while her father said joyfully, right you are, girlie. We'll practice some Russian chants and have a men's course behind the screen as they have in the Greek church. But tell me, everyone, where is my boy? And he looked restlessly about. Cassowary got up in a leisure way and said, I will get him. I think he has a toothache. Well, if you are not a masterpiece, I thought to myself, and who is the storyteller now? And I walked after her as she sauntered toward the stable. Prince Fetlar, she said, flicking me gently in the face with her handkerchief. Seems to me you take a great interest in the personal affairs of this family. Go right back to your lilacs and don't forget that you are adopted too. You young witch, I thought, as I turned and went confusedly back to stand in my shrubbery stall. I don't know what she said to Big Chief, but she came back presently, stepping lightly beside him. He was clothed and in his right mind, but both eyes were swollen as his face was flushed. He agreed with her little lie about his toothache, but I had a heartache as I saw him throw his arms about his father's neck and say, "Oh, Dad!" Mr. Devering drew back and stared at him. "Why, firstborn? What unusual effusion! I do believe you value your parent after all. Dear man, so good, but so blind just now." The boy thought he was taking a last farewell of the person he loved better than anyone else. I was proud of him when he went to sit beside his mother. Never before had he waited on her so politely, thought he ate nothing himself. The expression in his eyes seemed to puzzle her. I watched her carefully as she examined him. I have seen a good many mothers and a good many children, and I have seen a few adopted children. There is a difference. A mother looks at her own child in a peculiar way, a way a man does not. The father has accepted the explanation of the toothache. The mother doubted it. The boy could not deceive her. She was too clever in mother's sense. After the tea table had been taken away, Mr. Devering called Big Chief to him and began to ask him questions about the ailing tooth. Mrs. Devering, however, drew the boy to her. "I think, Daddy," she said, "that it is more headache than a toothache. I'm going to put him to bed and bat his head." Big Chief followed her with the same head hanging low. I stepped along by the veranda until I came to his room. His bed was near the window. I would not be put out till later. She made him lie down, and seeing he was disinclined to talk, she sat by him till it was time for the other children to come in to supper. After supper, the children were very quiet, and before they went to bed, every boy Jack and every girl Jill came to say good night to their big brother. Little Big Wig, who had evidently heard the older ones pitying the sick one, said as he reached up to kiss him, "We are sorry, boy. We'll not strike you again." "What's that?" asked Mr. Devering sharply. "Have you children been beating your brother?" "Oh, rubbish," said Big Chief. "It's only the kids' fun. "Good night, young one," and I heard the sound of a hearty boyish kiss. Alas, poor lad, it was another farewell. Cassowary did not kiss him. I heard her calmly wishing him a good sleep from the doorway. Then Mr. Devering came, put his boy's bed outside, and wishing him pleasant dreams, went with his wife and Mr. MacDonald into the living room, where the three sang Canadian songs most cheerfully for an hour before going to bed. The harmonious sound floated out of the house across the water and also up to the stables. How animals love music when not too near them. I could not stay long in my lilac quarters that night. My head was full of business, and I fairly galloped to the Hackney pony stall. He must be told that his young master indeed intended to run away from home that night, and he must be induced to concoct some plan with me by which we could keep him from carrying out his rash plan. End of chapter 20.